Hi, welcome back to another exciting full stack project development with React and Spring Boot. My name is Bhushan. In case if you're watching my videos very first time, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. I create a lot of videos on full stack development with React, Spring Boot, Mongodb, AWS, MySQL, Angular, Vue. If that sounds interesting, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Also like this video and comment on this video that where you are watching this video. In this video, we are going to create a complete Spotify clone project. We're going to create this using React in the front end, and back end we're going to use Spring Boot, and we're going to connect to the Mongodb database, and we're going to store the audio and album images into the Cloudinary storage. I will walk you through the step-by-step process how we can configure the Cloudinary and how we can store it on the cloud. And finally, we're going to deploy our application into the production server. The front end, we're going to deploy it into the Netlify, and the back end, we're going to deploy it into the render. The front end, we're going to create two different applications. One is for the end user, where he can log in and he can listen the songs. And another application is specifically for the admin, where admin can upload the songs and upload the images of the albums, and he can manage the complete Musify or the Spotify application. All right, first let's look at the quick demo of the application. This is the end user application or the website where he can log in and create the account and he can listen the songs. I have already created an account. Let's create one more account. Sign up here and enter the email address chetan@example.com. Enter the password, and we can also toggle this password on and off. Let's enter the confirm password. And clicking on this create account, this will create the account. Boom, you can see it creates the account and the user is logged into the application. And this is the dashboard where the user browse through the albums and songs. We have this featured charts as well as the today's biggest hits. Of course, you can create as many sections as you want and you can segregate it. And in the left hand side, we have this home and the search. And clicking on this, user can search the songs, search the albums. Okay, and these create playlist and browse podcast. These are just buttons which is not functional. Okay, of course you can add the functionality as well. And in the bottom we have this music player controls. Okay, and clicking on this home, we can able to see all of the albums and the songs. In the today's biggest hits, we can see the songs. Similarly, on the featured charts, we can see the albums. Okay, on clicking any one of this album, it is going to open up the album details page where we can able to see the complete songs details. Okay, right now we have only one song on this album, and you can see the total. Of course, these total number of songs and hours, all these are just the hard-coded data, but of course you can customize it. But for every individual song, you can see the song length and the when it is uploaded and album name and the album title as well as the image. We're going to display all these song details in a table format. And at the top, we have this logout button and the username, which is Chetan, and we have this button Explore Premium. Clicking on this action, we can navigate back to the previous state and we can browse through the other albums as well. And clicking on other albums, you can see a different background color. The admin can select the background color while uploading the album image and album details. And clicking any one of these songs, it is going to start playing the songs. Okay, let me increase the volume, and you can see we can also seek the seek bar. Okay, of course this is not working for now, but we can fix this. You can also select the other songs as well. It will start playing the song. We can skip the song, we can go to the next song, we can go back to the previous songs, and we can play, pause, the basic music player controls that we can handle it on this. And this is all about the user panel or the user section. User can also search for the songs. For example, he can search for the songs Tummile, and it will display the songs, the respective songs and the albums as well. Let's say Kabir Singh. You can see Kabir Singh that we are searched, and it is displayed here. So user can search the songs as well as the albums as well. Alright, now user can log out also. And now let's look at the admin panel. The admin panel is the more interesting one. Let's go to the admin panel. I have already created an account for the admin. Just log in it. admin@spotify.com. admin123. This will take few seconds. Boom. You can see the admin is logged in. And you can see at the top admin@spotify.com, and it will display the admin role, which is admin, and we have this logout button. And in the left hand side, we have these sections like add song, list songs, add album, list album. Okay, and we have this Musify logo. User can upload the song, upload the image. The admin can upload the song, upload the image, song name, description, album. Okay, so let's go to the album sections, add album. So let's add the new album. So select this. I want to upload this Jab We Met. Okay, so let's enter the album name, which is Jab We Met. Okay, and album description, Hindi romantic movie. We can select the background color. I'm going to just select this background color and click add. And you can see this loader, and boom, you can see album added. Now if you go to the list album, we should see the albums that we have added, which is Jab We Met, Hindi romantic movie, and this theme and this delete icon. Okay, user can also delete the album as well. Let's go to the list songs. Okay, we have a couple of songs right now. So let's go to the add song and let's add the new song. Click on this upload song, and I'm going to select the, let's say we have this, okay, Chaumeya. Okay, this is song from Ashiki. Okay, or we can also add Tum Hi Ho, anything. Okay, I'll just select this Tum Hi Ho and just select the Ashiki 2. Tum Hi Ho song name. So let's copy this and add it in the description. Ashiki 2, and I'll just click on this add. You can see the loader. Boom, you can see the song is added. Now let's go to the list songs. Scroll down. You can see Tum Hi Ho, Ashiki 2, the length of the song, and we have the delete option. Of course, we can delete the song as well. For example, I'm going to delete this Badtamiz Dil. Just delete this. Okay, you can see song is removed. You can see. Perfect. So this is all about the admin panel. I know there are a few things we need to improvise. For example, we need to add a proper loaders whenever the user action is performed. All that we can add it while we are developing this application. Alright, this is the entire application that we are going to build. We are going to deploy it to production server as well. We are going to deploy it to Netlify, the front-end application. The backend we are going to deploy it to Render. The backend we are going to use Spring Data JP, Spring Boot, and also we are going to use Spring Mongodb for the connecting to the databases, and we are going to use MongoDB database as well. And we are going to use Cloudinary for storing the images as well as the audio files. This is going to be an interesting and fun project. This project is not going to be a copy paste. I will teach each and every line that what I'm going to write. Make sure to follow this entire course, and I'm going to split this project into multiple parts so that you can watch this project as and when I upload a new videos. Take your time and try to complete this project and deploy it to production server. Once you deploy the application to production server, share the live URL with me or in the comment section of this video. I would like to see your projects as well. Make sure to like this video and comment on this video, and also comment it where you are watching this video. That's it. Now let's start with the development. Before we start the development, I would like to inform you a few things. This project is not a beginner friendly project. If you want to learn the basics of Spring Framework, I highly recommend you to check out my YouTube channel, which is Engineering Talks with Bhushan. On this section, you can find a video which is Learn to Build REST APIs with Spring Boot and JPA Full Course 2021 edition. This video is a long 5 hours video. In this video, I teach you about the basics of Spring Framework and how we can connect with the MySQL database and how we can use the data JPA. All the basics of Spring Framework you can learn from this video. If you want to watch this in a part by part, I have already created a separate playlist also. You can check out this playlist. Both the links will be given in the description section of this video. Make sure to check out these videos before proceeding this project. Next, you should be installed couple of softwares. The very first thing is you should be installed the Java. I have installed JDK 21. You can install the same version, but as long as if you have installed the Java 17 or the higher version, you can follow this complete video. In case if you want to install the Java JDK, you can head over to this URL. I drop a link in the description section of this video. Once you visit this URL, you will see this various options depending upon your operating system. Go ahead and install the one respective about your operating system. Next, you should be also install the MongoDB server. Go to this URL, which is mongodb.com, and self-managed community edition. The community edition is completely free. Go ahead and download this community version and install it. Once you install the server, we need to connect to that MongoDB server. For that, we need a GUI application. For that, we need the MongoDB Compass. You can download this MongoDB Compass from this URL. All the links will be given in the description section of this video. Just go ahead and download this MongoDB Compass and install it. Once you install this, you need to connect to the MongoDB server. I have already connected to the MongoDB server. You just need to create a new connection, and you can see I have already created the database also, which is Musify app. I believe that if you are a computer science student, you can easily create this database. Just clicking on this plus icon, you can create the database name and you can create the collection name. Just for now, create the collection name as test. I've just given the collection name as test. Just enter the collection name and create the database and you are good to go. Okay, once you have installed the MongoDB Compass, next we need the Node.js because we will be using the React in the front end, and for that we need the Node.js. So head over to this URL nodejs.org and install the latest version. At the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 22.18.0 and the latest version is 24.6.0, which is not the stable version. I recommend you to install the latest and stable version, which is 22.18.0, and installed it. Once you installed it, you can verify the npm version or the Node.js version by entering the command node-version. That will give you the node version as well as the npm version. For npm-version, that will give us the npm version. Once you install all these softwares, optionally you can install one more software, which is Git, because we want to deploy our application into render, and to deploy it to the render, we are going to use the GitHub. So to upload our application or the source code into the GitHub, we need the Git. That's why go ahead and download this Git as well in case if you have not installed. Just head over to this URL and click on this download source code and install it. The installation is pretty straightforward. Alright, I believe you have followed all these instructions before proceeding this project. Alright, now we can start the development. First, we need to create the starter projects. We need to create the backend starter project as well as the front-end starter project. For the backend, we are going to use the Spring Initializer, and for the front end, we are going to use the Wait to create the project. In my YouTube channel, I have already created so many videos and I have explained how you can create the Spring Boot starter project. First, let's head over to the website start.spring.io. On this website, we can enter the metadata details. For example, the project type is Maven, the language, programming language is Java, the Spring Boot version at the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 3.5.4. And we need to enter the group ID, artifact ID, and the project name, description, package name, all the details we can enter here. The group ID, I will enter in.bhushan sirgur. Feel free to change the package name, artifact ID, group ID as per your needs. The artifact ID, Musify API, and the package name, I will leave as it is as a default package, in.bhushansirgur.musify API. Of course, you can change the package name as well. The packaging, I'm going to select jar, and the Java version I have installed 21. I have selected it as 21. If you have installed 17, feel free to change the Java version as well. Next, we need to enter the dependencies. We are going to add the web dependency. Next, we are going to add the MongoDB, Spring Data MongoDB. Also, we will add Lombok. Later, we will add the Spring Security and JWT dependencies as well. For now, these three dependencies are enough to kickstart the development. Go ahead and click on this generate. This will download the project in a zip format. Extract this and open the folder inside the IntelliJ IDEA. You can use other IDEs as well, like Eclipse, STS, or even the Visual Studio Code. But I highly recommend you to use the IntelliJ IDEA. Alright, I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ IDEA. If you're opening for the very first time, this will take a few seconds or even few minutes to set up the project. Just wait for a few seconds, and once you are in the bottom, you can see all the dependencies are downloading. Once it is completed, then you can see the project structure. This is the typical Spring Boot project structure. If you open the pom.xml, you will see all the dependencies that we have added. We have this Java version 21 and the MongoDB dependency and the web dependency as well as the Lombok. Along with this, you will also notice one more dependency, which is the test dependency. This dependency is added by the Spring Initializer. You can delete this dependency. Once you remove this dependency, you can also delete this test file. Inside this test folder under the SRC, just delete this file. That's it, because we are not going to add any of the unit test cases in this video. And if you expand the SRC main Java, you will notice the base package. And also along with this, you will see the main class which contains the main method, right? Musify API application which contains the main method. And if you want to run the application, you can click on this. Before that, whenever you make any changes in this pom.xml, you will notice this icon, right? Synchronize Maven changes. Make sure to click on this. This will reload the Maven changes. Whenever you make any changes in this pom.xml, you need to reload the Maven changes. Okay, to run the application, you can click on this button. It will start the application. Before that, we need to configure the database. Inside this resources under the application or properties file, we need to add the database configurations as well. We are going to add that later because we need to create the front-end projects as well. Okay, let me minimize this and I'm going to close all of these files. Now let's create the front-end project. To create the front-end project, just open the terminal. We are going to create two projects, one for the admin panel and another one for the end user. So open the terminal and enter the command which is you need to enter npm create @latest. Hit enter and it will ask you to enter the project name. I'm going to enter the project name as Musify app. This application contains the music player where the user can browse through the albums and songs. We need to select the framework, select React and select the variant. We are going to use JavaScript, select the JavaScript and that's it. Now we can also create an admin panel project. npm create @latest. Hit enter and enter the project name Musify admin app. Enter the framework React and select the variant JavaScript. That's it. Now we have two projects is created. We need to install the dependencies. So first let's navigate to the Musify app. Musify. Let me scroll up, which is Musify app, right? Musify app. Now we are inside this Musify app. npm install. Okay, this will install all the dependencies. Just wait for a few seconds. Perfect. Now let's go out of this folder, which is Musify app. Now we are inside this folder, which is Musify YouTube. We will navigate to Musify admin app. Now let's install the dependencies. npm install. This will install the dependencies inside the admin project as well. All right. Now we have installed all these dependencies. Now let's open this project inside the IDE. First, let's open the admin panel. I'm going to open that inside the WebStorm. I will be using WebStorm for the front-end development. Of course, you can use the Visual Studio Code as well. All right, I have opened the project inside the WebStorm. Let me close this readme.md file. And next we need to install the couple of dependencies. Okay, so first let's open the terminal. Let me clear this. We need to install the tailwind-css. Navigate to the browser, search for Vite React Tailwind. Select the first link and we have already created the project. We just need to install the Tailwind CSS. So copy this command and along with this, we will also install the Axios and Lucid React for the icons, and also we will install the React Router DOM for routing, and also we will use the toast notifications for that React hot toast. These are the dependencies that we are going to install. Hit enter. This will take few seconds to install all these dependencies. Perfect. Now we have installed these dependencies. Next, we need to open the other project, which is the Musify end user application, and we need to also install the Tailwind and Axios and React Router DOM. Let's open the other project as well. All right, I have opened this project also. Let me close this readme.md file, and inside this basically we need to install the same kind of dependencies which we have already installed in other project. Let's open the terminal. We need to install the tailwind.css, Axios and React Router DOM. Basically npm install Axios and Lucid React for icons and React Router DOM, and go to the browser and copy these and paste it. Okay, and hit enter. This is going to install the dependencies. Next, we need to open the vt.config.js. Inside this, let's go back to our browser, copy this import statement, add the import statement, and also inside the plugins, let's call the tailwind-css and save this. Next, inside our app.css, let's add this import statement, go to the app.css, let's select everything and delete and add this import statement. Let's save this. And also inside the app.css, okay, this is actually app.css, which should have been added inside the index.css. Let's open the index.css, select everything and delete and add the import statement and save this. And inside the app.jsx, let's delete everything. I will use the functional component const app. Let's return the JSX app component, export this as a default component and save this and open the index.html. Let's get rid of this href and I'm going to change this title to Musify next generation music application, music app, okay, and save this. Next, open the, let's go to the public folder and remove this v.svg. Let me delete this. And also inside our assets, remove this react.svg and save this. Perfect. Next, go to the, we have to test whether the tailwind CSS is working or not. So to do that, inside our app.jsx, we can add few class names. If you go to the browser, scroll down, you can see we have these classes, text 3 extra large, font bold, underline. So just copy this and paste it and save this. Now we can start this application. So just open the terminal and enter the command npm run dev. This will start the development server on the port localhost 5173. Open the browser, navigate to localhost 5173. Boom, you can see we have this underline, font 3 extra large. The tailwind CSS styling is applied. Perfect. Now we need to add the same thing inside our admin panel as well. Let me minimize this. And inside our v.config.js, first of all, we need to add the import statement. Go to the browser, copy the same import statement and add the import statement, and inside the plugins, call tailwind CSS. Save this. Next, inside the app.css, select everything and delete. Also inside our index.css, select everything and delete. And also inside our app.jsx, first let me delete everything and I'm going to create a new functional component, const app return. We can return the JSX app component, export as a default component. Save this. We can add the class names, text 3 extra large. So let me verify it. This is going to be text 3 extra large, font bold, underline, and save this. Now we need to import this tailwind CSS inside our index.css. Open the index.css. Let's add this and save this. Also, let's open the public folder and remove this v.svg. Delete anyway. And also inside the assets, let's delete this react.svg also. And open the index.html. Let me change the title. Musify admin panel. And I'm going to remove this href, which is referencing to the image. Let's save this. Now let's start this application also. Open the terminal, npm run dev. This will start on the other port 5174. Open the browser, open a new tab and navigate to localhost 5174 and boom, you can see the text app component and the tailwind CSS styling is applied. Now all the starter project is ready, the backend, the front end for admin panel and the front end for end user. Now we can start the actual development. we will start with the backend development to create the APIs for admin panel. Then we can move on to the front-end application to design the end user panel. Okay, I have opened the IntelliJ IDEA. First, we need to configure the MongoDB database. We have already installed the MongoDB server, and also we have installed the MongoDB Compass. We also created the database as well. We need to configure it inside our application.properties file. Open the project explorer, and inside the src main java resources, you should see this application.properties file. Open this. We have seen this default property, the application name. Just remove this. We need to add the MongoDB configuration. I'm going to just add the comments, MongoDB configuration. We're going to add a single property, which is spring.data.mongodb.uri is equal to, we need to provide the URL, which is mongodb:// localhost 27017. This is the default port that the MongoDB server will be running. / we need to provide the database name. If I open the MongoDB Compass, you should see this database name, which is Musify app, right? This is the database that we have created. Okay, now we have configured the data source. Next, we need to configure the Cloudinary configuration. So I'm going to just add the comment, which is because we need to store the album images as well as the audio files. So we're going to use the Cloudinary. Of course, you can use AWS, S3 bucket, you can use Azure Blob, you can use GCP also, but I will be using Cloudinary. Cloudinary configuration. We're going to add the Cloudinary cloud name and the API key and the secret key. First, we need to set up the Cloudinary. Open the browser and log into the Cloudinary. I have already created an account. Just create the account and log into your Cloudinary account. Once you logged in, you will go to this home, and if you go to this dashboard, you will see this cloud name. Make sure to copy this cloud name. We need this cloud name. And also, if you click on this go to API keys, it will take us to the settings and the API keys section. On this, we have this API key as well as the secret key. Make sure to copy this API key as well as this secret key, because we need these informations to add it in our application.properties file. I have already copied all of these informations. So go back to our application.properties file and let's add the properties, which is Cloudinary.cloud name. We need to provide the cloud name. Also Cloudinary.api key. We need to provide the API key, and Cloudinary API secret key. Okay, secret key. Make sure to add these informations. The cloud name, you will get it at the top. The cloud name. Make sure to copy this and paste it here. Similarly, we have the API key. Just copy this API key and paste it here. And also we have this API secret key. Just click on this eye icon. It will ask you to enter the OTP. It will send an OTP to a registered email address. Once you enter the OTP, it will reveal the API secret key. Just add the API secret key in this. I'm going to add it later. Once you add this, let's close this file. Next, we need to create the controllers. Let's quickly create a root controller. Inside the base package, I'm going to create a new package, which is controller. Under this controller package, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this root controller. Let's expand this, and first of all, we need to add the annotation REST controller. Once we add this annotation to the class level, then this class becomes the REST controller. So that whatever the methods that we are going to write in this class, that will be act as a web request, that will be act as a endpoints. And also I'm going to add the one more annotation, which is request mapping. We can provide the URI, which is /API/health. Inside this, just create a method public. This is going to return string and health check. This is the method name. And this is going to be a HTTP GET request. We can use the shorthand annotation, which is get mapping. Inside this, I'm going to return the string, which is API working. and save this. Now, if we make a HTTP request to this URI, which is our application is running on the port localhost 8080/API/health, then if that is a HTTP GET request, then this method will be executed and we can able to see the message API working. We can test this. Let me start the application. So to start the application, you can go to the main class, which is Musify API application, and you can see this icon on this main method. You can see this icon, the play icon. Just click on this and you can run this or you can debug this. I'm going to debug this. 99% of the time when I'm developing, I always run the application in the debug mode. You can see the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let me minimize this. Now open the browser and open a new tab and go to localhost 8080/API/health. Hit enter. We should see the message API working. Perfect. So now our API endpoint is ready, which is the root controller API. This API is going to use whenever we deploy the application to the production server. We can hit this API endpoint and we can verify whether the application is running or not. That is the reason we have created this health check API. In every enterprise application, there will be one or the other endpoint which will be used to verify whether the application is running or not. Okay, now we have created this root controller. Let me close this. Now we can create the other controllers. First, let's create the entities. Inside the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this document. Inside this, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this album. Let's expand this and also I'm going to increase the font size. First of all, let's add the annotation document and we can add the collection name. I will call this albums. Let's add the logbok annotations, data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Let's add the fields, private, string, ID, and I'll mark this as an ID annotation. Also, I'm going to add the JSON property, which is _ID. We can access this property values using this name, which is _ID. That is why we have added this JSON property. Let's also add the other fields, private, string name, which is nothing but the album name, private, string description, private, string background color, private, string image or image URL. Okay, so I can just keep it as image URL. Okay, this is fine. So let's save this. Okay, now we have created this album document, which is nothing but the Mongo document, and we have added the properties, ID, name, description, background color, and image URL. And we have added for the ID property, we have added the ID annotation to mark this field as a primary key type. And also we have added the JSON property _ID, so that anytime if I wanted to access the ID values, we can access it using the _ID. Let's save this. Next, we can create the DTO and we can create the service and we can create the controllers. Let me open the Project Explorer. Under the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this DTO, which is nothing but the data transfer objects. Inside this, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this album list response. Let's expand this and I'm going to increase the font. Inside this, I'm going to add the fields, private, boolean, success, private. This is going to contains the list of album, so album, and I'm going to call this albums. So let's import this list and we can add the annotation, data, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. So let's save this. Alright, now we have created this DTO object. Next, we need to create the service. So we can create a new service package, open the project explorer, under the base package, create a new package. We can call this service. So let's inside this service package, I'm going to create a new Java class. It is going to be album service. So let me expand this and I'm going to increase the font. So inside this album service, basically we are going to create the methods. So first of all, I'm going to add the annotation service to mark this class as a service. Whenever we make this class as a service, when we add this annotation @service, then Spring Framework will automatically create an object for this class whenever the application starts. And we can, once the object is created, the bean will be available to inject for the other classes or other beans. It will be available in this Spring context. Also, I'm going to add the required arch constructor. Inside this, we need to auto-wire the repository. So for that, we need to create the repository as well. So let's open the project explorer and under the base package, create a new package. Let's call this repository. And inside this repository package, create a new interface. It is going to be album repository. And this is going to extend the Mongo repository. For this Mongo repository, we need to specify the document type, which is album, and the primary key type, which is string. Let's save this. Okay, now we have this album repository. Now we can inject the album repository inside this album service. Private final album repository. We can call this album repository, right? And inside this album service, we are going to create a new method. So let me expand this. And inside this, basically, I'm going to create a method which is public. This is going to return album. We can call this add album. And this is going to take a few parameters, which is name, description, background color, and multi-part file. I'm going to call this image file. So instead of passing all these parameters individually with a comma separated, what we can do is we can just pass it in an object. Okay, we can create a class and we can pass the entire object. So let's open the project explorer and inside this DTO package, create a new Java class. This is going to be album request. Inside this, we can add all of these properties or the fields. So let me bring all of this to the individual lines. Okay, so we can import the multi-part file. Let me add the keyword private. This is going to be private. Let's paste it and save this. So let me add the semicolon. I will also add private string ID. Let's save this and let's add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. So let's save this. Now inside the album service, we can directly accept the album request, right? And save this. Inside this album request, what we need to do is we need the Cloudinary object to upload into the Cloudinary storage. So I'm going to inject the Cloudinary as well. So first of all, we need to add the Cloudinary dependency into our pom.xml. Okay, so let's open the pom.xml. Inside this, we need to add the Cloudinary dependency. I have already copied the dependency to the clipboard. I'll just paste it here. You can find this dependency on their official documentation. I know this dependency, I'm directly adding it, but if you want to find this dependency, just find this dependency on their official documentation page and you will find this dependency. So I'm going to, whenever we add the dependency into our pom.xml, we have to reload the Maven changes. So I'm going to just click on this synchronize Maven changes. This will download all the necessary dependency into the class path. And now we can make use of this APIs, the Cloudinary APIs, we can make use of it. Let me close this pond.xml, and inside this album service, so let's inject the Cloudinary storage. Okay, so private final Cloudinary. I'm going to call this Cloudinary. Okay, so let's import this. Perfect. And if you scroll down, you can see, scroll up, we are importing it from the com.cloudinary.cloudinary, right? Now inside this, basically what we need to do is we need to make use of this Cloudinary to call the function uploader. And on this, we can call the method upload. And to this, we need to pass the image. Okay. And the image, we will get it from this request object. Request.getImageFile.getBytes. We need to convert this into a bytes. Next, let's make use of the object utils dot as map, and we need to pass the resource underscore type. It is going to be image, right? And this is going to throw an exception. Just add the exception at the method signature. We are adding this IO exception to the method signature, and this is going to return the map. So map of string and object. I can call this image upload result. Let me import this map. Okay. Next, I'm going to create the object, which is album object. So for that, we can make use of the builder pattern, album.builder, and we can set the name request.getName. Next, description, request.getDescription, background color, request.background color, and image URL. So how do we get the image URL? We will get the image URL from this image upload result. Whenever we upload the image into the Cloudinary, it is going to return the response. The response will be stored in a key value pairs in this map object, and this map object contains the property which is secure URL. So let's make use of this image upload result dot get. We're going to pass the key which is secure URL, and this is going to return an object, and I'm going to convert this into a string, and I will call this build method. This is going to give us the album object, album, new album, right? Once we get this new album, we can save this. So album repository dot save, we can pass this new album, and I can directly return this, save this. So now we have this add album method is available. We can call this method inside our controller. Before we create the controller, I would like to show you the Cloudinary documentation. Let's open the browser and search for Cloudinary Java and select the first link, Java SDK from Cloudinary. I'm going to open this in a new tab, and if you scroll down, you will see this in the left hand side. You will see this backend SDKs. We have Node, Python, PHP, Java, Ruby, .NET, Go, Dart, variety of programming languages that supports. Okay, and if you scroll down, you will see this the example transformations, image transformations, and also you will see that we have passed the resource type. If you are working with a video, you can provide the type as video, image. Okay, bunch of documentation is available, and if you scroll down, you will see this dependency, the same dependency that we have added. I think we have added the HTTP 4. The latest version is HTTP 5. Feel free to change the dependencies. And if you scroll down, you will also see the Cloudinary URL, and scroll down, you will see the working example as well. And if I go to this image transformations, Java image transformations, click on this, and if you scroll down, and if you keep scrolling down, you will see the response object. scroll down. Okay, I think go to the introduction and go to the quick start. Okay, you can see the dependency here in the pom.xml that you can add. And also I'm looking for the response, so you can make use of the response. Okay, scroll down. You can see whenever we upload the image, you can see Java image and video upload. Whenever we upload the image or video into the Cloudinary, then we will get this response from the Cloudinary. Inside this object, we have this secure URL. This is the URL that we are going to use it. And this will contains the location of the image or the video. This is an exact property that we are grabbed from the response object. This entire response, we're going to store it in a map with a key value page, and then we're going to get the key, which is secure URL. This will give us the location where the image or file is uploaded. Perfect. So you can read this documentation on this URL. I'll drop a link in the description section of this video. You can also search on the Google Java Cloudinary and you will land on this page, and you can go through these sections and you can read the documentation. These documentations are self-explanatory and they have provided a bunch of examples to work with. All right, so back to our development. Before we create the controller and call this add album method, let's create the Cloudinary configuration class so that we can load the API key, cloud name, and secret key from the application or properties file, and we can create the Cloudinary bin. So open the project explorer, and I have already created a new package inside this space package. Under this config, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this Cloudinary config. So let me expand this and I'm going to increase the font. So I'm going to mark this class as configuration class. So @configuration, and I'm going to load the properties from the application or properties file. Private string cloud name, private string API key, private string API secret. We can add the value annotation from the Spring framework, and we can provide the property names, which is cloudinary.cloud-name. Make sure these properties should be present inside your application or properties file. So if I open the application or properties file, you can see we have these properties like Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary API secret. So I'm going to just copy this. I don't want to made a mistakes. So just copy this and paste it. Similarly, let's copy this value annotation and add it to the API key as well, and go to the application or properties file, copy this and paste it, and let's copy the same value annotation, and for the secret key also let's add this, and you can copy this API secret and paste it. Perfect. Now we are loaded all these cloud name, API key and API secret inside our Cloudinary config. We can create a bean public, and this is going to return Cloudinary. Let's call this Cloudinary. Let's mark the annotation bean. This is going to return a new Cloudinary. To this we need to pass few things. So let's make use of the object utils dot as map, and we can pass the key value pairs, the cloud name, cloud underscore name, cloud name. Similarly, we can pass the API key as well, API underscore key, API key, also API secret, API underscore secret, which is API secret. Perfect. Save this. So now we have this Cloudinary config configuration class. Now we can create a bean for this Cloudinary. Okay, I mean, like, we already created the bean. Now we can make use of this bean to call the Cloudinary API methods. Let's open the project explorer, and inside the controller package create a new class. I'm going to call this album controller. Let me expand this, and also I'm going to increase the font. First of all, I will mark this class as a REST controller. I will also add the request mapping. I will add the URI path /API/albums. I will also add the required args constructor. And inside this, we are going to inject the service, which is private final album service. Let's create a method public. This is going to return response entity, add album. This is the method name. I'm going to add the this is going to be a HTTP post request, so we can use the shorthand annotation, which is post mapping. Inside this, first of all, this is going to accept the request part. So add the request part. I'm going to call this request, and let's call this string request part, and then we can make use of the one more part, which is file part. This is going to be a multi-part file, and let's make this as file. Inside this, I will just add the try catch block. Inside the try block, first of all, we need to convert this string into an object. So let's make use of the object mapper, new object mapper. Now we can make use of the object mapper dot read value, and to this we need to pass the string, which is the request, and we are going to convert that into a album request dot class, and we are going to store that in a variable album request. Once we get the album request, now we can make use of the service method. So before that, we also need to set this multi-part file for this album request. So album request dot set multi. Let me set the image file. So let's pass this file, and we can make use of the response entity dot status, HTTP status dot created dot body. We can make use of the service album service dot add album, and to this we can pass the album request. So this album request now contains the data as well as the image file, and I can return this in case of any exceptions. So I'm going to return the response entity of bad request dot body e dot get message, and I can return this, right, and save this. Now we can test this endpoint. So first of all, I'm going to stop the server, and I will restart this. Let's go to the Postman. Let me minimize this. Go to the Postman. I have already created this collection Musify API. So click on this add request. Since this is a HTTP post request, I'm going to make this as add album, and this is going to be post request. So the URI localhost. Okay, let me add this localhost 8080/API/albums. This is the endpoint, and save this. Now select the body and go to the form data. We need to pass the request part. One is request and another one is file. So if I go to the controller, you can see the request part name is request and another request part name is file. These two things we need to pass it in the form data. Okay, the first one is of text type and the second one type is file type. So the text type, we need to pass the JSON data in the string format. Okay, I'm going to just paste it here. You can see the name, the album name is Tummile, the description Hindi romantic movie, and the background color I'm just adding the empty string. And next we need to select the file. So I'll just select the file Tummile. Okay, this is the movie, and that's it. Now let's verify whether the application is running or not. Okay, the application is running. Let me open the console so that we can see any errors if any error occurred. And I'm going to just click on this send. You can see now we get the response 201 created. The name, Tummile, description, and the background color, and the image URL, and the ID. Okay, so first let's verify it in the database. Let's go to the database. I'm going to just refresh this. You can see a new albums collection is created. Clicking on this, you can see a new document is created. Okay, we can copy this URL, the image URL, copy this and go to the browser and open a new tab and check this. You can see the album image that we have uploaded. It is available on this URL, and this URL we are storing it inside the MongoDB database. Perfect. Our add album API is working as expected. We can also add one more album. So I'm going to just add the name, which is Jab We Met, Hindi romantic movie, and let's select the new image. Okay, we have this Jab We Met. Click open, and I'm going to click on this send. You can see another movie or another album is created with a new image URL, right? And if I go to the browser, if I go to the MongoDB database, reload this, you can see now we have another document, which is Jab We Met. Awesome. So our add album API endpoint is working as expected. Now we can create the other endpoints, which is listing all the albums and deleting the album. Let's open the album service. Let's minimize this and go to the album service and create a new method, public. This is going to return list of albums. I'm going to call this get all albums. Inside this, let's make use of the album repository to call the find all method, and this is going to return the list of album. But instead of returning the list of albums, what I can do is I can make use of the album list response, and here what I will do is I'm going to make use of the stream API, stream dot, I'm going to basically what I will do is I'm going to just map it to the let me map, or even what I will do is, so let's get rid of this. I can just make use of the new album list response, and to this we can pass the very first parameter is the boolean value, which is true, and we can make use of the album repository dot find all. Okay, and I can directly return this, right, and save this. Similarly, let's create a one more method to remove the album, public. This is going to return boolean. I can call this remove album. This is going to accept the album ID, so which is nothing but the ID, and we can make use of the album repository dot find by ID, and to this we can pass the ID. Okay, and this is going to, this find by ID is going to return optional, so we can make use of, or else throw, we can pass the supplier, and I'm going to make use of the lambda expression new runtime exception album not found. Okay, and if the album found, so I'm going to make use of the variable album existing album. Okay, once we get the existing album, we can make use of the album repository to call the method delete, and to this we can pass the existing album. Perfect. And after this we can return true, right, and save this. Next, what I will do is we need to call this remove album method and get all albums inside our controller. Let's open the album controller and create a new methods to remove the album, also to get all the albums. Public, this is going to return response entity list albums. This is going to be a HTTP GET request, so let's use the shorthand annotation, which is get mapping. And inside this, we can make use of the try catch block. We can make use of the album service and call the method get all albums. This is going to return, basically this is going to return list response. So for that, first of all, this is going to return the response entity, but this is going to return album list response. So for that, I will make use of the response entity dot OK. Okay, this will return the response entity with the status code 200. In case of any exceptions, I can just return response entity dot OK, or I'll just add, okay, let's make this as status 200, but I will make use of the new album list response, and the success I'll set this to false and null. Okay, the response I'll set this to, the albums I'm set this to null in case of any exceptions. Similarly, we can also create the one more endpoint to remove the album. Public response entity remove album. This is going to be HTTP delete mapping. Okay, and to this we can pass the request body, or we can even pass the delete mapping slash ID as a path variable. So let's make use of the path variable string ID, and inside this let's add the try catch block. Inside the catch block we can handle the exception. So inside the try block we can make use of the album service to call the remove album, and to this we can pass the ID, and once we deleted, we will get the boolean value which is true or false, right? So I'm going to call this boolean removed, and I can check for the condition. If it is removed is true, if the removed is true, then I can return a response entity dot OK, and I can send the message that is, or we can just add the status which is HTTP status. Oops, this is going to be HTTP status dot no content build. Okay, in case if the removed is true, else we can send it as a bad request. Return response entity dot bad request dot build. Okay, and also we can return the response entity in case of any errors. Return response entity dot status HTTP status dot internal server error, and we can call the build method, or we can even make use of the body e.get message, right? Save this. All right, all the endpoints is ready, which is deleting the album and retrieving the albums and adding the album. We have already tested the adding a new album. Let's test for retrieving the albums and deleting the albums. Let me save this. I'm going to stop the server. Let's restart this. Okay, the Tomcat is started. Let's open the Postman, and I'm going to just duplicate this, and this is going to be, let me change this to read albums /API/albums, and this is going to be a HTTP GET request, and save this. And now I'm going to click on this send request. Boom, you can see now we get the response success is true, and we have the two albums. One is the name Tummile and the name Jab We Met. Okay, now we can able to see the response, right? Okay, now let's also create a one more endpoint. Let's test the one more endpoint, which is remove the album. I'm going to just duplicate this, and this is going to be a HTTP delete request /albums/id we need to pass. This is going to be delete album. Delete. We can pass the album ID, go to the read albums. So I'm going to just select the Tummile ID. So copy this ID, paste it, and save this. And now I'm going to click this send request. Boom, you can see 204 no content. Now go back to our read albums and now reload this. We should see a single album, which is Jab We Met. Perfect. And I'm going to just copy the one more ID and copy this and paste it. I'll just remove few characters from the ID, and I'm going to click on this send. Okay, boom, you can see 500 internal server, album not found. Awesome. So our API endpoint is working as expected. The add album API and the read albums and delete album. Perfect. Next, we can create the API endpoints to add the song, delete the song, and list the songs. Now we can create a new document for song. Let's open the Project Explorer. Let me minimize this. Under this document package, create a new class. It is going to be song. Let me expand this, and I will also increase the font. First of all, I'm going to add the necessary fields. Private string ID. Let's add the ID annotation and JSON property. It is going to be _ID. We can also add a few more fields. Private string name, which is nothing but the song name. Private string description. Private string album name. Private string image. Private string file. Private string duration, right? This is going to be duration. Okay, we will also add the annotation, which is document annotation. Let's add the collection name. It is going to be songs. Let's add the all args constructor, no args constructor, data annotation, and builder annotation. Okay, we have added all these annotations and the properties. This image is nothing but the image URL, and this file is nothing but the file URL or the MP3, the audio file, and this duration is nothing but the length of the song. Let's save this. Okay, now we have created this document object. We can create the DTO object also. Let's open the Project Explorer, and under this DTO package, create a new Java class. It is going to be song list response. Let's expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. Let's add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. Let's add the fields. Private, boolean, success. Private, this is going to return a list of song. I can call this songs. Okay, let me import this list and save this. Now we can create the request object also. Open the Project Explorer, and in the DTO song request, we can add the necessary annotations. At the top, I will add data, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. And first of all, we need to add the fields. Private string name. I will also add private string ID, the song ID, private string description, private string album, private multi-part file. I can call this audio file, and private multi-part file it is going to be image file. So these are the fields that we will be adding inside this song request. Of course, we can later add few more properties as well, like maybe created at, updated at, all those things we can add based upon the requirements. Let's save this. Now we can create the song service class. Open the project explorer. Before that, we also need to create the repository. Go to the repository package and create a new interface. It is going to be song repository. Let me expand this. This is going to extend the Mongo repository. The document type is song and primary key type is string. That's it. Now let's save this. Now our song repository is ready. We can create the service class. Inside the service package, create a new Java class. It is going to be song service. Let's expand this and increase the font. And at the top, I will add the service annotation and required args constructor. Let's inject the repository, private final song repository. I will also inject the Cloudinary, private final Cloudinary, right? Now we can create a method public. This is going to return song, and I will call this add song. To this we can pass the song request. I can call this request. Inside this we can write a logic to upload the files into the Cloudinary. Make use of the Cloudinary.uploader.upload. To this, first we will upload the audio file. Let's make use of the request.get audio file .get bytes. And the second parameter, we need to pass the object utils dot as a map. We need to specify the type, the resource type. Okay, resource underscore type. I'm going to specify it as video file, not the audio file. Just specify it as video file because there is no specific audio file. In the future, if you try to upload the video also, that should work. Okay, so we are specifying it as a video file, and this is going to return the response in an key value pairs. So I'm going to make use of the map of type string and object. Let's call this audio upload result. Let's import the map. Perfect. And we get this exception. I will add the throws in the method signature. Perfect. Now similarly we can also upload the audio file. So let's make use of the cloudinary.uploader.upload request.getImage file.get bytes object utils dot as a map, the resource type underscore type. It is going to be an image type. This is going to return again the map. So map object, it is going to be image upload result. And once we get these two objects, we can get the secure URL from these responses. Before that, we need to calculate the audio file length, how long the audio file is present. I mean, like the length of the song that we need to calculate. So that we will get it from this audio upload result itself. So what I will do is I'm going to make use of the audio upload result dot get. We need to pass the key, which is duration. Okay, if it is an audio file or the video file, we get the duration. So that duration, we are going to convert it into double. So to convert it into a double, let me make use of the typecasting double, right? And I can store that in a variable double duration in seconds. Okay, and next we can convert that duration into actual duration. Okay, so for that we can create a private method like format duration. To this we can pass the duration seconds. This will give us the string. Okay, string back. I can call this duration. Now we need to create this private method. I will just create this method at the very end. Private string format duration. This will accept the double duration in seconds. Inside this, first of all, I will add the condition if duration seconds is equal to null, return 0:00. Okay, basically the 0 seconds. Okay, if it is duration seconds is contains some value, I'm going to divide it with 60 and I can convert it into an integer. Okay, and I'm going to store that in a variable int minutes. Similarly, we also need to calculate the seconds. So for that, we will take the duration seconds percentage 60. I'm going to typecast into an integer. This will give us the seconds. Once we get this, now we can format this. Return string dot format. We can make use of the percentage t colon percentage 02. Okay, in decimals number I'm going to specify digits basically, and I'm going to pass the minutes and seconds. Okay, basically I'm going to format it in this format. Okay, perfect. Now we have this private method is ready and we are calling this method at the top, right? After this, what we need to do is we need to create the object, the song object, so that we can store it in the repository. We can use the builder pattern song.builder, and we can add the song name, request.get name, description, request.get description. Similarly, album, request.get album. Next, image. We can set the image, basically image upload result dot get secure URL. I will convert this into a toString. Next, audio file. So file audio upload result dot get secure URL toString. And duration, we get the duration at the top, and I can call the build method. So this will give us the new song. I can store that in a variable song new song. I can make use of the song repository dot save, and new song I will pass it. And finally, I'm going to return this. Let's save this. All right, now our add song is ready. We can call this method inside our controller. Open the project explorer, and under this controller package, create a new class which is going to be song controller. Let me expand this, and also I'm going to increase the font. So first of all, I will add the REST controller annotation and request mapping annotation. I can add /API/songs, and I will also add the request required args constructor. So I can inject the song service, private final song service, and we can add the method public. This is going to return response entity add song. We can make this as HTTP post request, so we can make use of the post mapping annotation. Let's make use of the @request part. It's going to be request string, and one more request part. It's going to be audio multi-part file, audio file. Similarly, the video file. Request part. It's going to be we can make this image multi-part file, image file. Okay, let's save this. Now inside this, first of all, let's add the try catch block. Inside this, first of all, we need to convert this request string into an object. Object mapper is equal to new object mapper let's make use of the object mapper dot read value. We need to pass the string, which is request string. We can convert this into a song request dot class. This will gives us the song request back, song request. And once we get this song request, to this we can attach the album and the audio file and the image file. The image file, which is nothing but the image file that we are receiving, and song request dot set audio file, which is nothing but the audio file. Now we have set both the things. Now we need to call the service method song service dot add song, and to this we can pass the song request. This will gives us the song back. Okay, I mean like the song object as back as a response. So what I will do is I'm going to make use of the return response entity dot created, or I can add status http status dot created, and body we can pass the song service dot add song, and to this we can pass the song request. I can remove this line, save this, and inside the catch block, return response entity dot bad request dot body exception dot get message. Save this. Perfect. Now our endpoint is ready. We can test this endpoint. Let me stop the server and I will restart this. We need to pass these three things like request, audio, image in the postman. So let me clear the console and minimize this. Open the postman and just duplicate this add album request, and it's going to be add song, and this is going to be /API/songs, and go to the body and select form data, and let's paste this. We need the song name, let's say Ilahi Mera. Okay, I'm going to just add the song Ilahi, and the description Ilahi, and the album name, which is Hey Jawani and Hey Diwani, right? Hey Jawani, Hey Diwani, right? Or let me also, this is request, and we need to also add the audio file. So the request part, it is going to be audio, and we have this image. These two are file types. And audio file, I will just select the album, which is Ilahi open, and image also, let me select the image, which is Hey Jawani and Hey Diwani, right? So we have this album song. Okay, I'm going to first of all, the application is running on the background. Now I'm going to just click on this send. Okay, 413 request entity is too large. Okay, we need to basically set the type of the size. Okay, basically the multi-part file we need to set in our application.properties file. So let me open the application.properties file, and inside this I'm going to add the configurations for file upload. Okay, so let me add the file upload configuration. Basically spring.servlet.multipart.maximum file size, which is going to be 50 MB. Spring.servlet.multipart maximum request size, I'll set this to 50 MB. So with this, let me stop the server. I'm just setting the maximum multipart file sizes for per request as well as the total maximum file. I'm going to just restart this application. We are getting some exception, binding target, auto configuration value provided, denotations, prefix. Okay, looks like we have made mistake. Here it's going to be spring dot servlet dot multipart dot maximum file size. This is going to be, and this is going to be maximum request size. Okay, make sure to type it correctly, otherwise this will throw an exception like this, right? I'm going to restart this application again. Okay, now the Tomcat is started. Now if I go to the Postman and I'm going to click on this send, this will take few minutes depending upon the internet speed, and it should create the resource. Boom, you can see the name, description, album, image, and the file. So the file is MP3 file and the JPEG file, and the duration 323, and we got the ID. We can verify it in the database. Let's go to the Mongodb and just reload this and go to the songs. You can see now a new resource, new document has been created. Let's try for one more song. Okay, we can also see the status code 201 created, and I'll just change this to it's going to be Tum Mile title song. The album name, it is going to be Tum Mile, right? And the song I'm going to select. Let's go to the albums. Okay, Tum Mile, open, and the file I'm going to select Tum Mile. Okay, click open, and I'm going to just click on this send. Wait for a few seconds. We should get the response back. Perfect, 201 created, Tum Mile. If you open the MongoDB collection, reload this, you can see a song has been uploaded as well as the image. Okay, perfect, which means our add song API endpoint is working as expected. Similarly, we have to create two more endpoints, which is a delete song and read all the songs. Let's create that. Let's open the project and let's go to the service, which is song service, and create two more methods. One is for removing the song and reading the songs. Public, this is going to return list of song, or we can already created a new custom class, the DTO class, which is song list response get all songs. Inside this, we can make use of the song repository to call the method find all, and once we get the response, what I'll do is I'm going to just return new song list response, and to this we need to pass the boolean value, which is success is true, and the list. Okay, song repository dot find all. Perfect. And I will also create one more method, public boolean remove song, and this is going to take the song ID as a parameter, and inside this we can make use of the song repository dot find by ID. We can pass the ID. In case of if the song is not found, we can throw an exception, or else we can pass the supplier using the lambda expression, new runtime exception, song not found, and song, I can call this existing song. Once we get this song, we can now delete it. So to do that, we can make use of the song repository dot delete, and to this we can pass the existing song. This will delete the song, and I can return the boolean value true. Now we can call these methods inside the controller. Open the song controller. I can create a method, public, and this is going to return the response entity, list songs. It's going to be get mapping, and inside this let's make use of the try catch block exception, and inside this inside the try catch block, song service dot get all songs. This is going to give us the songs list of, or but this is not going to return a list of songs. So basically what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the return response entity dot okay, and we can make use of the service, which is song service dot get all songs. Perfect. In case of any exceptions, return response entity dot okay and new song least response. I can set the success to false and I'm going to pass the value null. Alright, similarly let's create one more method to delete the song. Public, this is going to return response entity. I can call this remove song. Let's make use of the delete mapping annotation and we can use the path variable. Let's use the path variable. We can bind it to string id, right? And inside this try catch block, inside the try block, first of all, I need to make use of the song service to call the method remove song, and to this we can pass the id. This is going to give us boolean removed, and if the removed is true, we can return the response entity dot okay, and or we can do status. Let me do one thing. Instead of the response entity dot no content, build. Similarly, if the removed is not true, return response entity dot we can make use of the bad request dot build. Okay, in case of exception, we can return response entity dot status http status dot internal server error. We can call the body exception dot get message. Perfect. Let's save this. Now our all the endpoints is ready. The deleting the song and getting the list of songs and adding a song. We can test these API endpoints in our Postman. Okay, first of all, let me stop the server and I will restart this so that the application will be restarted. Since we have made a lot of changes, let me minimize this and go to the Postman. The read albums, I'm going to duplicate this. It's going to be read songs /API/songs. And now let me save this and just click on this send. We should see the two songs, which is the Ilahi from the Hey Jawani Hai Diwani and Tumile from the movie Tumile, right? Perfect. Now what I will do is I'm going to test the other endpoint, deleting the album. So not deleting the album, deleting the song. So I'm going to duplicate this delete album endpoint. It's going to be delete song. We need to pass the /songs/song ID. Let's go to the read songs. I'm going to get this Ilahi song ID. Copy this, paste it. Okay, and save this. And I'm going to click on this send. You can see 204 no content. If I go to the read songs, click send, you can see right now we have only single song. Okay, I'm going to just copy this ID and I'll paste it and I'll just remove few characters, click send. We get this 500 internal server song not found. Perfect. Our 6 API endpoints is working as expected, adding an album, adding a song, read albums, read songs, delete album and delete song. All these 6 API endpoints are working as expected. Now we can start adding the authorization and authentication. The Spring Security we can add to our API endpoints. Okay, now we can start adding Spring Security to our application. We will go with the baby steps so that you will understand what exactly happening with the Spring Security. The very first step is we need to add the Spring Security dependency into our application. Along with the Spring Security, we are going to add a few more dependencies which are related to JWT. Okay, let's open the Project Explorer and we can open the pom.xml. Inside this, we will add the Spring Security dependency. I will just copy this dependency, the web dependency, and I will paste it. So we can change from web to security. Okay, so far we have added the security dependency, the Spring Security dependency. Along with this, as I said before, we are going to add the few more dependencies that are related to the JWT. I'll just paste those dependencies. So these are the 3 dependencies that we will be using for validating the JWT and generating the JWT. Okay, make sure to add these dependencies. Okay, just pause the video and note it down, these 3 dependencies, and add it. Once you add all these dependencies, just click on this icon, which is synchronize Maven changes. It is going to download all these dependencies and add it to the class path. Okay, now it is downloaded all these dependencies. Let's close this pom.xml file. So once we added the Spring Security dependency into our application, what will happen is behind the scenes, all of the REST endpoints become protected. So far we were accessing all the API endpoints, right? So now since we have added the Spring Security dependency, all of the API endpoints becomes the protective. We cannot able to access any of the API endpoints. Let me show you. I'm going to start the application and you can see the changes. Okay, you will also notice one more thing. The Spring Security has generated this password, which is nothing but the UUID, which is nothing but the alphanumerical characters. This is our default password. Okay, in order to access those API endpoints, we need to use this password. Okay, and also make sure to note it down that this is generated password is only for the development use. We should never use it for production. We have to change the configuration. We can talk about that configuring changes later, but for now, let's try to access any of the endpoints and see what will happen. Let's go to the browser and we have this localhost 8080/API/health, right? I'm going to reload this endpoint and see what will happen. Boom, you can see now we get this login form. We haven't created this login form, right? But Spring Security has created this login form for us. Okay, since we have added the Spring Security dependency and it protected all of the API endpoints, whenever we try to access any of the API endpoints, we get this login form. Okay, you can also try this in Postman. We will get the 403 forbidden. Okay, let's go back to our Postman and I'm going to open a new tab. Okay, or I'll just duplicate this endpoint. Okay, and this is going to be a health check API endpoint, right? Health check, and I will add /API/health. Okay, looks like this is the API endpoint. Let's verify this. Let's go to the root controller /API/health. Now when I try to access this endpoint, boom, you can see we get this 401 unauthorized. We are not authorized to access this API endpoint. Not only this, you can check for read songs. Okay, when I click on this send, we get this 401 unauthorized. In order to access these API endpoints, we have to use the password which is generated in the console. Okay, let's take this password, okay, and go to the browser, and the username, the default username is user, and the password is the one which is generated in the console. I'll just paste that password and click sign in. Boom, now we can able to access these API endpoints, right? And now if I go to the Postman and if I go to the authorization, there is a basic authorization is present, right? Select this and enter the username which is user, and password, I will enter the password and click send. Boom, you can see now we can able to access the songs. Similarly, we can also access this health check also. Do we have this health check, right? Health check. So let me save this and now click on this send. Okay, let's go to the authorization and I'll change this to basic auth. Okay, and click send. Boom, we can see the response. Okay, basically what is happening is whenever we added the Spring Security dependency to our application, by default all of the API endpoints will become protected. We cannot access any of the API endpoints. By default, the Spring Security generates the password for us, which is only for the development purpose, and using that password we can access the API endpoints. The default username will be user and the password will be one generated in the console. But however, in our application, all of the endpoints are not the protected endpoints. Okay, for example, the health check API is not a protected API endpoint. Okay, I want this to be accessible by anyone so that they can get to know that whether the application is running or not, right? Similarly, the login API, okay, anyone can log into our application. We should not protect that. Similarly, the register API, okay, anyone user can register to our application. We should never protect that, right? So like these, some of the APIs will be accessible by any user. So we have to enable that. To enable that, we are going to configure in our Spring Security. We are going to make use of the Spring Security to configure those API endpoints to be accessible by publicly. How we can configure that? Let's discuss about that. In order to configure that, we are going to create the configuration class. Let's go to the Project Explorer and let me minimize this. And inside this config package, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this security config. You can give any name to your class, but this is the standard name that every developer will provide whenever they are working with the Spring Security. Okay, security config is the class name. Let me expand this and I'm going to increase the font. First, we need to make this class as a configuration class. So for that, I will add the configuration annotation. So once we add this configuration annotation inside this class, we can create a beans. Okay, that is why we're going to add this configuration annotation. Now we can create a bean. we are going to, in order to configure the URI endpoints to be accessible publicly, we are going to create a bean for the security filter chain. Okay, so let's create a method public security filter chain, and I'm going to call this filter chain. This is the method name, and I will mark this as a bean. Okay, so that it is going to create a bean out of this object, okay, which is security config, right? Next, inside this filter chain is going to accept a parameter which is HTTP security. Let's call this HTTP. So inside this, basically what we need to do is, first of all, we are going to disable the CSRF. Okay, so HTTP, we are going to make use of this HTTP dot cors, and I will customize the cors configuration. Okay, customizer dot with defaults, and CSRF, I'm going to disable this. So in order to, you do not have to worry about what is CSRF, all those things, because we are not dealing with the CSRF on all those security constraints. Okay, just this is CSRF is nothing but a cross-site registry forgery. We just need to disable this. Okay, I'm going to just disable this abstract HTTP configurer, and I'm going to, using the method reference, I'm going to disable this. Okay, this is the very first thing that we are going to do. Okay, when we have created the bean for security filter chain, whenever we wanted to configure this security, we are going to create a security filter chain bean, and we are going to customize the cors configuration, and also we're going to disable the CSRF, right? After this, now the interesting part comes in, which is we need to tell Spring Security that what are the API endpoints are accessible and what are the API endpoints are not accessible. What are the API endpoints should be authenticated. So for that, we're going to use this authorize HTTP requests method, and we can make use of the lambda expression to provide the request matches. Okay, so auth.request matches. Okay, we are going to basically provide the regular patterns, what all the API endpoints are to be accessible. For example, /API/auth/login. The login API endpoint is accessible by anyone, right? So I'm going to specify the login API endpoint. Similarly, /API/auth/register. Of course, we haven't created these API endpoints, but we will create these API endpoints in just a bit, assuming that we have these API endpoints, and these API endpoints is accessible by anyone. The login and register is accessible by anyone, right? Similarly, our health check API, which is in a root controller, this is also accessible by anyone, right? So we will specify this also, /API/health. And these API endpoints are accessible by anyone, right? So for that, we are going to call a permit all method. What permit all it does is, whatever the request matches that we have specified, you can see this is takes a parameter, patterns as a parameter. Basically, we're going to pass the patterns, and whatever the patterns that matches with the URI, and if that URI matches, then it is going to not authenticate. It will directly permit it. Okay, it is going to access it to any of the users. Okay, whenever that request comes in, it will check for this pattern. If the pattern is available, it will permit it. Okay, and apart from this API endpoints, if any of the API endpoints are available, we have to be authenticated. Okay, we have to authorize the user, right? Okay, for that, what I will do is, if any user, let me add the, if any request, if any other than request, other than these API request, like if the request is not login, if the request is not register, if the request is not the health check API, then we have to be, in that case, it is nothing but the any request, right? If any request, that should be authenticated. That should be authenticated. Okay, and after this, that's it. We don't have to do anything. I'll just complete this method, and I'm going to return the http.build. Okay, we are going to use the builder pattern, so we're going to call the http build method, and obviously I'm going to just return this, and I'll just add the throws in the method signature, because this will throw us an exception. So that is why I add this throws exception, right? So now we have configured this. Okay, what we have done is, basically we have created a bean for the security filter chain, and we have created the configuration class, which is security config, and we have added the configuration rotation. And inside this, basically we have customized the cors with the defaults, and also we have disabled the CSRF, and we have authorized the request. If any of the request other than the login, other than the register, other than the health check API, if any of the request comes in to our application, that should be authenticated. We should, whatever in the postman that we get, right, unauthorized, it should throw that exception as unauthorized. Okay, user should be authenticated to access those endpoints. But if it is a login, and if it is a register, and if it is a health check API, then anybody can access those API endpoints. That is the whole purpose of adding these configurations. Very first time if you are looking all this code, it will be like overwhelming for you, but as soon as you start practicing it, then it will be easy for you. What you can do is you can also create a few endpoints just for the testing purpose, and you can segregate it, which one is to be public, which one is to be protected, and you can start adding it inside this request matchers. You will understand it how we can add the request matchers for the different API endpoints. Just practice it and it will be easier for you. Okay, with these changes, what we can do is I'm going to just stop the server and I'll just go to the debug this again. I will just start the application in debug mode. Okay, that's it. And let me minimize this. Now we can try to access those API endpoints like this health check API, register API, login API. Of course, we haven't created the login and register API, but health check API is already created, right? Now we can try to make a request to that health check API, and it should not provide the login form. It should directly able to access the endpoints. Okay, let's go to the browser and I'm going to just copy this health check API. And I'll just open it in an incognito window so that you will understand it. Okay, I'm going to just add the API endpoint and hit enter. Boom. You can see this time it did not ask for the login form. It will directly access the API endpoints. That is because in our Spring Security configuration, we have clearly mentioned that if the request contains /health or /login/register, do not authenticate, directly provide the user to access the API endpoint. That is why it did not provide the login screen, right? Same thing with the postman also. If I go to the postman and let me change this to no auth. Okay, and when I click on this send, you can see we get the 200. Okay, right? It did not ask for the it did not throw the error like 401 unauthorized or something like that, right? Same thing with the login and register. Okay, if I create the login and register API, that should be accessible. Let's go to the Project Explorer and what I can do is I can create a new controller, which is nothing but the auth controller. Inside this, create a Java class. It is going to be auth controller. Let's expand this and I will add the REST controller annotation and request mapping. We can add the URI /API/auth and login and register, right? I can create a method public. For time being, what I will do is I'm going to return a string. This is going to be login, right? And this is going to be a post mapping. This is /login. Similarly, let's copy this and let's change this to register. I'll change the method name to register and I'll return a string. This is register API. Similarly, I can add a string return. This is login API, right? And save this. Now I will stop the server and I will restart this. Let's go to the postman and I will duplicate this add album. Okay, and this is going to be a post mapping /API/auth/login, right? And this is going to be a raw. Okay, we can make this as JSON, right? And this is a login API endpoint. And similarly, we have the register API endpoint, right? I'll just change this to login and save this, and I'll just duplicate this, and this is going to be register. It's going to be register. Okay, let's save this, and now I'm going to click application. Let me stop the server and I will restart it. Okay, now let's go to the postman and click on this send. Boom, you can see this is a register API. Similarly, if I go to the login API and click send, you can see this is login API. All these API endpoints are publicly accessible because we have made it as a permit all. But if I go to the other API endpoints like list songs or read songs, right? This is a read songs, right? I'm going to just make this as inherit from the parent and click on this send. Boom, you can see we get the 403 forbidden. Okay, that is because user is not able to access this because user is not authenticated, and if we try to access this API endpoints, we will get the 403 forbidden. Not only this, if I go to the read albums, right? If I go to read albums and when I click on this send, we get the 403 forbidden. All right. So now with this, you have understand that how we can make the API endpoints to be accessible, how the API endpoints make it protected. Okay, what configuration needs to be changed, you have understand now. But however, we have to understand one more thing here, right? Since the read albums and read songs are accessible by both user as well as admin, right? In this application, we are going to use the role-based authentication. We have the admin role and the user role. The admin role is responsible for managing the albums and the songs. The admin can add the songs, delete the songs, and he can read the songs. Similarly, he can add the album, read the album, and he can delete the album. But however, the user, when we create the React front-end application, user can also able to list down all of the albums, right? He can able to see what all the albums are available. He can able to see, right? Similarly, the user can also able to see all of the songs, right? So which means the read albums and read songs are accessible for both admin as well as the user. But rest everything other than this delete album, delete song, add album is only accessible by admin. Okay, so now the next step what we need to do is we need to first of all configure the CORS configuration, because we will make an API call from the React application. At that time we have to tell Spring Security that if any of the API request that comes from the React application or from a specific host, make sure to allow that API request. Okay, so for that we have to configure the CORS. After that we have to configure the role-based authentication. We have to create a users, we have to complete the login API, and we have to complete the register API. We will go with a step by step. The next step is to configure the CORS. Let's go to the project explorer, and inside this security config we can create a one more bean which is for CORS filter. I hope you are following with the Spring Security. Remember, Spring Security is a huge module in under the Spring framework. It will not be very easy if you are working for the very first time. Okay, make sure to practice as much as possible, and make sure to watch the videos multiple times so that you will understand what is happening behind the scenes. The very next step is we have to configure the CORS. What is CORS? Basically, when we are working with the two different applications, when we are working with the REST APIs, the backend application is exposing the API endpoints, and the front end is making a request to the backend application. At the time, the backend API or the backend system is going to disable, or it is going to not allow for any of the request. So in order to tell the backend system to enable or to accept any of the request, we have to configure the CORS, right? Let's go ahead and create a bean for that. First of all, I'm going to create a private method, private URL based CORS configuration source, and I'm going to call this CORS configuration source. Inside this, I am going to create an object for the CORS configuration. I will call this config new CORS configuration, and now we can make use of the config to set the properties. I'm going to add the allowed origins. Okay, allowed origin patterns. We can specify the patterns. I will just specify star. Star indicates that from any of the application you can make a request to this backend system. Okay, it is not only with Angular, React, or any of the endpoints, or from any of the host you can make a request. But however, this is not a good practice in the production grade applications. In the production grade application, if you are deploying it to the production server, you have to specify the proper or a valid host name. For example, if your React application is hosted on www.myreactapplication.com, then you have to specify that URL, www.myreactapplication. Okay, here just for the development purpose, I'm specifying it as star. The star indicates that from anywhere you can make a HTTP request to this application. Next, config.set allowed methods. We have to tell what all the methods that we are going to allow when we are making a API request. We're going to allow all the methods: get, post, put, patch, and delete, and also options. Right, all these methods that we are going to specify, we are going to, okay, this is actually a list. So let me make use of the list of, and we can specify this. Okay, so these are the allowed methods. Similarly, config.set allowed headers. We need to specify the headers as well. We are going to provide the list of headers, which is authorization. Okay, this should be allowed, and content type. Perfect. Similarly, config.set allow credentials, and I'll set this to true. And finally, we can create an object for URL based CORS configuration source, because we wanted to return this URL based configuration source, right? So we're going to create an object for this source new URL based CORS configuration source. And for this source, we can register the CORS configuration, and we are going to pass the config object. We need to specify the pattern /$, and we are going to pass the config, and we can return the source. Okay, the source is nothing but the URL based CORS configuration source. Now this CORS configuration source, we can pass it to the object which is CORS filter. Let's create a bean for that. Public CORS filter. Okay, this is the bean that we're going to create. CORS filter I will add the annotation bean, and inside this I will create a new object and I'll return it. Return new course filter, and to this constructor we are going to pass the course configuration source. That's it. Let's save this. So now we have configured the course filter. Basically in every programming language there will be a tool where you can configure this course, okay, be it any programming language. Basically if you are creating a REST API and if the front-end application is accessing those REST endpoints, then the backend application is trying to block that, okay. In order to avoid that, in order to enable it, we need to configure the course. We have to tell that the API, if any of the host is accessing the API endpoints, make sure to allow it. So for that we are going to use this course filter, and in Spring Security we are going to create a bean for this course filter, and we are going to configure the allowed methods, headers, credentials, and allowed patterns. All that we are going to configure it. Okay, this is the second step. So with this, now we can move on to the next step, which is nothing but we need to create the register API. We have to create the user object, we have to create the user document, we have to create the user service, and you have to create the authentication controller. We have already created, we have to fill in the methods. The very first step is to create the document, okay. Inside this document package, create a new document, which is the user document. Let me expand this and I'll increase the font. I will mark this class with a document annotation, and we can provide the collection name, which is users. I will add the all args constructor, no args constructor, data annotation, and the builder. Just the regular stuff we are going to add. Next, I'm going to create the fields: private string ID, private string email, private string password, and also we have to specify the role, right? So private role, first I'm going to create the enum, private enum role. We're going to create two roles, user and admin. Now we can assign any of the user is registered, we can assign them a by default role as user role. So private role is equal to role dot user, okay. This is the role that we're going to add by default, and I will mark the ID annotation for the ID property, and I want to make the email as a unique, so we can use the indexed. I can make the unique is equal to true, so this email becomes unique in that case. Now let's save this. Okay, now we have created the document. Next we need to create the repository as well, right? Let's go to the project explorer. Under the repository package, create a new interface. It is going to be user repository. Let me expand this and I'll increase the font. This repository extends the Mongo repository. We need to specify the document type, which is user obviously, and primary key type, which is string, right? Inside this I'm going to create a finder method, which is find by email, and we can pass the email, and this is going to return optional of user object or the user document. Similarly, I'm going to create a one more exists by method, which is exists by email. We can pass the email address as a parameter. This is going to return Boolean, and save this. So now we have created this user repository, and it contains two methods, find by email and exist by email, okay. If we have created using a find by, then this is a finder method, and if this is also a finder method, not exactly the finder method, but this is a exist by method, and any exist by, any of the methods that starts with exist by, that is going to return a Boolean. I believe that you probably know about the JPA, how it is going to work, how it is the query creation works, all those things you would be aware of it. In case if you are very new to that, you can check out my YouTube channel. I created a separate playlist and you will understand that. Okay, now we have created these two necessary methods so that we can use these methods. Now we can create the user service method. Inside the project explorer, I'm going to create the service package. I'll create a new class which is going to be user service. Let me expand this and I'm going to increase the font. Before that, I would like to also create a one more request object, which is nothing but the register request. Let's open the project explorer, and inside the DTO I'm going to create a new Java class. It is going to be register request. This contains just two properties. One is email and password. So let's add the data and private string email, private string password. Let's save this. Alright, now we have this request object in place. Now let's go to the user service, and inside this user service, first of all, I will add the service annotation and also required args constructor for the constructor based injection. We need to call the, we have to inject the repository. So private final user repository, I can call this user repository, right? Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we need to create a method public, and this is going to return the user object itself, but instead of returning the user document, we can return the user response. Okay, what I will do is I'm going to create a new DTO object. It is going to be user response, right? User response. So let me expand this, and I'm going to increase the font, and inside this, basically what I will do is I'm going to just add the data annotation and also all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Inside this, I will just add the private string ID, private string email, private string password, private role. I can add the role, right? And I will also add the enum, which is public enum role. We do have two roles, user and admin, right? That's it. Now let's save this. Now we have this user response. We can use this user response. Okay, let's go to the user service, and this is going to return the user response. And I'm going to just call this register user. This will take the user request as a parameter. User request, or what do we have? We have the register request. Sorry, this is going to be register request. I can call this request, and inside this we can write a logic to register the user. I hope you are following what we are trying to achieve. Basically, we are creating the register user. We are registering the user. For that, we have created the document, basically the MongoDB document, and the repository and the service. And also we are creating the DTO objects, the request object and the response object. So far, this is what we have done. And also in the user repository, we have defined the two methods, which is find by email and exist by email, right? These are the finder methods and the exist by methods. And inside this service method, we are registering the user. For that, we have created the method register user. This will accept the register request. Now, once we get the request object, we have to check whether that email is already exist or not. That is why we have created the exist by method. Okay, I'm going to check, write a condition if the request, let me use the user repository dot exist by email, and we can pass request dot get email. If this is exist, then we can throw an exception, throw new runtime exception, and I can pass the message email already exists. Okay, this is the one that we're going to throw, that exception, the runtime exception we're going to throw only if the email is already exist. If the email is not exist, then we know that we need to create a new user. Okay, I'm going to just add the comment here, check if email already exist. Okay, if it is not exist, create a new user. Okay, this is what we're going to do. To create the new user, we can use the builder pattern, user.builder, and we can add the email, which is request.getEmail, and we can set the password, request.getPassword, and we can set the role user.role user. This is going to be user, right? Okay, and basically I'm going to import this role. Okay, did we make this role as private. Okay, we shouldn't make this as private. This is going to be public. Okay, so let's make this as public. And inside our service, let's go to our service. Now we should not see that error. Perfect. So now once we have, we need to call the build method. So this will gives us the new object. I can call this user new user. Once we get the new user, we can save it into the database user repository dot save, and this is going to take the new user as a parameter, right? And once the new user is saved, we have to return the user response, right? So for that we can create a new object, return user response dot builder. Let's pass the name. No, there is no name, just we can pass the email address, which is request.get email address, and we can also pass the role. We can pass user dot what we can do is new user dot get role. Okay, we can pass the role dot name, right? And I can call the build method, and this is going to be new user dot get email, right? And this role is going to take the role as a parameter, so I can remove this. We are getting this error, that is because we can do one thing. What I will do is I can make use of the user dot role dot user, right? This should be solved, but let's go to our, looks like we have made a mistake. Let's go to the user response, and this is going to be role public. This is going to be a private, and this will takes the role as a parameter. Inside this, I will add the role. This will take role as a parameter, role dot user, right? Perfect. And save this. Okay, basically what we are doing is, after we saved into the database, we wanted to return the user response. For that we are creating the object using the builder pattern. We are passing the email and role, and we are calling the builder pattern to build the object. Okay, we should never return the password, so that's why we are not in the response, we are not passing the password, only the email and the role we are passing in. Perfect. So let's save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. Okay, we have this register controller, sorry, the auth controller. Inside this auth controller we can create a we have already have this method, so let me get rid of this, and this is going to return the response entity. And inside this this register is going to take a parameter as register request, so make use of the request body, register request. I can call this request. This is going to be request. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to write a try catch block, right? Inside this, first of all, I'm going to register the user by calling the service method. So for that, I can inject the service method, private final user service, and let's call this user service. I will also add the required args constructor. Okay, because I wanted to use the constructor based injection, that is why I'm adding the required args constructor. Once we add that, we can make use of the constructor based injection for this user service. And inside the try block, let's use the user service, and to call the method register user, and to this we can pass the request, which is register request. This will gives us the user response. Okay, user response, I can call this response, right? Once we get the response, we need to generate the JWT token, but that part we are going to skip for now. I'm going to just return the response entity dot OK, and what I will do is we can make use of the one more object, or I can say directly I can return the response. Later we can create the response object, but for now let's return the response as a return type. Okay, and inside this catch block, return the response entity, return response entity, and I can call the bad request, and I can pass the exception dot get message, and this is going to be a runtime exception. runtime exception, and I'm going to add one more catch block. This is going to be a exception. Okay, and this is going to be an internal server error. So for that, status http status dot internal server error, and body, in the body I can pass the exception dot get message, right? So let's save this. So now our register API endpoint is ready, but there is one problem with this. That is, whenever we are trying to register the user, inside this register user, we are not encrypting the password. We are just storing the plain password. This is not a recommended approach. What we need to do is we need to encode the password and we have to store it. Basically, for that, we are going to take a help of the Spring Security. In Spring Security, we need to create a bean which is password encoder. Once we create a bean for the password encoder, using the password encoder, we can encrypt the password. That's exactly what we're going to use. Okay, we are almost done with the register API. Just bear with me, few more things we need to do. That is, first let's go to the security config. Inside this, we need to create a bean. The bean for the password encoder. The password encoder is available inside the Spring Security module, and we will take a help of the password encoder to encrypt the passwords. So first let's create a bean, public password encoder. I can call this password encoder. And inside this, I will just return new decrypt password encoder. Okay, this is the object that we're going to create. Okay, and let's save this. We need to also add the bean annotation. Okay, once we add the bean annotation, this password encoder is available from the Spring context. Now let's go to the user service, and inside this we are just saving the plain password, right? So before saving the plain password, we can convert that into convert the password into an encoder. Okay, we can encrypt the password basically. So first I'm going to inject the password encoder, private final password encoder. I can call this password encoder, and here we get this password and we will encode it. So let's cut this. We can make use of the password encoder dot encode, and to this we can pass the password. This is going to encode the password, the plain password, into an encrypted password, and it will store it in the database. That's it. This is the changes that we wanted to make. With all of these changes, now let me stop the server and I'm going to restart the server so that we can test the API endpoint. Okay, still we are getting this security password is displaying it in the console. That's no problem. Once we progress on the jailbreak token side, we can disable this security password. For now, let me clear the console, and now let's go to the Postman, and we can click on this register, and inside this body and inside this raw and JSON, we can provide the JSON payload. We need to pass email and password. Email, I will choose bhushan@example.com, and password, I'm going to select 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, this is the password that I'm going to add. Okay, this is a post request and localhost 8080/API/auth/register. This is the API endpoint. Okay, let's go ahead and test this and see what will happen. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see the ID is null. Basically, we are not getting the ID. Maybe we are not returning the ID properly. And email, we get this, and role, we get this, password, we get this null, which is perfect. Let's go to the IntelliJ. We can make few changes. In the user response, we don't need this password, so let's get rid of this password. However, we need the ID, and inside this service, we have forgot to add the ID. So let's add the ID. This is going to be ID. And how do we get the ID? From the new user. New user.getID, we get the ID. So ID, email, role, all this information will be available. Okay. So with this, now I'm going to stop the server and I will restart this. And let's go to the Postman, and I'll change this to bharat@example.com. Password is 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm going to click on this send 200. Okay. You can see we get the ID, email, and the role. So we can verify the password, how it is storing it in the database. Let's go to the Mongodb database. I'm going to refresh the collections. We get this users. Click on this. You can see the password is encrypted, right? And also all the information are storing it in the database. Okay. The password is basically encrypting, and you can see the role, which is user role, right? Perfect. So far, so good. Just recap one last time what we have done so far. Maybe it might be confusing for you. Basically, we started with the user document. In the user document, we have added the fields like ID, email, password, and we have created the enum, okay, which is having the two roles, user role and the admin role. And also we have created a field role. By default, this will be for any of the user, there will be a user role is assigned. Okay. we have created this MongoDB document and we have added the necessary annotations, right? Next, we have created the repository. Let's go to the user repository. Inside the user repository, we have extended with the Mongo repository. We have added the type, the document type and the primary key type, and we have defined the two methods. One is find by email and exist by email. The exist by email, we are going to use it whenever we are registering a new user. We are going to check whether that email is already present or not. For that, we have created this exist by email. Next, we have created the user request and the user response. So we have this register request. It contains two properties, email and password, pretty straightforward. And similarly, we have this user response. It contains ID, email, role, and the enum role, which contains user and admin. Perfect. Next, inside the user service, we have created a user service. Inside the user service, first we have added the necessary annotations, the service and required args constructor. We have injected the user repository and the password encoder. The password encoder, we are going to use it from the Spring Security to encrypt the password. First, we have created the bean for this password encoder inside our security config, and we have used the bcrypt password encoder for encrypting the password. And inside this user service, we have created a method register user. This will takes the register request as a parameter, and this will return the user response. First, we are going to check whether that email is exist or not by calling the exist by email method from the user repository. If it is email present, we are going to throw an exception, the runtime exception. And next, if the email address is not present, we are going to create a new object, the user object, using the builder pattern, and we are going to store it into the database. After we stored it, we need to return the user response. For that, we are going to make use of the builder pattern, and we are going to pass the ID, email, and role. We're going to pass it. We should never pass the password. That's why we are eliminating the password from the response. And inside our auth controller, inside our register, we are just making use of the request body to bind the JSON payload into the Java object for this register request. And this is going to return the response entity. And inside the try catch block, we are calling the service method. This will give us the response, and we are returning the response. And we are handling the exception using the catch blocks. We are handling with the runtime exception as well as the exception. And in the runtime exception, we are making this as a bad request, and we are displaying this message, right? So with this one last scenario we need to test. What if the user has entered the same email address? Let's see what will happen. Let's go to the Postman. I'm going to click the send button again because this email is already present in our database. Click send, boom, we get this 400 bad request, and we can see the message email already exists. Perfect. Okay, now our register API endpoint is almost ready. Now we can work on with the login API. In login API, basically the user will enter the email address and password. So we have to validate the credentials, right? Once the credentials are validated, then we have to generate the JWT token. That is the whole idea of it, right? So to do that, first what we need to do is we need to make use of the user details service. In Spring Security, the security team has provided the user details service. Using that user details service, we can validate the credentials. Okay, basically we are going to make use of the email address that the user is entered, and we are going to load the user details from the Spring Security. So let's create that user details service class. So let's go to the Project Explorer. Under the service, we can create a new class. It is going to be app user details service. App user details service. You can give any name you want. I'm going to call this app user details service. This is going to implement the user details service. This user details service is created by the Spring Security team. User details service. You can see it is from the security.core.userdetails. And once we implement this interface, it is going to ask us to override the method. So let's override the method, which is load user by username. Using the email address, we are going to load the user. This is going to this is going to provide us the email address, and we can make use of this email address to load the user. We are going to make use of the user repository. So first of all, I'm going to add the service annotation, and I will also add the required args constructor for the constructor based injection. I'm going to inject the user repository. I can call this user repository. And now we can make use of the user repository to find the email address, find by email. And to this we can pass the email, right? And in case this find by email is going to return the optional. In case if the user is not found, we can throw an exception, or else throw, I'm going to pass a supplier, and I'm going to throw new username for username not found exception. I can pass the message user not found for the email, right? I can concatenate the email. But if the email is found, then we will get the user object. So I can store that in a variable user. This is going to be user. So user from the document. Okay, I can call this existing user, right? Once we get the existing user, we need to return the user details. But this user details, if I open this user details, this is an interface. Okay, one of the implementation for this user details is user object. Okay, the user, not this user object, the user object which is provided by the Spring Security team. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new object for that. Return new user. You can see it is from the core.user details. Okay, and to this we need to pass a few things. You need to pass the email address. So existing user dot get email, and we need to pass the password, existing user dot get password, and also we need to pass the authorities. So for the authorities, I'm going to create a private method get authorities, and we can pass the existing user object, right? Now we can create this private method. I'm going to just create this private method in the down. Okay, so we will make use of this existing user to create the to return the authorities. So let's return collections dot singleton list new simple granted authority, and we need to pass I'm going to attach this role underscore, because in our database we are going to store all of the informations as a role. So let's go to the MongoDB database. You can see the role is stored as user. We have to attach the underscore role underscore for this. That is how the Spring Security will understand the role. So that is why we are concatenating this, we are prepending this role underscore. Then we can make use of the existing user dot get role dot name. This will give us the role. Okay, so let's save this. So now we have this user details service is ready. We have created this app user detail service. It implements the user detail service, and the implementation class for this user detail service is user object. And to this user object, we're going to pass the email, password, and authorities. How do we get the email, password, and authorities? This load user by username is going to give us the email address, and using this email address, we're going to load the user's details from the database. Perfect. So now we have this user details service is ready. Now we can register this inside our Spring Security config. In order to register this app user detail service inside our Spring Security config, we are going to create a new bean. So inside this security config, I'm going to create a new bean. It is going to be authentication manager bean, public authentication manager. I can call this authentication manager. Let's attach the bean annotation. So this is going to create a bean for this authentication manager, and it is registered inside the Spring context. Inside this, we can make use of the DAO authentication provider. I can call this auth provider is equal to new DAO authentication provider. Okay, we created an object for this. For this authentication provider, we need to set the user details service. Okay, you can see we have this set user details service. I can set the user details service. To set the user details service, I need to inject it. So at the top, first of all, I'm going to add the required args constructor, and I can inject the app user details service. I can call this user details service. Now we can attach the user details service for this, and also auth provider dot set password encoder, and to this we can set the password encoder, which is password encoder. We have already created a bean for this password encoder. Okay, and finally we are going to return the provider manager, and to this provider manager we can pass the auth provider. That's it. So let's save this. Okay, now we have created the app user detail service. Also we have registered it inside our Spring Security config using the authentication manager bean. Next we need to fill in the login API. Let's go to the auth controller, and inside this auth controller we have this login API. Here what I will do is basically, first of all, let's get rid of this, and this is going to return the response entity. And to this we can pass the login request. Okay, so for that we also need to create the login request and the auth response. Okay, so let's go to the project explorer, and inside this DTO I'm going to call the I'm going to create a new Java class. This is going to be auth request, right? This also contains just two properties, email and password, private string email, private string password. I can add the data annotation. Okay, this is the first thing. Similarly, we need to also create one more Java class. This is going to be auth response. So auth response, let's increase the font, and I can add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder pattern. Inside this will take a couple of things, which is private, and I can add the boolean. Okay, let me do boolean success, private string message, private string token, which is nothing but the JWT token, private string email, private string role. Basically we need to tell what is the role of this, right? Along with this, what I will do is I'm going to also add one more thing, which is the auth. We have already have this auth response, right? So basically what I will do is I'm going to create a method, public static auth response, and I can call this success. Similarly, I can call the error. Okay, so a public static auth response, it is going to be error. Okay, and this will take the error message, and this will take the token. Okay, so let's take the token and email and role, and inside this basically I'm going to return the new auth response, and to this we can pass the true as a first parameter. Okay, and the second parameter I can pass authentication successful, authentication successful, and I can pass the token, email and role. All this information I'm going to pass. Similarly, for the error object, I'm going to return new auth response, right? I'm going to set the success to false, and I can pass the message, the error message. Token I'll pass null, email I'll pass null, and role I'm going to pass null, right? All this information I'm going to pass it to null. Okay, now we have the auth response is ready. We can make use of this auth response inside our auth controller. Okay, inside this auth controller, basically inside this, first of all, I'm going to bind the JSON object into the Java object. We can make use of the request body. This is going to be auth request, right? And I can call this request. Inside this, basically we need to authenticate the user, because inside our Spring Security we have already set the user detail service and password, everything we have set. Now we have to make use of this authentication manager to authenticate the user, right? So for that, inside our auth controller, at the top we are going to inject the private, and final we are going to make use of the authentication manager. I can call this authentication manager. So let's make use of this authentication manager. Basically I will use the try catch block, and inside this catch block I'm going to add the bad credentials exception, and I will also add the one more catch block that is for the exception. So inside this try block we can make use of the authentication manager to authenticate the user, and to this authenticate method we need to make use of the new object, which is new username password token, password authentication token, and to this we need to pass the email and password. So request.get email, comma, request.get password. Okay, so this authentication manager will take care of the authenticating the user, because we have already set this authentication manager the user detail service as well as the password encoder. How it is going to decrypt the password and how it is going to validate, that is up to the authentication manager. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, we have already set the necessary details to this authentication manager. This authentication manager is responsible for authenticating the user. Okay, so after this, once it is authenticate the user, what we need to do is this is just one part. Authenticating the user is just one part. The second part is we need to generate the JWT token. After the JWT token, we have to, for every subsequent request, we need to validate the JWT token, right? Okay, so first what I will do is I'm going to return the response entity. So response entity dot okay, and I can make use of the auth response dot success, and we need to pass the token. Okay, I'll just pass token. For now, we are just hard coding it as token. Later, we will replace it with the actual JWT token. And also, we need to pass the user email address. How do we get the user email address? I will take it from the request.getEmail, and also we need to pass the role, right? How do we get the role? To get the role, okay, for now I'm going to just make it as user, right? Later we can change it, right? Actually, I will make a slight changes to this auth response. We don't need these two methods. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And also we don't need this success and message. So let's get rid of this. Okay, so just keep it simple: token, email, and role. Okay, inside this auth controller, I will just make use of this, get rid of this. And what I will do is we are going to return okay. And I'm going to create a new object, which is for the auth response. And to this auth response, we can pass the details. The one is token. I'm going to make use of this token, and email address, request.getEmail, and we need to pass the role. So for the role, I will make this as user role. Okay, for now, right? Later we can fill in the actual role once we fill in the JWT token. But inside the catch block, we need to return the bad credentials. Response entity dot bad request dot body. I can print the message. What I can say, email or password is incorrect, right? And in the exception block, I mean like in the one more catch block, what I will do is I'm going to just return the response entity dot status, http status dot, I can make it as internal server error, and I can print the exception message. Okay, and save this. Perfect. So now we are authenticating the user. We can just verify it. Okay, the user will be authenticated. If the user did not provide the if the user provided the invalid credentials, it is going to throw the bad request, which is email and password is incorrect. Okay, let's verify this. I'll just go to the, I will just stop the server, and I'm going to restart the application. Okay, you can see the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let's go to the Postman and go to the login request. Let's go to the body, and I can select a raw and JSON, and I can enter the correct credentials, which is email and password. Okay, so first I'm going to enter the email address bhushan@example.com, and password I'm going to enter a wrong password, which is 123, which is a invalid credentials. Let's see what will happen. Okay, I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see 400 bad requests. We get the exact result that what we are expecting for email and password is incorrect. Perfect. I'm going to enter the correct credentials 123456. Okay, now the email address and password is correct. It will be authenticated, but it will not generate the JWT token because we have not written a logic for generating the JWT token. So, but I'll just click on this send. Boom, we get the token and the email address and the role. Perfect. The user is authenticating. That's why we are getting the 200. Okay, which is perfect. Now the next part is the important part, because authenticating the user is just one part. Okay, the another part is after authenticating the user, we have to generate the JWT token. See, authenticating using the Spring Security, we have authenticated. That authentication part is done. Now the Spring Security does not rely on any of the library. I mean, it's not the responsibility of the Spring Security to generate the JWT token. To generate the JWT token and to validate the JWT token, we are going to use a JWT library. That is why we have added the few more dependencies inside our pom.xml. So if I open the pom.xml, right, we have added these 3 dependencies. This is for the JWT processing. Okay, this will does not do anything with the Spring Security. Of course, this library is compatible with the Spring Security, but the Spring Security is not responsible for generating the JWT token. The JWT token is all it is created by these libraries. Okay, so that we need to work on. We need to basically create the JWT token. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to create a few service methods. Let's go to the user service. Let me navigate to the user service, and inside this we are going to create one of the method, which is find by email method. Let me write that method. public, and this is going to return user object find by email. We have already created the finder method inside our user repository. If you remember, this is going to take the email as a parameter, and inside this we will make use of the user repository to call the find by email method. This is going to return optional, so I can pass the email. In case if the user is not found, we are going to throw an exception, so we can pass the supplier, username not found exception, and we can pass the message that is user not found for the email, and to this we can attach the email address, right? And we get the user object back. I can directly return this. So now we have this method is in place. We can call this method inside our controller. Inside our auth controller, let's go to our auth controller, and here before we generating the JWT token, in order to generate the JWT token, actually we need the user details and the user object, right? In the user object, once we get the user object, we can pass the role as a claims, and we need the user details. How do we get the user details? We can call the service method. We have created the app user details service, right? In that we are going to overload the method load user by username. Okay, here is that service method, and we are going to load this load user by username method, and we are going to get the user details. We are going to call the same method inside our controller. Let's go to our auth controller. Here I'm going to just comment it out. Okay, load the user details. Okay, the first step is to authenticate the user. Authenticate the user. We have authenticated the user. After authenticating, we need to use the load the user details. So for that, let's make use of the user detail service. At the top, I'm going to inject the app user detail service. Let's make use of the user details service dot load user by username, and we can pass the email address. How do we get the email address? Request dot get email, right? This is going to give us the user details. User details. I can call this user details. Once we get the user details, now we need to call the service method to get the user. Once we get the user, we will get the role, right? So for that, make use of the user service dot find by email, and to this request dot get email. This will gives us the user object, user, the user from the document object. Okay, I can call this existing user. Okay, now we can generate the JWT token. Generate JWT token. To generate the JWT token, we need to create a utility class. Okay, let's go to our util package. Okay, we have not created a util package. Create a new util package. And inside this util package, I will create a new class. It is going to be JWT util, right? This is just a utility class, and inside this basically we are going to write a method to generate the JWT token. First, we need to make this as a component annotation, and also inside this we are going to load few things. We are going to load from the application.properties file. So let's create a fields private string. First of all, we need to load this secret key, the JWT secret key. So let's add the value notation from Spring Framework, and I can add the property which is jwt.secret, and we need to load this property from the application.properties file. Of course, we haven't added this. We will add that in just a bit. Private long expiration time, right? We need the how long the JWT token should be active. That we are going to specify it. That is also we will load it from the application.properties file. jwt.expiration, right? I'm going to basically load it for 24 hours. I will make it active available for 24 hours. Now, in order to generate the JWT token, I am going to create a method public string generate token, right? Inside this, basically, this is going to take two parameters. One is user details and the role. And inside this, I'm going to first create a map because I want to add this role inside the claims map, which is going to a string and object. I'm going to call this claims new hash map. Okay, now claims.put, I can add the claims, I can add the role as a claims. I will pass the role. Similarly, you can add whatever you want, you can add it inside the claim, but do not add the password, all those things inside the claims. That is not a best practice. Now we're going to return the token. Okay, so to generate the token, I am going to create a private method create token, right? And to this we can pass the claims, okay, which is nothing but this map which contains the role, and along with this username, user details dot get username. See, this get username in our case it's nothing but the email address, right? Because we are not dealing with the username, instead we are going to dealing with the email addresses, right? Now we need to create this JWT token. I mean, like, we have to create this private method. Let's create this method. Inside this method, basically we are going to make use of the JWT library. Okay, if you have remember, we have added a couple of dependencies for JWT processing, right? You will make use of this. Make use of that JWT.builder. Let's add the claims. Claims, which is nothing but the claims that we are receiving, and subject. Subject, we are going to add the username, which is nothing but the email address. I can make this as email, and I will also make this as email, right? And next issue, that when we have issued this JWT, I'm going to add the new date and system dot current time milliseconds, the current time we are going to add, and expiration. As I said before, we need to add the expiration like 24 hours, right? From the current time, we need to attach the 24 hours of milliseconds. So for that, new date and system dot current time milliseconds. For this, I'm going to concatenate the expiration time, which is nothing but the 24 hours, and we have to sign with a JWT, you know, right? For that, we are going to call a method get sign in key. Okay, this is just a private method. We are going to create we need to create this method, and on this we are going to call the compact method, and we just need to return this, right? Now we need to create this get sign in key. Okay, so let me get sign in key. Okay, this is the method. I'm going to create this method. This is a private method, and inside this, basically we are going to specify that what kind of technique we are using. Like we can add the algorithm name, all those things. What I'll do is I'm going to just change the return type to secret key. Now I'm going to return this, return keys dot hmac shared key for, and we need to specify the secret dot get bytes. Basically the JWT secret key, we are going to convert it into a get bytes, and we're going to pass it to this secret key, right? And save this. So that's it. Now we have the create token method is in place, and this method is called by the generate token method. Okay, and this generate token method is called by our auth controller. Now let's go to our auth controller, and before that, what I would like to do is inside our application.properties file, we need to add let's go to our application.properties file, and here we need to add the secret key, all those things, JWT. Okay, I will add the JWT information. Okay, JWT dot secret. I'm going to specify the secret key, which is my secret key, and JWT dot expiration. I will provide the 24 hours. Okay, so I'll just add the 8640, and I will add 0000. So this is going to give us the 24 hours of time. Okay, I'll just add the comments. 24 hours JWT token will be active. Of course, you can change it to like 5 hours, 3 hours, whatever time you want, you can make it, but I'll just make it as 24 hours. The JWT token will be active. Now let's save this, and our JWT token is ready now, and we have added the component annotation, and inside our auth controller, now we can call a method to generate the JWT token. So first of all, I'm going to inject the JWT util private final JWT util, and now inside this method, we will make use of the JWT util dot call the generate token method. To this we need to pass the user details, and also we need to pass the role user dot get role. Okay, this is going to be existing user dot get role. Okay, this we need to pass, and after this, once we pass this is going to give us the token, string token. Once we get the token, I will just replace this with the actual token, and this is going to be our actual role, right? So for this, existing user dot get role dot name, this will give us the actual name, the role name. Okay, so now we have completed this login part. we are generating the JWT token after user is authenticated. We can test this. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart this. Okay, the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let's open the Postman. Now I'm going to click on this send request. It is going to generate the JWT token as well as the user role, right? Click on this send. Boom. You can see we get some error. The specified key byte array is 88 bits, which is not secure enough for the long jump. Okay, basically it is saying that whatever the key that we have added in our application.properties file, that is not sufficient. Okay, so we have to add a long string. So what I will do is I'll just go to the application.properties file, right? And inside this, I'm going to get rid of this and I'll add this long string. You can add whatever the string you want. I just added this my secret key for Spotify clone application. That should be long enough for the security. Okay, so just to add a random long string, avoid the special characters, just add the alphanumerical characters. That's it. Or you can add this key itself. Okay, just pause the video and type this key. That's it. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart this. Okay, now let me go back to the Postman. This time it should generate the JWT token. I'm going to click on this send. Boom. You can see we get the JWT token. We get the email address back and the role. Awesome. But remember one thing, now we are generating the JWT token. This is just one part. Now for every subsequent request, we have to pass this JWT token inside the request header, right? We need to pass it as an authorization header and we have to validate this JWT token. Whether this token is valid or not, we have to validate it. So again, inside our JWT token, we are going to create a util method to validate the token. And also we're going to create a request filter. Okay, whenever we send any request, we're going to pass that request header inside the request, and inside that filter we are going to grab the request header and we're going to validate the JWT token. Let's do that. Let's go to our project explorer, and inside the project explorer I'm going to create a new package. I'm going to call this security. Inside this security package I'm going to basically create the authentication filter, JWT authentication filter. Let's call this JWT authentication filter. Remember, if you joined any organization and if they are using the token based mechanism for securing the APIs, then they should be created a filter in your application. You have to find the class with having a filter keyword. This is not a compulsory to attach the filter. As I said before, it's a mandatory, it's a good practice to attach the keywords for every class so that you will understand that what kind of class is this. Since this is a filter, I'm attaching the filter keyword. Okay, this is a JWT authentication filter. It will authenticate the JWT token. Inside this, I'm going to first attach the component annotation and a required args constructor. Okay, and inside this, basically, what I will do is I'm going to first of all inject the util private final JWT util. I can call this JWT util. Also, we need the user details service, private final user details service. I can call this user details service, right? Now, I want to extend this class with the once request per filter, once per request filter. This is the filter, the built-in filter. This is created by the Spring security team. I'm going to extend this filter. So when we extend this, we need to override one of the method. I'm going to override this, which is nothing but the do filter. Okay. Inside this do filter, first of all, after we completed this operation, we need to pass the request and response object back to the next filter. So for that, I'm going to call a method which is do filter. Okay. Filter chain dot do filter. To this, we can pass the request object and the response object. So this will, what it will do is it is going to pass the request and or response object to the next filters. Okay, there are series of filters is available in Spring Security, and one of the filter is this once per request filter. After this, we need to pass it to the next filter chain, right? That is why we are going to pass the request and response object to the next filter. Inside this, we need to validate the JWT token. Basically, what we are going to do is we are going to first get the header from the request. So for that, request.get header. We need to pass the header, which is authorization. This will gives us the authorization header. So I'm going to call this final string. I can call this request token header. Okay, and I'm going to create a variable string email is equal to null, string JWT token is equal to null. Initially this will be null. Now I can write a condition if the request token header is not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, and request token header is starts with bearer space, make sure to give a space. And if it is present, if the bearer token is present and if the token is not null, we need to extract the token itself. Okay, request token header dot substring, we need to specify the index 7. This will gives us the JWT token. Okay, the actual JWT token it is going to provide us. Once we get the JWT token, I can write the try catch block. Okay, inside this, let me fill in this catch block. I can add the illegal argument exception, and inside this I can throw runtime exception. I can pass unable to get JWT token. Okay, I'm going to add one more catch block, that is going to be exception. This is going to be an throw the exception, right? And I can throw get message. Okay, exception dot get message. Okay, this is going to be an exception. Okay, I'll write runtime exception. Okay, perfect. And inside this try block, once we get the JWT token, we need to extract the email address from this JWT token. If you remember, inside this JWT token, we have added the subject. If I go to the JWT util, I have added this subject as an email address. Okay, now I want to extract this, right? So to extract this, we inside our JWT token, we are going to create a method. Let's go to our auth controller. First, not the auth controller. Let's go to the filter. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the JWT util, and I will call the method which is extract email. And to this, we need to pass the JWT token. Okay, from this token, we need to extract the email address. So this will gives us the email address, right? Now we need to create this method inside our JWT util. So let's go to our JWT util, and inside this, basically I'm going to extract it. So to extract this, what I will do is I'm going to create a method public, and this is a generic method. This is going to return a generic type. It could be date, string, or anything, boolean, it could be anything. So it's going to return a generic type, and I can call this extract claim. Okay, and this is a reusable function, and this is going to take the token as a parameter, and we're going to pass function as a parameter. So in Java 8, we can, that we can pass function as a parameter, like add this is going to takes the claims object, right? I'm going to import this claims from the JSON web token, and I can call this claim resolver. And inside this, basically what I will do is I'm going to make use of this claim resolver to apply the claims, and I'm going to extract all the claims. Okay, so for that, I'm going to again create one more private method which is extract all claims, and to this we can pass the token, and we get the claims, right? Okay, and once we get the claims, I can now make use of the claim resolver to call the apply method, and to this we can pass the claims, right? And I can directly return this. Okay, return this. Now we need to create this extract all claims method. This is the private method. I'm going to create it. Perfect. And this, inside this private method, we are going to make use of the JWT parser and verify with, we need to pass the public key. So again, we're going to call the get sign in key. While signing in, we have used the get sign in key method to sign the JWT token. Now we are verifying with the same secret key. Okay, we have to verify with the same secret key, and we can call the build method and then pass it sign in claims. Pass sign in claims. To this we can pass the token dot get payload, and I can return this. So now we get all the claims. Okay, this is going to give us all the claims, and the claims we are going to pass it to the claims resolver dot apply method. Okay. Now inside this extract email, what I will do is I am going to basically I'm going to make use of the method which is extract claim. Okay, so we have this method, right? Extract claim. This is a reusable function, extract claim. To this we need to pass the token, the JWT token, and we need to tell that what we need to fetch from this JWT token. So I'm going to pass the claims get subject. Okay, we have this get subject. So that's it. This is going to give us I'm going to return this, right? This is going to give us the email address. Okay, basically from the JWT token we are extracting the email because we have added the subject as a email address, and from this claims we are getting the subject. Okay, and to this we are going to call this claim extract claim method. Okay, later we are going to use the same function to extract the expiration date, okay, username, email address, everything we can make use of this method. This is just a reusable method. Perfect. Now inside our authentication filter, now we have this method is available. We can call this method, which is extract email. This will give us the email address. Once we get this email address, I'll also going to add this if condition. In case if this request header is not present, I'm going to throw an exception, throw new illegal argument exception, and I can pass JWT token does not begin with bearer token. Of course, we can add the you can throw the bad request also, but I'm going to throw the illegal argument exception, which is more precise. Next, what we need to do is once we have thrown the exception and once we get this email address, next I'm going to validate the token. Okay, we have just extracted it, right? But we have to validate the token. So for that, I'm going to write a condition if email is not equal to null. Okay, and we are going to check whether the context authentication object is not present in the context. So security context holder dot get context dot get authentication is equal to null. If this authentication is equal, then we know that the authentication is null. We haven't set the context. So we need to basically inside this block we need to set the context. Okay, so that once we set the context in any of throughout our application, we can get the authentication object, right? So basically in order to set this, we are going to add this condition to set the authentication object. Inside this, basically we are going to make use of the username. Okay, basically I will also first add the condition, and before that we can make use of the this dot user details service dot load user by username, and to this we can pass the email address. This will give us the user details. I can call this user details, and once we get the user details, now I'm going to write a condition, that is JWT util. We are going to make use of the one more method, which is validate token, right? And to this validate token we need to pass the JWT token and the user details service. This is going to return boolean value. If it is true, then the token is valid, then we can proceed further. I'm going to add the username password authentication token class. I'm going to use username authentication token is equal to new username password authentication token, and to this we need to pass the user details. We need to pass along with this the object we are going to pass credentials. We are going to pass it as null. We don't have to pass the password, and user details dot get authorities. Okay, we are going to pass the authorities. Next, we need to make use of the username password authentication token to set the details. I'll set the details, and to this we are going to set the we are going to pass a new object, which is new web authentication details source and build details. To this we are going to pass the request. Perfect. And after this we are going to set the context. So security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. We can pass the username password authentication token. Okay, and after this we are going to pass the filter request and response object to the next filter, right? That's it. Now we have to create this util method. Let's create this method. I'm going to just right click on this, or I'll just hover on this and create a new method. Okay, this is going to return boolean. Okay, inside this basically what we need to do is we need to validate the token. So first we are going to extract the email address from this token. So I have already created this method extract email, and to this we can pass the JWT token. This will gives us the email address. I can call this email. Once we get the email address, we need to just compare this email address with the user details service. So for that I can write user email dot equals user details dot get username. Okay, this is the first condition, and the second condition, and I will also add if the token is not expired. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a private method is token expired, and to this we can pass the JWT token. Basically I want to add the not operator because I wanted to check this if the token is not expired, right? It is not expired, and I'm going to wrap this entire thing in a bracket. So if this condition is true, then we will consider it as a token is validated. Okay, it's a valid token. Otherwise, if any one of these condition fails, then we consider it as token is not valid. Now let's create this method is token expired. Okay, so basically what we will do is inside this, once we get the JWT token, we're going to extract the expiration. Okay, we're going to create a private method just like how we have created this extract email, right? So extract expiration. To this we can pass the token, which is nothing but the JWT token, and this is going to return boolean, but I'm going to attach the since this is going to return expiration, extract expiration is going to return date, I'm going to call a method before. Okay, before, and I'll pass the current date. Okay, if this is expired from the current date, okay, and then we're going to return this as true. Okay, then we know that it is expired. So now we need to create this method which is extract expiration. This is going to return a date object. At the top, here we are going to make use of the JWT token, and we're going to call the method, the reusable method which we have created, right, which is extract claim. Okay, call this method extract claim, and to this we are going to pass the JWT token and claims get expiration, and we are going to return this. Let's save this, and since this is going to return a date, on this we're going to call the before the current date. If this is before the current date, if this is expired, then we are going to consider it as token is not valid. All right, so let's save this. Now inside our, okay, we have this error. Let's see what is the error. Okay, expected colon is expected. Where is the colon? Okay, here. Let's add the colon and let's save this. All right, now inside our authentication filter, we have completed this method which is validate the JWT token. Okay, so this is the standard JWT util that every project follows. So this is the standard JWT class, util class that every project follows. Okay, I hope you are aware of what exactly goes inside this JWT util class. Okay, let's save this. Now we can test our implementation. Before we test our implementation, we need to do one more thing. We just created this authentication filter, but we have to register it, right? Okay, otherwise the Spring Security will not know that what this filter is, what it needs to do with this filter. So to register this inside our security config, we have this security filter chain, right? Inside this, basically we are going to make use of the add filter before method. Before that, we also need to tell that the session creation we are using is a stateless. Okay, for every request we are not going to maintain any state. Okay, the one request, whatever the request that we are going to make, the future request does not know about the previous request. Okay, that is called as stateless. So to make that, I'm going to make use of the session management and session. Let's use the session creation policy. Okay, we have this session creation policy. We are going to use it stateless, session creation policy stateless. Okay, and we are going to add the add filter before method. We're going to add the filter which is the one which we have created just now. So I'm going to inject that filter, private final JWT authentication filter, and I can pass the JWT authentication filter comma username password authentication filter dot class. Okay, before this is one of the filter which is provided by the Spring Security, and before this filter we need to add this filter. We need to make use of this filter to validate the JWT token. That's the whole idea of it, and I'm going to save this. That's it. Now with all of these changes, now we have to test our implementation. Let me stop the server and I will restart this. Okay, the application is started. Okay, let's go to the Postman. Okay, I'm going to execute this. I'm going to send the request to the login API. I'm going to click on this send. We get this 403 forbidden, which is very nice. Let's verify what went wrong. Okay, JWT token does not begin with the bearer token. Looks like there is something wrong with our authentication filter. That is, okay, it is going to throw an exception since we have already mentioned that this is a login API, and the login API we don't need to pass any of the JWT token, right? So in that case, we don't need this else part. Okay, I mean, like in the L part, we don't need to throw this. If I throw this, we get this exception, right? Okay, what I will do is I'm going to basically just get rid of this, or even the best option is what we can do is we can write a condition here if, and we can say that request, not this request header, okay, request dot get request URI dot contains, if this is contains slash login, or let me add this again, if this is contains register, or if this is contains a health. In that case, we need to just return the JWT filter. Okay, so we have this filter, do filter, right? I'm going to pass this and I'm going to return this, right? Let's save this. Okay, what it will do is if the request contains login or register, okay, or if it is an health check API, what we need to do is basically we don't want to check any of these things. We don't have to do any of these validations to validate the extract email or the throwing the exceptions or setting the all those things. We don't have to do it, right? Basically, we are going to just pass the request and filter to the next object. That's the whole idea of it. In case if any, apart from this login API or if any one of these API, then only we have to validate the JWT token. So I'm going to stop this server and I will restart this. Perfect. And now I'm going to click on this send. Boom. You can see now we get the JWT token. Now next, for every subsequent request, we need to pass this JWT token. I'm going to copy this JWT token, go to the read songs, and I'll just add this to the bearer token. Okay, select this bearer token and I'll pass the JWT token. Okay, now with this, I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 200 success. We get these songs. But if I select this as no auth or inherit from the parent, or if I disable the bearer token, if I try to send this, we get this 403 forbidden, which is perfect, which is expected, because other than the health check API, login API, register API, if the user is did not send the JWT token, we have to throw the 403 forbidden. Okay, I'm going to select this as bearer token, click send, we get the 200. Okay, perfect. Now what I will do is let's go to the add album, and for everything I'm going to make this as authorization as bearer token. Okay, select this bearer token, or even what we can do is I'll just select this as inherit auth from the parent and go to the read songs and select this is inherit auth from the parent, and let's save this. And if you go to the the music API, the collection itself, and here if I go to the auth and I'll select this bearer token, and in this directly I'm going to pass the bearer token. Okay, so let's save this. So in one place you can come and add this bearer token. So for all of these API endpoints, we don't have to pass the authorization header explicitly, okay, because we are adding this authorization token completely to the package itself or the collection itself. But however, the login API does not require. Go to the authorization, make this as no auth, and similarly go to the register API and go to the authorization and make this as no auth, and similarly go to the health check API. We have this health check API. I can make this as no auth. Okay, so let's save all of these API endpoints. Okay, and now go to the album, which is read album. Okay, inside this we are making this as inherit auth from the parent, so we automatically get the JWT token. Click on this send, we get the album details. Awesome. So now we have completed the JWT authentication. We have completed the login and register API. So one last thing what I would like to do is, let me clear the screen and let me go back. What I would like to do is, let me go to the security config. Here, if I look at this, right now we are making the login, register and health check API as a public API endpoint. However, rest everything we are making it as authenticated. I'm going to add one more condition, that is, which is authorized request. I'm going to add the request matchers dot request matchers HTTP method. If it is a HTTP get method, then I want the read songs API and the album list API. These two API endpoints to be accessible for both admin as well as user. I don't want this also to be authenticated only for the admin, because in the future the user also can able to see the list of songs, can also able to see the list of albums inside our React application. So for that, we have to make this as available for both admin as well as user. So for that, I'm going to add the request matchers http.get, and I need to provide the URI /API /auth not auth for the album API. Let's go to the album controller. This is going to be /API /albums, right? /API /albums, also /API /songs. These get API endpoints to be accessible for both admin and user. So for that, I'm going to add has any role. Okay, we can, if user has any role, we can specify a list of roles, user role as well as the admin role. Okay, rest everything we should be authenticated, but rest everything should be authenticated only by the admin. Okay, so for that, instead of any request, has a role, not has any role, has a role of admin that should be authenticated. Okay, has any request, has a role that should be authenticated. Okay, so we don't need to add authenticated, just we can specify the any request has role admin. Okay, I hope you got the point what we are trying to achieve here. Okay, basically the first request matches that we have added, this is accessible for every user. Okay, irrespective of the admin user, anybody can access this, because anybody can log in our application, anybody can register, anybody can check the health API or application. So that way we are going to make it as permit all. But however, the /albums /songs, reading the songs and reading the albums, that should be accessible for both user as well as admin, right? Admin can also access it and user can also access it. Then only user can able to listen the songs, view the albums, right? So that is why we are going to make this available for both admin as well as user. And we are adding the has any role, user and admin. If apart from all of these API endpoints, that should be protected, but only admin can access it, right? That is why has any request, sorry, for that we are going to add any request that should be has authenticated, which are having a role called admin role. That is why we are going to add this condition. With this, now we can verify that if the user can able to access, or if the user can able to add a new song or not, we can verify it. Okay, I'm going to stop this and I'm going to restart this. Okay, let me go to the Postman. Okay, the application is started. Now, since the user is login, I'm going to add a new song. Okay, click on this add new song, and just I'm going to add this a new song, which is Ilahi, and this is going to be Hey Jawani Hey Diwani, Hey Jawani Hey Diwani song. Okay, I'll just copy the album name, I'll paste it. Okay, this is the album name, and I want to select the image. Okay, so let's select the image. Let's go to the desktop and albums. We have this Hey Jawani Hey Diwani album, and I want this song. Go to the desktop and we have this song Ilahi. Okay, just click on this open. Okay, now since the user is logged in, now the login is logged in by user. Now if I try to click send, we get the 403 forbidden, because he is a user, he is not able to access it. However, only the admin can access it. Okay, admin can able to upload these songs. Okay, right now in our database there are no records for admin. If I go back, and you can see right now all the users are having a user role, but if any having a role called admin, they can add the songs. Okay, now this completes the authentication and authorization, right? Now everything is in place. Like now what we can do is we can go to the front end application, we can design the React application for the admin panel. Okay, before that I would like to do one more thing. I'm going to, since there are no facility to add the admin or enroll the admin into the application, what I will do is I'm going to create a command line runner. So whenever the application runs, we are going to insert admin role into our application. Let's go to the Project Explorer, and under the service package, I'm going to create a new class. It is going to be data initialization service. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to expand this and increase the font. This is going to implement the command line runner, and I will mark this as a service, and I will also add the required args constructor so that I can use the constructor based injection and SL4J for the logging. First of all, I'm going to inject private final user repository. I will also inject the password encoder. I want to encrypt the admin password. final password encoder. I can call this password encoder, and I will override the method which is run method. And inside this run method, basically I'm going to create a private method which is create default admin user. Okay, this is the method that we're going to call, and let's create this method which is a private method. Okay, and inside this basically I'm going to check whether the admin is already exist or not. Check if the admin already exists. So I can add the condition if user repository dot exists by email. I can pass the email address which is admin@musify.com. This is the default admin username or the email address. If this email address is not exist, then we need to insert it. So for that we can use the user.builder pattern. I can add the email address which is admin@musify.com. I can set the password which is admin123 and role. Okay, I can add the role user.role.admin. Okay, and I can call the build method, and this is going to give us the new admin user admin user, and this admin user we can save it into the database user repository dot save admin user. I can pass the admin user, right? And I can log the information, that is default admin user created, email address is admin@musify.com, and password is equal to admin123. Okay, this is the password, and this is else part. Okay, this is just the if condition. If the email is not exist, if the email is already exist, we just need to log the exception, that is log.info admin user already exists. That's it, and let's save this. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart this, and if I go to the database right now, there are no records for the admin. As soon as the application starts, it is going to create an admin role. Okay, admin user with an admin role. I'm going to start the application, and you can see default admin user is created, email address, admin, and password. Okay, this is it. And if I refresh this, you can see now we have an admin role. Admin now can add the songs, albums, all those things we can do. But now since the admin is already inserted, if I stop and restart it again, it will not create it again. It will display the message admin already exists. Okay, perfect. All right, with this now we have completed this entire authentication system, the login and register. Now we can proceed with the front-end application. Our front-end application is running on the port localhost 5173, and we can see the text app component, and we have also applied the tailwind-css styling. Now let's start with the development. I'll go to the project explorer. First of all, I'm going to add a logo to our application assets folder as well as the public folder. I have already downloaded the logo, and this is the logo that we're going to use. Just copy this. You can find this logo under the description section of this video. I will add it inside this asset folder, also inside the public folder. Next, we need to reference this image inside our index.html. Just open the index.html, and inside this link tag, I'm going to make use of the href, and I can make use of the image, which is music.png. Let's save this. With this changes, now if I go to the browser, you should see the logo at the very top, okay, as a favicon. All right. Next, let me close this index.html file. Next, we need to create a folder, or we also need to create one more file inside this assets folder. Let's create a file, assets.js. Inside this, basically, I'm going to import the image, the logo which we have added. I'll call this logo from music.png. I'm going to create an object and export it. I will call this assets, and we can return the image, which is nothing but logo. Save this. Now we can use this image or a logo wherever we want using this object assets.logo. Let's save this. I'm going to close this assets.js file. Next, I'm going to create a new folder inside this src. I'm going to call this context. All right. Also, I'm going to create one more folder, which is components, to create the reusable components. Perfect. Next, I'm going to create a few components. The very first component is the login component and the register component. So just create the login.jsx and register.jsx. Let me expand this. Now inside this login.jsx, basically we are going to create a functional component and we are going to export it as a default component. So let's create it. Const login. Let's return the JSX. This is going to be login and I'll export it as a default component. The same thing goes with the register as well. So just copy this and I'll paste it. I will change it to register and I'll change this to register. Let's save this. Now we have the login and register component is ready. We can mount this inside our app component. So let's open the app.jsx. Inside this, I am going to just get rid of this and I'm going to create a div. Under the div, let's render the login and register. Save this. Let's import the login as well. All right. Also, I'm going to install one more dependency, which is React Hot Toast. For the toast notifications, open the terminal and open a new tab. Let me clear the screen. npm install React Hot Toast. You can see the dependency has been installed. Now if I open the package.json, we have installed all the necessary dependencies. We have the tailwind-css is in place, Axios is in place, lucide-react is in place for icons, and we have the React Hot Toast, React Router DOM, and the tailwind-css. Perfect. Let's close this. Okay, now we have created the login and register component. We need to add the JSX content. We need to design the login and register component. So let's design that. Let's go to the register component. And inside this, so let's start updating the view. I'm going to just create a div with a class minimum height screen, background gradient to bottom right, from green 900 via black to green 900, flex items center dot justify center dot padding 4. These are the class that I'm going to add, which is minimum height screen, background gradient to bottom right, and from green 900 via black to green 900, flex item center, justify center, padding 4. And inside this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class maximum width margin and also width full space vertical 8. And inside this, I'm going to create a header. So let me add the comments. First, let's add the header. I'm going to just create a div with a class text center, and inside this create a one more div with a class flex items center, justify center, margin bottom 6. And inside this div, let's create a one more div with a class flex items center, justify center, margin bottom 6. Inside this, create an image, which is nothing but basically the logo image, and I will add the src. Oops, this is going to be image src. I will add the make use of the assets dot logo, and we can add the alt, which is nothing but the logo, and I can add the class name. This is going to be a class name, so let's add the class name. I will add width 16 and height 16 and save this. Okay, And just below this, I'm going to add the h1 tag, h1 dot, I will add the class name, which is margin left 3, and text 3 extra large, font bold, and text white. Inside this, I'm going to add Musify. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this login at the very top and we have this Musify, right? So I'm just going to change this to 125. Okay, now we have this Musify at the very top, we have this login, right? Perfect. Next, after this, what I will do is I'm going to just add the, after this, I'm going to create one more h2 tag. I will add the class text 2 extra large, font bold, text white, margin bottom 2, and I can add the text join Musify. I will add the paragraph with a class text gray 300. Inside this, I'm going to add a text, create your account to start listening, and save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this logo and the text Musify, and we have this join Musify, create your account to start listening. Perfect. One more thing I have missed is we need to add the font, Google Fonts. Let's go to the browser and search for Google Urbanist font. This is the font that we're going to add. Click on this first link and click on this get font and click on this get embed code. Select the import and web. I will copy this import statement. Go to the Project Explorer and open the index.css. At the very top, before the importing the tailwind-css, I'm going to add this. And I will also apply this font family, Urbanist. If it is not present, sans serif. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have a different font style. Perfect. Now let's go back to our Project Explorer, and inside this register.jsx, after this div, we need to create the register form. I'm going to add the text, the comment register form. First, I'm going to create a div with a class background gray 900 divided by 80. I will also add backdrop blur large, rounded 2 extra large, padding 8, and shadow 2 extra large, border gray 700. And inside this, basically we need to create the form. Okay, so let me show you. I'm going to just create a form here and save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice border and we have this text form here. We're going to create this form. Let me remove this, and basically inside this create a form, and we don't need this action, so let's get rid of this. And we need to add the classes, which is space hyphen vertical 6, and inside this form at the very top we need to display the error messages. So for that we need to create the states. We will create that later, but for now let's add the email field. So I'm going to add the comment here, the email field goes, and let's create the div. Inside the div I'm going to create a label, and I will add the classes, which is block, text small, font medium, text gray 200, margin bottom 2. Okay, and inside the, and also we need to provide the HTML for this is going to be an email, and inside this label I'm going to add the text, which is email address. And after this we need to create the input tag. So let's add input. We need to add the input type text. Okay, and we need to add the name. I can add the email as a name, ID. This is also going to be an email, and also autocomplete email, and this is going to be a required. So we are going to use this basic validation. For that we are going to add this required. Next I need to also add the class names. So let's add block width full, padding 4, horizontal padding 3, border gray 600, rounded large, background gray 800 by 50, text color should be white, placeholder gray 400. On focus, I want the outline for the text boxes, outline none, focus ring -2, and focus I will also add ring green. When focus, I want this ring to be green 500, and also on focus I want the border to be transparent and transition all, and also I'm going to add the duration 200. Okay, these are pretty long classes, but these are the classes that we are going to add. And after this I will also add the placeholder. For this placeholder I'll just add the text, enter your email. Perfect. Now we have this input field for the email address. Now we need to create for the, okay, let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this email address. Along with this we have this input text box, and we have this enter your email placeholder. On click of this, you can see we have this ring which is in green color. That is why we have added that ring classes. Alright, now we can create the password field as well. So I'm going to add the comment password field. Okay, so first of all I'm going to create a div. Inside the div, create a label. This is going to be password. I can add the class names. I will add block, text small, font medium, text gray 200, margin bottom 2. Okay, this is what we are going to add, and I will add the password as a label text. And next I'm going to create a div, and I will add the we don't need to add the div, we can directly add the input text box input. It's going to be a password, the name, it should be password, ID should also be password. And let me bring this to the next line. I will bring the name and ID to the next line. Right, next we need to add the autocomplete. It is going to be new password, new password. And inside this I will also add the required, because we are going to add the basic validation, and also we are going to add the class names. Okay, the class names, which is block, I will add the width full and padding 4, padding 3, border, and basically the classes which we have added for the above, the same kind of classes we are going to add. So what I can do is I can just copy this entire thing and I will just paste it. So let's come back here, and oops, this is going to be, let's copy it again and I'll paste it. Alright, so next after this class name we need to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder. I'll add the text, create password, and save this. With this, now if I go to the browser, you can see now we have the email address. On click of this password, we have this password is highlighting with the blue color. Okay, so the green color, and create password. We will also create a confirm password as well. Let's go to the file and I'll just duplicate this, paste it, and here I will add the confirm password field. Okay, And for this, I'm going to add the confirm password, and the type is going to be password, but the name, it is going to be confirm password. And for the ID also, it is going to be confirm password, and autocomplete, I'll keep it new password. We need the required, and the class name also I'll keep it same. And here I'll change the placeholder to confirm your password. And save this. Now if I go to the browser, you can see now we have the confirm password. I'll just change the text to confirm password. It's going to be confirm password. Save this. Perfect. Now if you look at this, we have this email address, enter your email, password, and the create password, confirm password, and confirm password. And you can see when I type something, it will not, the password it will not show because we have used the type as a password. Okay, next, after this div, we need to create the button. So I'll just add the submit button or the register button. Create a button. I will add the class names. So let's add the class name, which is width full, flex, justify center, padding 3, padding 4, border transparent, rounded large, shadow small, text small, font medium, text white, background green 500, on hover, background green 600, on focus, outline none, but focus ring 2, and focus, I will add the ring offset 2, and focus, I will add ring green 500, disabled opacity 50, disabled cursor not allowed, transition all, duration 200, transform, on hover I will add scale 105. Let's save this. I'll just add the text register, and now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this register, and on hover of this you can see we see the nice animation, right? Perfect. But what I will do is I'm going to just add the text now. Later we are going to use the loaders to disable the button whenever we are clicking on the register button. Okay, now in the bottom we need to add the text, which is, if you have already account, clicking on the login button, it should navigate to the login screen. So for that I'll just add the, okay, so we have this button. After this form I can add the comment, and I will add the text, which is switch to login, and inside this I'm going to create a div with a class margin top 6, text center. Inside the div create a paragraph with the class text small, text gray 400. Already have an account. If we already have an account, we need to navigate to the login screen. For that we need to provide the button. I will create a button. I will add the classes, which is text green 400. On hover I want the text green to be 300, font medium, transition colors, and I will also add the text, which is, let me add the text sign in here. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see sign in here. Now we have this button. So I'll just add the one more class, which is cursor pointer. Save this, and you can see now we have the cursor pointer on hover of this sign in here text. At the very end, we can also add the terms and conditions policy node that we can add. I'll just, after this div, I will add the comment. It is for the terms and conditions. This is completely optional, just I'm going to add it. Let's create a div, margin top 4, text center and paragraph, text extra small, text gray 500, and inside this, by creating an account, you are agreed to our terms and service and privacy policy. So let's save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see we are adding this note for the user. Alright, now our register screen is ready. The same kind of screen we can also replicate it for the login screen as well. Let's go to the login component. Before that, what I would like to do is go to the register component, and at the very top, I'm going to just copy this div and open the login component, and I'll just paste it because most of the things will be same. I'll just copy and paste it from the register component, and inside this, let's go to the register component, and I'll just grab this one more div and I'll paste it. Inside this, the header part will be same. So let's go to the register, and we have this header. I'll just copy this header. Inside this, I'll paste it. So now we have this header, but we need to change a few things. First of all, this is going to be a Musify, this as it is same, but this text, I'm going to change it to sign in to continue listening. Save this, and also this is going to be welcome back. Welcome back. Save this. If I go to the browser and go to the login, so you can see we have this login at the very top, because inside our app component we have added the login component as well as the register component together. If I go back our app component, you can see both we have added. That is why at the top we have this login, and in the bottom we have the register. Later we are going to render this conditionally. Okay, so for now we are able to see this text Musify, welcome back, and sign in to continue listening, right? So with this, now we can start creating the login form. Let's go back, and inside our login.jsx, first of all, let's go to the register, and I'll just copy this entire div, copy this inside our login.jsx. Now the header is completed. Now we can start the registration form. Okay, I'll create this div, and inside this div we need to create the form. So for that, let's go to the register, and we have this form. So I'll just copy this form, paste it, and inside this form, basically we are going to first at the top we are going to display the error messages. We're going to create the error state later, but for now we can display the email field. Let's go to this, and we have this email field. I'll just copy this email and paste it. So now we have this email field, email address, and everything looks good. And now after this email, we have this password field. Let's go to the register. I'll just copy this password field as well. And after this div, I'm going to paste it. So we have this password field, and save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this email address and the password, but the placeholder we can change it. Okay, I can change this password placeholder to enter your password, right, instead of the create password. Save this. Okay, perfect. We have this email address and enter your password. Next, we can create the button. So let me we can also make a reuse of from the register itself. I will go to the register.jsx, and we have this confirm password field. Let's keep it as it is, but we need this submit button. I'm going to copy this submit button inside the login.jsx. I'll paste it this button. Okay, this is going to be login. Save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this login button. Okay, perfect. Next, we need to also add the switch to register text in the bottom. Let's go back and we can copy the same. Let me go to the register.jsx. Okay, I'm going to just copy this switch to login. Okay, I'll just copy this and I'll change it to switch to register. After this, basically after this form, I'm going to add it. This is going to be switch to register. This is going to be don't have an account instead of the already have an account. Don't have an account. Okay, we are going to tell to sign up here. This is going to be sign up here and save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see sign up here. Okay, and also we have this sign in here. Okay, both the pages looks similar because we have used the same design. Of course, you can rethink and recreate and you can change the design as per your needs, but I have keep it same for both the register as well as the login. Okay, now go back to our register component, and at the top I'm going to create a few states. At the very top, const, we're going to create a stage for email, password and confirm passwords. We're going to use the use state hook. Initially, this is going to be an empty string. Set password. This is also going to be an empty string. Next, we can add the confirm password. Set confirm password. This will also be an empty string. Along with this, we will also create a loader. Loading, set loading. Initially, this is going to be false. And I will also create the error state for storing the error messages. Error set error. Initially, this is going to be also an empty string. Perfect. And now we can create a function const handle submit, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside this, basically, first of all, we are going to stop the reloading the entire web page, e.prevent default. And also I'm going to set the error to an empty string just for the sake. And next I will add the validation if the email or if password or confirm password is not present, we are going to set the error state, set error, or I can make use of the toast notifications. Let's add the React toast. Let's go to our app.jsx. At the very top, I will just add the toaster and save this. And inside our register.jsx, I will update the state, error state, set error. I'm going to just add the please fill in all fields, and I will just return this, and I will also add the toast.error. I can add the message that is error state. Let's import the toast from the React hot toast and save this. Okay, now we have to wire up this handle submit to our form. Let's go to our register form, scroll down, and we have this form. At the top, I will just add the on submit, and for this we're going to wire up the handle submit. Let's save this. I'm also going to wire up those into the input fields. So let's add the value. It is going to be email on change event. For the on change event, we're going to get this event, and we're going to update the set email to e.target.value. Similarly, for the password, let's add the value. It's going to be password, and on change set password to e.target.value. And for the confirm password, value confirm password, on change e.set confirm password e.target.value. Right, with this, let's save this. I will just log this into the console. Let's log the email, password and confirm password. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser and let me inspect this. Okay, let me reload this, and I'll just try to click on this register. It should display this validation message. Bhushan at example.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456, and clicking on this register, and okay, I have added this debugger. Let me remove this, and you can see the text that is printing here, Bhushan at example.com 123456 and 123456, right? Of course, we haven't added the validation for both password and confirm password should be same. We can also add that. For example, I can add here, let's say if password is not equal to the confirm password, we are going to set the error message that is password do not match, toast.error. I can update the error message and I can return this. Now let's save this. If I go to the browser and let me reload this, and I will add the email address Bhushan at example.com, password 123456. The confirm password, I will enter a wrong password. Okay, now click on this register. We are getting this error, but it is not displaying that error message. That is because looks like we have made a mistake. Let's verify what it went wrong. Okay, this is because we are trying to display this state. I mean, like the state value we are displaying as soon as we update this state. Okay, but this is going to update it in asynchronously, so we cannot do this. Let me put it in the top. Okay, then we can display the message that is, or even we can in the down, we can add it, but instead of updating the, I mean, like instead of displaying the state value, we can display a text that is password do not match. Passwords do not match. Okay, I'll just do the same thing here also. Please fill in all the fields. Okay, let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, I'm going to just reload this and I will try to enter the email address. Password, I will enter the wrong password, click register, boom, you can see password do not match. Alright, now we can do one thing inside this. We can, after this, okay, I'm going to just get rid of this. We are just displaying just for the testing purpose. I'm going to get rid of this. And here we need to make the actual API call, but we are not going to make the API call here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to create a context and we're going to add the function for register and login inside the context. Okay, but here what basically we are going to do is we are going to just call the API from the context, and the context will call the actual API. Let's save this. Now we can create the same thing inside our login.jsx as well. Let's go to our login.jsx. At the top, I'm going to create a state for email and password. So let's create the state which is email set email. Initially this is going to be an empty string. Let's import the use state const password set password, and also I'm going to add the loader const loading set loading. Initially this is going to be false, and also the error to store the error state. Let's save this and create a function const handle submit. This is also going to be an asynchronous call, and inside this e.prevent default to stop the reloading, and set error, I will set this to an empty string, and next I will add the validation. If the email or password is not present, I'm going to just update the state, set error, please fill in all the fields, and I will add the toast.error, please fill in all the fields. Okay, let's import the toast. Perfect. And after this, if you want, we can print the email and password just for the confirmation. Okay, now let's save this and let's wire up the onSubmit handler inside our form. OnSubmit handle submit. So let's save this, and just for the sake, I'm going to just log this to the console. Console.log email and password. Save this. Let's go to the browser. Let's reload this and go to the inspect. Okay, if I try to click on this login, we get this validation messages, that is Bhushan at example.com, password 123456. Click login, and okay, please fill in all the fields. This error we are getting, that is because if the email, okay, we need to wire up the on change and the value props as well. So for this email address, let's add value. It is going to be email on change set email e.target.value. Similarly for the password value password, and on change set password e.target.value. Let's save this and I'm going to just reload this. Now if I enter the Bhushan at example.com, password 123456, click login, you can see Bhushan and password is displaying. With these all changes, now we can go ahead and create the context. We are going to create the auth context and we are going to create the functions, the login and register. Let's open the project explorer and open the project explorer here, and we have already created the folder context. Inside this I'm going to create a file called auth context. Let me expand this and I will increase the font. So first of all, what we need to do is, whenever we are working with the context, we need to first create the context. The React has provided a function called create context. We're going to make use of that. Once we created the context, I'm going to export it so that I can use this context in other components as well. I'm going to call this auth context. Whenever we create a context, in every context has a provider as well. So we need to create a provider as well. So let's create the provider. I'm going to call this auth provider, and also I'm going to export this auth provider. This auth provider is a special component in React, and it is going to accept the children as a prop. Okay, it's going to accept a special prop which is called as children. We will talk about this children in just a bit, but it is going to accept the children as a prop. Now we need to return the JSX. So at the very end, we are going to return the JSX auth context dot provider, and we are going to render the children. Whatever the children that is going to accept by this auth provider, it is going to wrap it with this auth context provider, and it is going to render all the childrens. Now, what are these childrens? Basically, we are going to wrap this auth context with the app component. So if I go to the app component, we are going to wrap this entire not this app component. We are going to open the main.jsx. So if I go to the main.jsx, inside this main.jsx we have this app component, right? And we are going to wrap this entire app component with the auth provider. Whatever the provider just now we have created inside our auth context, this is the provider, right? We are going to wrap the entire app component with the auth provider. Let me first wrap this, and we don't need this strict mode. I'm going to remove this. So now this entire app component is wrapped with the auth provider. And if you know that app component also renders the other components, the nested components like navbar, sidebar, and all other components, it is going to render, right? Now, since our auth provider is wrapped with it is going to render the children, and whatever the children, which is nothing but the app component and all other components, is going to share the data. And how we are going to share the data? And to this auth context provider, we are going to pass a value, and this value is nothing but an object. We can create an object const. I'm going to call this context value, right? And this context value, we are going to pass it to this value prop. And now this children is going to share this entire context value. This context value is nothing but the object, and inside this object we can pass the functions, we can pass variables, properties, anything we can pass it. And this entire children's is going to responsible for sharing this context value. Instead of passing the prop for every component, that becomes a prop dealing, right? We have to, so deeply we have to pass all of the value, all of the data. So instead of that, we can create this kind of a context, and we can wrap the components around it, and we can share the data. In this case, the children is nothing but the app component, because we are wrapping this auth provider with the app component. Now this is going to, app component is going to share all of the data which we are passing it inside this context value. Okay, we're going to add the data inside this context value later, but for now this is the whole idea. I'm going to export this auth context as well. So let me export this, and also I'll just add this I'm going to create this an arrow function. There was a syntax error. Okay, now what I will do is I'm also going to create a one more custom hook, which is going to be const use auth hook. Okay, this is the hook that we are going to create. This is a custom hook, and I'm going to export this use auth hook as well. And inside this, basically we're going to check for the, let's make use of the use context, And now we have created this context, right? The auth context. Now if I wanted to use this, then we have to use the use context hook. This use context hook is provided by the React library, and inside this use context we are going to pass the context which we are going to use. In our case, we are going to use the auth context, right? And I'm going to call this with the name context. Now once we get the context, I can check for the condition. If the context is not available, I'm going to throw an exception. Basically what we are trying to do is, whenever if I wanted to access this context value in any of the components, we're going to make use of this use auth hook. And in this use auth hook, if you are accessing this use auth hook outside of this outside of the app component, then it is going to throw an exception. So that is why we are going to add this condition. If the context is not available, then we are going to throw new error, and inside the error I'm going to pass the error message, which is use auth must be used within an auth provider, and save this. And also I'm going to return the context. In case if the context is available, we are going to return the context. Now inside our components, we can make use of this use auth hook to get the context values, which is nothing but this context values. That's the whole idea of it. All right, I hope now you got the idea what we are trying to create here and why we are going to create the context, how it is going to share the data. I think you now have a good idea about this. Now inside this auth provider, let's create few states. I'm going to create the state for user, token and loading. Before that, I would like to also create one more variable, which is API base URL http://localhost:8080. This is the API base URL, and now we can create the states const user set user. Initially this is going to be, let's use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be null. Next I'm going to create the state for token. Initially this is going to be we are going to fetch the data from the local storage get item, and this is going to be user token. Next I'm going to create one more state const loading set loading. Initially this is going to be false. Okay, now we have this states as well as this API base URL. Now we can create the functions. In the down, what I will do is I'm going to create a function for the register, const register. This is going to be an arrow function, and also this is going to be an asynchronous function. And to this we are going to pass the email and password. This register function, we are going to call it inside our register component. We have already created this register component, and here inside this handle submit, we are going to call that function. And to this function, we are going to pass the email address and the password. Inside this, basically we are going to write the try catch block. Inside the try block, we can make use of the Axios library, axios.post, and we need to pass, let me import this Axios first, and let's use the template literal API base URL /API/auth/register. This is the API endpoint, and to this we need to pass the email and password. This is going to return promise, so we can make use of the await. We get the response. I'm going to call this response, and once we get the response, we can check for the condition. If the response.status is 200, actually we should have been checked for 201, but in our register API, if I go to the postman for the register API, we are actually returning the 200. And if I go to our backend application, and if I go to our register controller, or we have this auth controller, and you can see we are returning the OK, which is nothing but 200. So that is why we are checking here for the status code 200, but ideally we should have make it as 201. We will fix that later. Okay, now we can check for the response status is 200. If it is 200, then what we need to do is we need to just we have to inform the user that the user registration is successful, right? And in case of the else block, we are going to handle the exception. So for this, what I will do is I'm going to just let me write the else block here, and in the else block I'm going to just return an object success. I'm going to return it to false, and message I'm going to return it data dot not the data, we will get the response dot data dot message. If the message is not available, we can print a default message, that is registration failed. And in the true block we are going to again return an object, the same return object we are going to pass, that is going to be success, it is true, and message response, we can write the message, that is registration successful, and save this. And in the catch block also we need to handle the exception, so I can just return success, I'll set this to false, and message we can print the error dot response dot data dot message. If it is not, we can display a message, that is network error, please try again later. Okay, network error, please try again later, and save this. Now we have this registration function is in place. We can call this function inside our register component. In order to call the register function inside our register component, first we need to pass it to the context value. We already discussed, right? We have to pass the context value for the functions, then other components will share the data. That's exactly what we're going to do it. Inside our auth context, we have this context value, we're going to pass this register function, right? And save this. Now inside our register component at the top, we will make use of the use auth hook. If you remember, we have created this use auth hook, right? And from this we are going to grab the function, which is nothing but the register function. Now we get this register function, we can make use of this register function. So scroll down, in the down, what we are going to do is we are going to make use of that function. Okay, inside the try catch block, okay, we have this catch block and the finally block. Inside the finally block, first we are going to set the loader to true, set loading to true, and then we are going to set the loader to false inside our finally block, because finally block will run irrespective of whatever happens. And inside the try block, we need to call that function. Since this is an asynchronous function, we have attached this async, and I'm going to call this register await register, and to this register function we need to pass the email and password, and we will get the response const, we get the result, and from this result we can check for the success. If the result dot success, then we are going to basically print a message, that is toast dot success. We are going to print the success message, basically the result dot message, which is nothing but, if I go to the auth context, success is true and the success message is result dot message, which is registration successful. This is exactly what we are going to print. This is for the in case of success. In case of the failure, we are going to basically what we're going to do is we're going to set the error. Also, I'm going to just update the okay, we do have the error state. So inside the else block, I'm going to just add toast dot error result dot message, and I will update the state, that is set error, and for the error result dot message I'm going to print. And inside the catch block also, what I will do is I'm going to just print the toast dot error. We will print the message, that is exception, or we can say an unexpected error occurred, please try again later. And we can update the state, set error e dot, we can print the error message e dot message, and save this. Okay, so now our register component is ready to handle this handle submit function. Inside this, basically we are just stopping the reloading the web page, and we are setting the error to empty string. Then we are doing the basic validations, right? And after this we are setting the loader to true, and then we are calling the function, which is register function, and this will call the register function from the auth context, and it is going to return success or false. In case of it is success, we have to navigate to the login page. So for that, I will just add the use navigate hook. I'm going to call this navigate. Okay, for now we will not use this navigate hook because we haven't configured the routing in our application. So let's not worry about it now. Whenever the user is successfully registered, he will get the notification that is registration is successful, and he can go back to the login page and he can log into the application. Let's save this. Now what we need to do is we need to test this functionality. Let's go to the browser, and first of all I'm going to reload the web page, and now we can start entering the user details. The email address, for example, ramesh@example.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456. Now when I click on this register, boom, you can see we get the message registration successful. We can verify it in the database also. Let's go to the Mongodb database, and I'm going to just refresh this. Boom, you can see ramesh@example.com, and you can see we get the role as user. Perfect. Now our registration is working as expected. However, after the registration is successful, we have to take the user to the login page. We will fix that later. Now we can work on the login part. Now when the user entered the email address and password, after clicking on this login button, we have to logged into the account, and we have to store the user token and user role inside our local storage. Let's open the project explorer, and inside our auth context, we have created this register function. Similarly, we are going to create the one more function, which is login. Let's create the function login. This is also going to be an asynchronous function. Let's attach the async keyword, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we can make use of the Axios to call the login API. Axios post, and this is the we are going to use the template literal, and API base URL is the base URL which we have defined top, and /API/auth/login is the API endpoint. And to this we need to pass the for the login we need to pass the email address and password. Let's pass the email and password. If I go to the postman, and if I go to the login API, let me open the login API. Let's open the collection and go to the login. You can see for the login also we are passing the email and password. Let me pass the email and password. We have passed the email and password, and now once we pass this email and password, it is going to return the promise, and we can handle it using the await. And I will also pass this email and password here, email and password. Perfect. And now we will get the response. I can call this response. Once we get the response from the API, I can check for the condition. If the response.status is 200, if it is 200, then we know that the user is logged in successfully without any errors. He entered the correct credentials. In this case, we need to update the token, right? We have created this state token and set token. We can make use of the set token to set the to update the token. So for this, we are going to make use of the response.data.token. We get the token, and after this, we will also update the user. Okay, we also created this state user and set user. We will update the user state as well, set user, and we will make use of the, let me create an object. We will pass the object, and we will pass email, which is going to be response.data.email. Then we will also pass the role, response.data.role, right? Next, I am going to make use of the local storage to set the user token. Local storage set item, we are going to set the user token and response.data.token. And similarly, local storage set item, we are going to update the user data, and we are going to the data we are going to stringify it. We are going to stringify it using the json.stringify, and we will make use of the, let me get rid of this. We can pass the object, that is email, response.data.email, and role as well, role, response.data.role. With this, now we are storing the inside the local storage, we are storing the user token as well as the user data. Also, we are updating the state. And after this, inside the if condition, we are going to return the success. So return, I can pass the object that is success true. Okay. Next, in case if the user entered the wrong credentials, we are going to return the failure message. So let's pass the object return success. In this case, it's false, and the message which is going to be response.data.message. If the message is not available, we are going to pass the default message, which is login failed. Perfect. Next, inside the catch block, we are going to do the same thing. Basically, I'm going to return the success. I'll set this to false, and message error.response.data.message. Otherwise, if the message is not available, we're going to make use of the message which is network error, please try again later. Let's save this. Okay, now our login function is in place. We can pass this login function into our context value, just like how we have passed the register. So let's pass the login, and now the login is available for all of the children's. And inside our login.jsx, we can first grab the login function. Let's make use of the use auth hook, and we can grab the login function. Okay, now we got the login function. This login function we can call inside this handle submit function. Let's scroll down. I'm going to get rid of this console.log. But after this if condition, what I will do is I'm going to call the function. Basically, I'm going to add the try catch block inside the first of all, let's add the catch block also inside the, and also I will add the finally block. And at the top, first I'm going to set the loader to true. If you look at this, we have created this loader, right? We're going to set the loader to true. And next, in the finally block, I'm going to set the loader to false. Inside the try block, we can make use of the login function, which we have grabbed from the auth context, login, and to this we can pass the email address and password. And this is an asynchronous function, so this is going to return promise. I can add await, and this will give us the result. I'm going to call this result. Once we get the result, we are going to check the condition. If the result.success is not true, we're going to add a not operator. If it is not true, then we can display a toast message, toast.error, result.message. Similarly, we will also update the error state, set error result.message. This is for the if condition, right? In case if the result is not success. And in the error block, what I will do is I'm going to set the error. I'll just add the error.message. I can also add the toast.error. I'll just add the message. Unexpected error occurred. Please try again later. Let's save this. With this, now we can test the login functionality. Let's open the browser. First of all, I'm going to reload the browser. Let me clear the console, and let's try to log into the application. I will also open the application, and inside this local storage, we will see whether after the login, whether we can able to store the user token as well as the user data. I'm going to enter the email address, which is ramesh@example.com, password 123456. When I click on this login, boom, you can see in the application local storage, user token is stored. Also the user data is stored, the email address and the role, which is user. Perfect. Which means our login is working as expected. Basically, we need to what we need to do is after the user is logging in, once the user click on the login, we are storing the user details into the local storage, and we have we have to hide this form, and we have to display the other form. We have to display the other page. Basically, we have to create a home page or the dashboard page, and inside that we have to display all the albums and the songs. That is the next step. But so far our login API is working as expected. But now what I will do is, let's see the other scenario. What will happen if the user entered the wrong credential? What error message we are going to get? That we will see. So for that, I'm going to just remove these user data and user token, and I'm going to enter the wrong credential. Okay. And when I click on this login, we are getting this network error. Please try again. Actually, when the user entered a wrong credential, it should display either email password is wrong or incorrect, that it has to display. So what we can do is we can fix this. Let's go to the code, and inside this login API, if you look at this, inside this error object, we are setting this error object. And also if I go to the login, this is login.jsx. Basically we have to go to the auth context. Inside our auth context we have this login API, like the login function. If you scroll down, you will see we will get this error object. First log this error object and see what do we get. I'm going to log this error object, console.error, and error object I'm going to print. However, we are actually printing the error.response.data.message, but for some reason this error message is not displaying. We can verify this. I'm going to save this. Let's go to the browser and let's reload this, and I'm going to enter the credentials. Basically I'm going to enter a wrong credential. Click login, and we get this network error, which is good. But however, we are getting this error object, right? Axios error, message request failed with a status code 400, which is good. User is entering the bad request. But if I expand this, you will see the message. Okay, inside this response object, we have this data. Okay. However, we are getting this email and password is incorrect, which is in the data object, and we are trying to access this data.message. So we don't need this in this case. So let's get rid of this. Okay. Now let me save this, and I'm going to get rid of this console.log. Save this. Now if I go to the browser and let me clear this, and I will also reload this, and let's enter the email address bhushan@example.com, enter the password, click login, boom, we get the message email password is incorrect, and we get the bad request, which is correct. Now our login functionality is working, and we are also displaying the proper error messages to the user whenever user has entered the incorrect credentials. The next step is what we need to do is whenever the user is logged in, we need to hide this entire login form, and we have to display a dashboard page. Also, when the user registered to the account, we have to navigate the user back to the login page. We have to tell user to log into the application. Let's fix those issues. Before that, I would like to create one helper function inside our auth context. Let's open the auth context, and just like register and login, I'm going to create one more function, and I'm going to pass that function to the context value. That function is authenticated. This function is going to just return a boolean value, is authenticated, and this is going to return a boolean value, and it says that whether the user is authenticated or not. And to understand whether the user is authenticated or not, we can make use of the token and user state. So I'm going to return, I will use the double not operator, token and user. I'm going to make use of this. Basically what it will do is, if the token has some value, and this is going to return true, and if the user is also having some value, it is going to return true, and when both the conditions are true, it is going to return true. You might be thinking that why we are not using just the token and the user. Of course this will work, but the problem is if the token has some value, this condition true, and what will happen if the user data is, if the user is also having some value, then it will not return true. Instead, it is going to return the user object. We don't want to return the user object. We want to return the boolean value. We want to return the true or false. That is why we are going to use the double not operator. In these situations, the double not operator will really help. What it will do, it has some value. If the token has some value, it is going to return true. If the user is also having some value, it is going to return true. And since we are using the AND operator, both the conditions are true, it is going to return true. And now the isAuthenticated function will contain the boolean value true, and we can make use of this. So this is the helper function that I'm going to use. And what I will do is I'm going to just pass this helper function into the context value isAuthenticated. Let's save this. You will understand this where we are going to use this function in just few minutes. But now we have created this function which is isAuthenticated. Okay, now let's go ahead and create one function which is a display component, which is responsible for rendering the albums and the songs. So inside the components, I'm going to create this component. I will call this display.jsx. And let's create the functional component display. Inside this, let's return the JSX. I'm going to just create a div, and I will add the text displaying the albums and songs. And I'll export this as a default component and save this. Now I'm going to create one more component which is going to be auth wrapper. Okay, let's create that component first. I'm going to create that component which is auth wrapper.jsx, and let me expand this and increase the font. Const auth wrapper. Inside this, basically I am going to return the JSX. Return, this is a wrapper component, and I'll export this as a default component and save this. Now let's go to our app.jsx. Inside this app.jsx, what basically we are doing is we are just rendering the login, register, and this is our toaster, which is fine. But what I will do is I'm going to not to render the login and register component. Instead, what I will do is I'm going to render the display component. Okay, display component. Perfect. And now this entire display and wrapper, I am going to wrap it with the auth wrapper, which we have created just now. This is our auth wrapper component, right? I'm going to wrap our display and toaster with the auth wrapper component. So let's change this to auth wrapper. Let's save this. Now what happened? This toaster and display, these are the children to our auth wrapper. Okay, so let's accept the children prop to our auth wrapper. Let's go to our auth wrapper, and here I'm going to accept the prop, which is children. So now these children are nothing but the, if you look at the app.jsx, the display and toaster, these are the children to our auth wrapper. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to return the children. In the down, I'm going to return children, and I will make use of the use auth hook to grab the context. From the context, we're going to grab the is authenticated function const. So let's grab the is authenticated. Once we get this function, I'm going to write a condition. If the user is not authenticated, then I want to render the login component or the register component. We have to decide if the user is not authenticated, which one we have to render. We have to render the register component or we have to render the login component. To decide that, I'm going to make use of the one more state. I will just create the state at the top, which is going to be show register. Const, this is going to be show register, set show register, and initial value, this will be false. And in the down, we are going to make use of the state, which is show register. I will just return show register, and I will make use of the ternary operator, right? And in the ternary operator, basically what I will do is I'm going to, if the show register is true, then I'm going to render the register component. Okay, so let's render the register component. I'm going to import this register. Otherwise, if the show register is false, we are going to render the login component. Okay, let's import the login component. Perfect. So basically we have just added the condition. If the user is not authenticated, then we are going to check for this show register. If the show register is true, then we are going to render the register. If the show register is false, then we are going to return the login component. Okay, we have not yet done. We have to also set up the routing. So once the user is authenticated, we are going to return this. But if the user is already authenticated, what if this is for the user is not authenticated? But if the user is authenticated, what we need to do? We need to display the component, which is the display component, right? And inside this display component, we can set up a simple routing. We don't have to go for the complex routing, just create a simple routing. And inside this, basically what I will do is I'm going to make use of the div. Let me get rid of this, create a div, and I will add the class flex 1 and padding 6 and padding bottom 4, overflow auto. Inside this div, I'm going to add the routes. Inside this routes, I'm going to create a single route, and for the path, we're going to use the base path, which is slash, and we're going to render the component. Let's add the element. Basically, we're going to render the component. Let's create one more component. This is the display component. We will create one more component, which is basically the display home component. And inside this components, I'm going to create the display home.jsx. And let me increase the font. Let's create the arrow function display home. Inside this, let's return the JSX, which is displaying the albums and songs. Later we can update this component, but for now let's just add this simple message and save this. Now inside our display.jsx, we can render this component, which is display home, right? And save this. We will also create one more component, which is for the album. So let's create the route path. This is going to be album. Later we will update this route, but for now let's keep it simple, and I'm going to create one more component which is going to be display album. Display album.jsx, and inside this I'm going to just add const display album. Let's return the JSX displaying the albums. Let's export this and save this, right? Okay, now we have this display album. We will also create one more component which is the search component. Let's create the functional component. Let's return a JSX search component. Let's export this and save this. Now inside our display.jsx, let's create one more route. Let's duplicate this, and this is going to be /search, and we can render the search component. Okay, this is from the our project, and also this is going to be albums, display album. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have the basic routing is in place, but what we need to do is we also need to wrap the browser router with our app component. So let's go to our main.jsx, and you have see this, we have app auth provider, and this app component is surrounded with the auth provider, and also we are going to entire this thing we are going to surround with the browser router and save this. So now our basic routing is in place. If I go to the display, here we are adding the routing configuration, and also we have created the necessary components like display album, search, and display home. And also inside our auth wrapper, we are accepting the children, and we are returning the children. The childrens are nothing but, if I go to the app.jsx, the toaster, display, auth wrapper, all these are the childrens, right? And inside this, let's go to our auth wrapper. Inside this, we are just adding the condition. If the user is not authenticated, we are going to decide based upon the show register. If the show register is true, then we are going to return the register. If the show register is false, then we are going to return the login component, and we are returning the children. Okay, with all of these changes, we can test our functionality. Let's open the browser, and let me open the developer tools. Let's go to the console. You can see now earlier in the home page it was displaying the both login as well as the register, but now you can see we can able to see only the login because the user is not authenticated. And if the user is not authenticated, you can see if the user is not authenticated, we're going to check for this show register. Initially this show register will be false, and since the condition becomes false, and we are only seeing the login component, right? Perfect. Now we can able to see only the login component. Now let's go ahead and enter the credentials and try to log in. Let's open the application, and we can track the user details inside this local storage. I will enter Ramesh at example.com. Let me add 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so when I click on this login, boom, you can see we have logged in, and user token, user data we can able to see, and we are navigating to the base URL, which is localhost 5173. However, we are not able to see the message, the JSX message. The content we are not able to see. Looks like there is an error. Let's go to our console and uncaught reference to route. Okay, I think the route is not defined. We will define the route. That is one thing. Another thing is, let's say suppose when the user, now the user is logged in, right? Okay, you can see inside our application, we can able to see the user data and token. Now, whenever I refresh this, what will happen? Let's see. Since the user is logged in, the user has to be stay in the same page. Okay, but let's see what will happen. When I click on this reload, boom, you can see the user is navigating back to the login page. However, the user is already logged in, and when the user is logged in, if the user is try to reload the web page, we should never show the login page, right? We have to fix this issue also. Okay, let's fix this one by one. Let's go to our also one more thing we have to fix. Whenever we have this user sign up here, right? When the user click on this sign up, we have to navigate to the register form. Similarly, in the register form, if the user is click on the sign in here, we have to navigate back here. Okay, we have to add the functionality for these links as well. All these things we can fix it one by one. Let's go to our project explorer, and the very first thing is let's import the route. Let's go to our display, and we have this routes and route. Okay, we have only imported the routes, so let's import the route as well from the React router DOM. We are going to import it. Okay, now we have the route is in place. Let's save this, go to the browser, and let me delete this. user details. Now let's try to log in. Ramesh at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this login. Boom, you can see now we can the details has been stored in the local storage, and we can able to see the message that is displaying the albums and songs. Perfect. We can also navigate to search. Okay. Whenever we navigate to the search, it is not navigating to the search. We will fix that also. We have navigated to the /search, but it is not navigating. We will fix it one by one. The next thing what we need to do is, whenever the user is refresh this, what will happen? Since the user is logged in, we should never show the login page, right? For this, what we are going to do is, inside our auth context, let's open our auth context. At the top, we are going to add the use effect hook. So inside our provider, we are going to create the use effect hook. So let me just above this register, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. Let's import the use effect hook. And inside this, first of all, we need to pass the dependency array. So I'm going to pass an empty array. And inside this use effect, I'm going to make use of the local storage dot get item. Local storage dot get item. I'm going to get the item, the user token. Similarly, I'm going to store that in a variable const stored token. I'm going to call this stored token const stored user. I'm also going to get the local storage dot get item. We need the user data. Let's get the user data. Okay, now we get the user data as well as the user token. We can add the condition if the stored token and stored user both are present. If the data is available for this, then we know that the user is already logged in. In that case, we need to set the token. I'm going to update the state, set token. I will add the stored token. I will also set the user, and I will make use of the, since in the database, in the local storage, we are storing it. If I go to the local storage, you can see we are storing it as string. We have made it as stringify, and we are storing it. Now I will parse it. Let's go to our set user update function, json.parse, and we will make use of the stored user. With this, I will also make use of the set loading. I will set this to true, and after this I will set the loader to false. Okay, and save this. Perfect. Now with this, now let's go to the browser, and you can see the user is logged in, and we should not able to see the login component, right? And we are in the search component. So now if I go to the base URL, you can see we are in the displaying the albums and songs. So let's verify it one more time, or I can refresh this. Boom. Even if I refresh this also, user is logged in and he is not navigating to the login page, right? Similarly, user is also not navigating to the register. You can see he can not even able to go to the register component also. Of course, there is no route for register, but he is not able to see the register component as well. Okay, basically the user is logged in and he can able to see the content, the logged in content he can able to see. Perfect. Now what we need to do is we need to fix few more issues. That is, whenever the user, let me delete this. Okay, now when the user reload this, user is navigating to the login page. Now we have to attach the on-click events for these links as well. Let's open the auth wrapper component. Let's go to our auth wrapper component. Here we are rendering the register and login based upon the show register. Now we have to make this, we have to update this state based on some condition based upon the user, what link user is clicking on. Whether if the user is clicked on the sign in here, then we have to make this as true or false. Similarly, when the user click on that, we have to update this state. So to do that, what I will do is I'm going to just pass a prop which is on switch to login, and I'm going to just provide the inline function. This is going to be set show register. I'll set this to false, right? Similarly, for this login component, I'm going to pass the prop which is on switch to register, and I will make use of the arrow function to update the show register to true, because the user want to switch to the register and we are going to set the register component to true, and here user want to switch to the login component and I'm going to set the show register to false. With this, now inside our register component and login component, we can accept those props and we can attach the on-click events, right? Let's go to our register component, and inside our register component, we can accept the prop. Let's go to our login component. Inside this login component, I'm going to accept the on switch to register. This is the prop that I'm going to accept, and we can make use of this prop to attach the on-click event. We have already created the button at the very bottom, right? In the bottom, we have this button, not the submit button. This is the button, right? And to this button, we can attach the on-click events. On click, and we will call the function which is on switch to register, because the user in the login, on click of this switch to register, user will call that function, and we're going to update the state. We're going to set the show register to, let's go to our auth context, not the auth context. Let's go to auth wrapper. We're going to update the set show register to true, right? Similarly, inside our register component, let's go to the register component. Here, I'm going to accept the on switch to login. Scroll down. We have this button. We have the button. This is the button switch, but the submit button, sorry. And we should have been seen a button switch to login, right? Okay, this is the button, and we're going to attach the on click event, and we are going to attach the function which is on switch to login. On switch to login. So let's save this. Now with this, let's go to our browser. Now clicking on this sign up here, you can see we are navigating to the sign up page, and clicking on the sign in here, we are navigating to the sign in page. Awesome. Our functionality is working as expected. Next, what I will do is, since this is done, what we need to do is let's try to log into the application and see. I'm going to enter the credential Bhushan at example.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. Boom, user is logged in. You can see user token and data is stored in the local storage. We are displaying the albums and songs. When I reload this, you can see the user is still in the page, and also you can see the user token and user data is present. However, we need to add one more thing. We need to add a few more things. That is, first of all, we need to add the logout button. When the user is click on the logout button, we will be logging out, and we will be removing the user token and user data from the local storage. That is the first thing. The second thing is, let me delete this. I'm going to delete this and reload this. Now we are in the login page. On click of this login, there is no loader or anything we have added. We need to add the loaders. Okay, when the user is click on this login, we have to disable this button till the user is logging into the application. Similarly with the register also, when the user click on this register, we need to wait few more time till the user is registered. Okay, we will handle that. And one more thing we need to handle, that is when after the user is registered, we have to navigate the user back to the login page. Okay, we have to handle that scenario as well. First, let's go to our register component, and let's go to the register component. We have this handle submit. Scroll down. Inside this if condition, if the result is success, we are going to call the function which is on switch to login, right? So what will happen is, after the successful of registration, after displaying this toast message, we are going to navigate to the login page. So let's test this. Let's go to our browser, and I'm going to enter the, so let's go to the sign up here. Pawan at example.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456, right? Click on this register. I think something went wrong. It should have been, okay, some error we got. That is 8080 auth register is 400 bad request. Okay, Pawan at example.com, looks like something is right. I think Pawan might be already registered. Okay, let's verify it. Okay, the Pawan is already registered. That is why we are getting this error. So let me delete this. Okay, now let's reload this, and let's go back to the sign up here and enter the email address Pawan at example.com 123456 123456. Click on this register. Boom, we are navigating to the login page. However, if you notice, we are not getting the toast message. That is likely because if I go to the auth wrapper, and we are wrapping this, and let's go to the app.jsx, you can see this toast and display, we are wrapping it with the auth wrapper. Okay, so let's actually put outside of this auth wrapper. Okay, I'm going to add this, and I will just wrap this entire thing with the fragments. Okay, the React fragments I'm going to use, and I'll add this. And we don't need this unused import statements, so let's remove this. Now let's save this. Okay, let's go to our Mongodb, and I'm going to delete this Pawan user. Now go to the browser, click on this sign up here. Let's add pawan@example.com 123456 123456. Click on this register. Boom, you can see registration successful. We are navigating to the login page. Perfect, which is expected. Now we have fixed that issue. Next, what we can do is let's go to our project explorer, and we need to add the loaders for the register button and the login button. Let's first go to the register component. Scroll down. We have this loader, right? We can make use of this loader. Scroll down all the way to the down, and we have this button. Okay, not this button. We have this submit button, and for this submit button, basically we are directly just adding the text. So let's go back, and here we are adding this text, which is register. I don't want to add this register directly. Basically what I want to do is I want to add the loader. So to add the loader, what I will do is I'm going to basically make use of this. Let's get rid of this register, and I can make use of this loading state. Okay, if the loading is true, I'm going to return something. We will use the ternary operator. If it is not, we are going to return something else. That's the whole idea of it. If the loader is true, then we are going to create a div with a class flex items center, and inside this div I'm going to create a one more div with a class animate spin rounded full and height 4 width 4 border bottom 2 border white and margin right 2. So this is what I'm going to add. This is the div that I'm going to add, and this is just going to give us the loader, and then I can add the message that is creating an account. I can add 3 dots. Okay, this is for the true block if the loader is true. What if the user is if the loader is not true? Basically we are going to add the text that is create account, or I can add just register, right? I think instead of the register we can add create account. This makes sense. So let's save this. Perfect. Now we can test this. Okay, of course we haven't deployed this application to any production server. We cannot simulate it, but however in the browser we can simulate it. Let's go to the browser and let's go to our sign up here. Let's clear this, and now let's go to our network, and here we have this no throttling is there, right? Let's make it to 3G, and I will add let's add the email address. Let's say bhuvan@example.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456. Now on click of this create account, you can see this button will be disabled. You can see it is creating an account. We get this loader. Perfect. Now the user is registered. I think we have forgot to disable the button, so let's disable that also. Let's go to our code, and here you can see for this button, right, for the submit button, we have not added the disable property. We haven't added, so let's add the disable property. Disabled. I will set this to loading. Okay, now let's save this. Now with this, let's go to our browser. Let's try to register with a new account. Let's go to the Mongodb, reload this, and I'm going to delete some of the accounts. I don't want to create too much of accounts. Okay, now we have deleted okay, let me delete this Ramesh also. Okay, perfect. We have this Bharat and Bhushan. Okay, we have also deleted the admin also, no problem. Okay, let's let's create a new account. Let's go back to our browser and let me reload this. Perfect, and I'll enter the okay, we have added this 3G, that's why it is loading. No problem, let it load. Okay, now let me let's go to the sign up, and we are in the 3G mode. Okay, let's go to the let's enter a new email address, which is ramesh@example.com, password 123456, the confirm password. Now click on this create account. You can see now the button has been disabled, right? Perfect, this is what we wanted. Okay, and also now you can see why we have added this in the network 3G mode. So if you wanted to test that scenario, we can make this as 3G and we can test it. Similarly, we can also test for the login also. Let's go to the Project Explorer and go to the login.jsx. So in the login.jsx also we can make the same use of it. Scroll up, we have this submit button, right? And I'm going to first of all disabled, I'll set this to loading, and let me bring this text to the next line. Perfect. And here for this loading login, so let's cut this. We can make use of the expression to check the loader. If the loading is true, I'm going to just display, let's use the ternary operator and we will display something. In the true block, I'm going to add the div with a class flex items center, and inside this div I'm going to create one more div with a class animate spin. Of course we can copy it from the register, but I would like to type it rounded full, height 4, width 4, border bottom 2, and border white and margin right 2, and this is the loader. And I can add the text signing in, and in the else block we can add the text that is sign in, right? Let's save this. With this now we can simulate the scenario. Let's go to the browser and let me clear this now. Enter the credentials, example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this sign in. You can see the button is disabled and user is signing in. Okay, the user is signing in. Perfect. Our loader is also working as expected. Let me go to the no throttling. Okay, let's make it no throttling. Perfect. We need to also add the logout button. We will add the logout button in just a bit, but before that let's go back to our Project Explorer. We need to add inside our register and login component. What we need to do is we need to add the error state as well. Okay, we have to make use of the error state to display the message. So if I scroll up, okay, this is our login component. First let's go to the register component. At the very top we have this register form, right? And also we have this state which is error state. Let's make use of this error state to display the error message. Inside this register form we have this form, right? After this form let's make use of the error state, error. If the error is present, I can return the JSX. So let's create a div with a class background red 500, and also I will add the border red 500, and rounded large padding 3, text red 300, text small, right? I will make this background red 500 divided by 20, and inside this div I will just render the error state. I will just display the error. That's it. So the same thing we can also add it inside our login.jsx. So let's go to the login.jsx. After this form, just before the email field, I will add this error state. Let's save this. We can test this. Let's go to the browser and I will just go to the application and I will just delete this user token and user details. Reload this. We will navigate to the login page and enter the credentials, strong credentials, bhushan@some.com, and enter the credentials, sign in. You can see email and password is incorrect. Also you will see this message that is email and password is incorrect, which is perfect. If you want, you can remove this. You can completely ignore this. This is completely optional. I have just added it. Perfect. Now let me go back to our sign in register page. Here also you can see that the error message, and you can remove that error state that we have added at the top. Just for the sake, I have added it. Okay. One last thing what I would like to add is inside our auth wrapper. Let's go back to our auth wrapper. We have this auth wrapper. Here we are actually adding this is authenticated, is based upon the condition we are returning the register and login. But however, I would like to add a loader in this place also. Okay, here also I would like to add the loader. But how do we get the loader? See, if you go to the auth context, inside this auth context, we have this loader, right? And we are making use of this set loader to true, and here we are setting the loader to false. The same loader we can pass inside the context value. So let's pass the loading. So not this login, this is going to be loading. We can pass this and save this. So now we can make use of this inside our auth wrapper. Let's go to the auth wrapper, and here first of all I'm going to grab the loader from the use auth hook. Loading. Now here I can make use of the condition. If the loading is true, okay, if the loading is true, I can return some JSX, right? I will create a div with a class minimum height screen, background black, flex, items center, justify center. And inside this div, create one more div with a class text center. Inside this, create a div with a class animate spin, rounded full, height 12, width 12, height 12, width 12, and border bottom 2, border green 500, and I will add the margin auto and margin bottom 4. And inside this, okay, this is actually the loader, and after this I'm going to add a paragraph with a class text white, text large, and I can add the text loading. Let's save this. To test this, let's first go to the browser, and what I will do is I'm going to just go to the developer tools, and here I'm going to just enter the credentials, bhushan@example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in. Okay, it was very fast. Let me go to the network, and I'll just change this to 3G. Okay, now let's reload this. We should see the loader, but for some reason we are not able to see the loader. Okay, that is because let's verify it. Let's go back to our project explorer and go to the auth context. So we have this loader initially. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, initially this should be true. Okay, and here I'm going to just get rid of this, and after we are checking this condition, we are going to set the loader to false. Right, with this, now let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, and this time we should see the loaders. So let's hopefully we will see this loader. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to just go to the application, and I'm going to delete this user details, and I'm going to reload this. First, the user will be logged out, then we can test it. I will just, okay, the user is logged out. Now let's clear this. Let's make sure that we are setting the loader to false. Here initial value will be true, and inside our auth wrapper we have this loader. Now I'm going to log into the application 1 2 3 4 5 6. First of all, I'll just make this as no throttling and click sign in. Okay, the user is sign in. Now reload this. Okay, it's better to make this as 3G and go to login. Sorry, let's reload this. We should see the loader, but for some reason we are not able to see the loader. Okay, I will do one thing. I will just delete this, and I will delete this and go to the no throttling and reload this. Okay, now I will make this as 3G, and let's log in. Bhushan@example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign in. The user is about to sign in. Okay, the user is sign in, but for some reason still we are not able to see. Okay, to even properly display to see the loader, I can put a debugger. Let's go to the sources, and we have this auth wrapper, right? And here in the loading, I'm going to add the debugger, and now reload this, and now this loader is true, and we should able to see the loading. Okay, so okay, you can see now we can able to see the loader, right? Since now it becomes false, but still you can see it is loading, right? Now when I click on this, you can see, since it is very fast, we will not able to see that loader. Even in the network, when we make this as 3G, we would not able to see that. But however, we are adding that loader just for the reference, just for the fallback mechanism. If the user, if there is any delay in the network, we can see that loader. I hope you got it. I'm going to change this back to the no throttling. I don't want to do this. The last thing what I would like to do is I'm going to handle the logout functionality. So let me close this and let's open the project explorer and let's go to our display component. Here we are going to display this display home. So inside this display home, I am going to just add a button. Okay, so let me wrap this in a fragment and I will add the button, which is basically the logout button, logout, and I can add the on-click event. And for this on-click event, we are going to call the function which is handle logout. Okay, this is the function that we are going to call. And this handle logout function, what it will do is it is going to, at the top, I'm going to define this function const handle logout. This is just an arrow function, and inside this we are going to call logic. We are going to add a logic to handle the logout. The user is logged out. So let's save this. First, let's see whether this button is working or not. Let's go back to the browser and we have this. Okay, let's quickly add the styling for this button. We can add the class names. Basically, I'm going to we are going to add one of the button classes, which is background red 600. Also on hover, I'm going to add background red 700, padding 1, padding 3, rounded 2 extra large, text 15 pixel, cursor pointer, and along with this I will also add transition colors, flex, items center, gap 1. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice logout button. Okay, I can add the one more, which is the text color, but we can find later. Anyhow, this is not the correct place to add. Just for the reference, we are adding this button. Later we will change the position and we will add it. We will move this button into the navigation bar. But for now, we have this place. We have this in place. I'm going to just click on this inspect, go to the console, click on this logout. You can see user is logged out. Now we have to add the functionality. So again, we are going to create one more function inside our auth context. So let's go to the auth context. This is the place where we can add the function for the logout. Basically the logout function contains, we are going to clear up the local storage and the update the state, const logout. Inside this, set the token. I will set this to null. Set the user. I will set this to null. Local storage, I'm going to remove the item, which is user token. Local storage, I'm going to remove the item user data. Let's save this. Perfect. Now the logout function is in place. I can pass this logout function to the context value, logout, save this. Now inside our display home, I can make use of the use auth hook. I can grab the function which is logout. Okay, we got this function, and inside this I can directly call this function which is logout. Let's save this. Now with this, let's go back to our browser. Okay, let's remove this debugger point. Okay, now we have this logout function. We can go to the application and you can see we have this user data and user token. As soon as we click on this logout, we will navigate to the login page. Click on this logout, boom, you can see now we have removed the user token and the user data and we are navigating to the login page. Perfect. Awesome. Alright, now our authentication is in place in our Musify application. The login, register, everything is as working expected, and the routing is in place. And also we have added all of the edge cases scenarios as well. We are displaying the messages, everything we have handled. This completes the authentication part. Now we can start designing the navigational bar and the sidebar component, and also inside our display home component, we can render the albums and the songs. First of all, let's create the navigational bar. Open the project explorer. Under the components, create a new component. I'm going to call this navbar.jsx. So let me expand this and I'll increase the font. So let's create a functional component, navbar, and inside this I'm going to return the JSX. So I'll just return the text, this is navbar component, and I'll export this as a default component. So let's save this. Now let's render this inside our, we will render this inside our display.jsx. So let's open this display.jsx, and we have configured this route. So what I will do is I'm going to just add the classes for this div. Let's add the classes, which is first of all we are going to add the sticky class, because I want this navigational bar to be sticky at the top and top 0 and z index 10, and background color I will add the hexa code 121212, and I will also divide it by 95, and I will also add the backdrop blur in small devices, and border bottom, border gray 800 divided by 50, and padding 6, and padding top 4, padding bottom 2. Perfect. And also I'm going to wrap this entire div with one more div. Let's cut this, and I'm going to create a div, and inside this I will add this, and inside, okay, let's add the comments here so that it will be easy to understand. This is going to be a sticky navigational bar. I will add sticky navbar. Okay, and we need to render the navbar inside this. Let me add this, and here I'm going to add the navbar component. I'll just render this. Okay, now we are rendering this navigational bar, and this div I'm going to add the comment, which is this div is basically for the scrollable content. Okay, let's save this. And now we have this one more tab at the very top, the parent div, and for this also I'm going to add a few classes. Width I'm going to add 100%, and margin 2, background, the same background I'm going to add, which is 12, 12 and 12. This is the background color that I'm going to use, and I will add text white, and also on large devices width 75%, and border bottom, sorry, not the border bottom, I want the, on larger devices, margin left, I want this to be 0, and flex column, and save this. Perfect. Now if you open the browser, so let's open the browser and let's log into our application, Bhushan at example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in. Boom, you can see now we have this navigational bar. Of course it is not in the same way, but so far we have this navigational bar. Of course we are going to add the sidebar here. When the sidebar comes, then this will go to the very right. Okay, but now we have the basic navigational bar is ready, and we can start designing this navigational bar. Okay, let's open the navigational bar. I will open this navigational bar, and first of all let's get rid of this. And basically what I'll do is I'm going to create a fragment, and inside this fragment I'm going to create a div with a class width full, flex, justify between, items center, font semi-bold. And inside this div I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex, items center, gap 2. And inside this div let's create a one more div, and I will add the classes, which is width 8, height 8, and background black, padding 2, rounded 2 extra large, cursor pointer, on hover I want the background color to be gray 800, and transition colors and flex, items center, justify center, right? Perfect. And inside this basically I am going to just add the the back button and the forward button, right? So for this, first of all, let's save this. And if I go to the browser, you can see now we have this icons. Okay, but now we will add the back button and the forward button. So for this, I'm going to make use of the Lucid React icon, which is chevron left. And for this, we can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, text white. So let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this back button, right? Similarly, we will also add the forward button that will gives us the chevron right. I can just copy this div and paste it. This is going to be chevron right, and save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have the left and right buttons. Perfect. Now after this div, so here I'm going to create one more div with a class flex items center gap 4, and inside this div I will create a paragraph with a class background white and text black, and I will also add one more class which is text. I want this to be in 15 pixel. Let's add 15 pixel, padding 4, padding 1, horizontal and vertical padding I have added, and rounded to extra large. Hidden on medium devices, I want this to be in a block, and cursor pointer, and inside this paragraph I will add the text explore premium content. So let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this explore premium. Perfect. And after this, I will also create one more div. I will add the class names, which is flex items center gap 2 and background gray 800, padding 3, padding 1, the horizontal and vertical padding, and rounded to extra large. Okay, and inside this div I will just make use of the Lucid React icon to display the user details. So user, let's add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, text white. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice user icon. Okay, and after this user, I will add the span tag with a class text white and text small. Hidden small devices, I want this to be in inline, and inside this we will make use of the user state. Okay, how do we get the user state? We can grab it from the use auth hook. Okay, so at the top I'm going to grab the user state, and now we will make use of the user state. If the user is available, I'm going to check for the email. If the email is present, I'm going to split it with the @ because I just want the name itself. I will just username or the name, just the name. So for that I'm going to split with the @, and then I'm going to grab the first index, which is nothing but the 0th index. So this will give us the name. So let's save this. If I go to the browser, let's go to the browser, you can see okay, I think looks like if the user is present .email, looks like we are not getting this name. It should be present the user. Okay, let's go to the user and email. Okay, let's actually print this and we will understand whether do we have the user record or not. Okay, so let's print this user. Now let's go to the developer tools, and we are getting this undefined, which is strange. Let's go to our developer tools and go to the application, and okay, here we are getting the details as user data, but this user data we are mapping it into the user state inside our auth context. So if I go to the auth context, you can see we have this user and we are updating the state. For some reason, okay, we are not passing the user to the context value. This is why. Okay, let's pass the user to the context. So let's save this. Now we should be able to see the name Bhushan. Perfect. Okay, just pass the user state into the context value, then you are good to go. Now let's go back and open the navbar.jsx, and after this span tag, and what we can do is after this div we can create the button. This button is for the logout button, so let's create the button, and I will add the class names, which is background red 600, and also on hover I will add the background red to be 700, and padding, vertical padding 1, horizontal padding 3, rounded 2 extra large. Okay, this is going to be rounded 2 extra large. Text, I want the text to be a 15 pixel, cursor pointer, and transition, let's add transition, colors, flex items, I want the items to be center, and gap 1. Perfect. And for this button, what I will do is I'm going to first of all we need to add the on-click event. So let's add on-click, and we can call a function which is handle logout. Okay. Of course, we haven't created this function. We will create this function in just a bit, but before that I will also add the title. It's going to be logout, and inside this we can add the text. Instead of the text we can use the lucid react icon, logout, and I will add the class names, which is width 4, height 4. Okay, and after this logout I can make use of the span, and I will add hidden, and in the small devices I will make this as inline, and I will add the text logout. Let's save this. Now we can create this function which is handle logout at the top. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this console.log, and now we can make use of the function which is const handle logout. This is going to be an arrow function, and inside this I will call the logout function. I'm going to grab the logout function from the context. Okay, logout, and inside this let's call the logout function and save this. So now the logout function is in place inside our navigational bar, and we can proceed further. So let's save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see now we have this logout. Bhushan is the logged in username, and Explore Premium, and we have the chevron right and left lucid icons for going back and forth. Now let's create the sidebar component. Let's open the project explorer, and inside the components folder create a new component. I'm going to call this sidebar.jsx. So let's expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. First of all, let's create the functional component sidebar, and inside this we can return the JSX. I'm going to create a div. This is sidebar component, and I will export this as a default component. So let's save this. Now we can render the sidebar inside our app.jsx. Let's open the app.jsx, and what I will do is we have this auth wrapper, right? And inside this auth wrapper, basically, first of all, I'm going to get rid of this, and inside this auth wrapper we can create a div, and I will add the class horizontal screen and background black. And inside this div, let's create a one more div, and inside this let's add the class names, which is height 90% and flex. And inside this div we can add the display component. Also I'm going to add the sidebar component, right? Sidebar. So let's import it from the components folder and save this. Now after this div we are going to, I'll just add a comment. We're going to add the component which is the player component. We will create that player component later, player component. Okay, and save this, and this, let's save this. Now let's go to the browser. You can see the complete layout has been changed, right? Now inside our sidebar, let's go back, and inside our sidebar component we can update our JSX content. First of all, let's get rid of this div. I'm going to create a div, and we can add the class names, which is width 25%, and I will add the height full, padding 2, and flex column, and gap 2, and text white, hidden. Large devices, it is going to be a flex, and inside the div let's add the class names background. I will add the custom color which is #121212 and height 15%. Let's make it 15%, and I want the rounded corners, flex column, justify around. And inside this div, I'm going to create a one more div, and I will add the class flex items center, gap 3, padding left 8, and cursor pointer. On hover, I will add the text color green 500, transition colors. And inside this div, basically I will also add the on-click event, but we will add that later. And inside this, I will just add the home icon. So let's make use of the Lucid React home. And for this, I will add the class names, which is width 6, height 6. And inside this, we can add the paragraph with a class font bold. And I will add the text home. Let's save this. With this changes, if I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice home bar. Okay, so on click of this, we have to navigate to the home page. So I mean, basically the home page is nothing but the same page. Let's say suppose if the user is navigated inside the any of the album, right? And if the user click on this home, we will navigate back to the same route. So for this, we can add the on click event, and for that we need to make use of the use navigate hook. I'm going to call this const navigate, and I will add the on click event and navigate slash. Okay, basically we are navigating to the base route or the base URL. So if I go to the browser, clicking on this, it will navigate back to the same home page. Perfect. All right, now after this div, basically I'm going to create a one more div with a class padding 4, horizontal padding 4, vertical padding 2. And inside this, I'm going to basically make use of the, we need to add the search box. So for this search box, I'm going to create a new states at the top. Let's create the states. I'm going to call this show search input, set show search input, and let's make use of the use state hook. So let's import this use state, and initially this is going to be false. Now scroll down, and inside this div, basically I'm going to make use of the state. Let's use the state which is show search input. I will make use of the not operator. If the show search input is not an input, if it is not a false, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the ternary operator to display the content. If it is not a search input, if it is not a show search input, and I will go ahead and create a div with a class flex items center, gap 3, padding left 4, cursor pointer. On hover, I will add the text color green 500. Just like how we have added for the home, we will add the same thing, but I will add this to be 400, not the 500. Okay, so let's make this also as 400, not 500. Okay, so the on hover, I'm going to add the text color green to be 400, and transition colors. And inside this div, basically I'm going to add the Lucid React search icon. This is going to be Lucid React search icon, and inside this I'm going to pass the class names, which is width 6, height 6, right? And I will also add the paragraph with a class font bold, and I will add the text which is search. Let's save this, and also I will add the one more div, and inside this false condition. Okay, so for now let's add the div with a class flex items center, gap 2, padding left 4. Okay, and inside this div I will make use of the search, not the component, the search icon. And to this, let's add the class names. It is going to be width 5 and height 5, and text gray 400. Okay, of course we have not completed yet. We need to add the input text box, but let's save this and let's go to the browser. You can see now we have this nice search icon. Okay, we have the search icon as well as the search text, right? Now we have to, for this we have to add the input text box. After this, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the input tag. So let's create the input tag, and to this input tag we can add the type, which is going to be text, and placeholder I will add what do you want to listen to, and I will add the classes. It's going to be flex 1, background color I'm going to add the custom color, which is 2A, and text white, placeholder gray 400, padding, horizontal padding 3, vertical padding 2, rounded corners to be full, and also I will add the text small, and focus, when it is focused I want the outline to be none, but on focus I want the ring of 2, I want that color, and on focus of this I want the ring color green to be 400. Perfect. So now we have this input text box, and inside this input text box, so let's add the, after this input text box, and also I'm going to add one more which is autofocus. Later we are going to add the value prop and the on change prop, but for now inside this I'm going to add the button, create a button with a class padding 1, and on hover I want the background color gray to be 700, rounded full, transition colors, right? And now inside this button we can add the on click event, and also we can add the lucid react icon, which is X, and to this I can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, text gray 400, on hover text white, right? Let's save this. Basically we are adding that let me go ahead, we had made some mistake here. Okay, this is going to be autofocus, that's it. So let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, and now we have this search icon, but we should have been displayed that input text box. So when that input text box will be displayed whenever the condition becomes this is going to be a true, so let's make it true, save this, and you can see now we can able to see the search box, right? On click of that search button we have to attach the on click event, and it is going to open up this search box, right? And on click of this we have to close this. Okay, so that's why we have added this state. Let's make it false, let's save this. All right, so now we can add the on click events for these buttons to work. So for that, at the top what I will do is I'm going to create a function. So at the top I'm going to create a arrow function. It is going to be handle search click. This is a arrow function, and inside this basically I'm going to update the state, set show search input. I'll set this to true, and also I'm going to navigate to the search bar. Okay, after we click on this handle search click, we have to navigate to the search component. So let's make use of this, and /search, we are navigating to the search component. Of course we need to also update one more property, which is set eSearch active, but that we're going to add it later. We're going to make use of the one more hook, that is use search hook. We're going to create a separate context and we will make use of it. But for now this handle search is going to serve the purpose, and we have to attach this on click event. So scroll down, and here I'm going to attach this on click event, which is on click, and here I will add the handle search click. So let me add the handle search click and save this, right? Perfect. Now I'm going to also attach for the button, I will also attach the on click event, on click handle search click. So let's save this. Now if I go to the browser and on click of this, you can see now we get this search bar, and on click of this close, it should have been collapsed, but we will not collapse. Whenever we type something, when we click on this, it should clear the screen, right? We will fix that. Now let's go back to our component, which is a sidebar component. And just after this div, I'm going to create a one more div, and I will add the class names. I'm going to add the background color. I'm going to add a custom hexa code, which is 121212, and I will add the height, which is 85%, rounded. And inside this, I'm going to create a one more div with a padding 4, flex, items center, justify between. And inside this, let's create one more div with a class flex, items center, gap 3. And inside this, I will add the lucid react icon, which is library, right? And for this library, we can add the class names width 8, height 8, right? And also, I'm going to add the paragraph with the class font semi-bold. I will add the text, your library. After this, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex, items center, gap 3. Inside this, first of all, let's save this. If I go to the browser, you will see now we have this nice your library icon, just like similar to the Spotify. Of course, there is no functionality we have added for this library, but we just add that icon to replicate the Spotify clone. And also, after this, I'm going to make use of the arrow right from the Lucid React, arrow right. I will add the class names, which is width 5, height 5, cursor pointer. On hover, I will add the text green 400, transition colors, and I will also add the plus, which is nothing but the Lucid React icon plus. For this, I'm going to add the class names, which is width 5, height 5, and cursor pointer. On hover, text green 400, transition colors. Perfect. So after this div, I'm going to create a one more div, and this div also contains few classes. So let's add the div with a class padding 4. Padding 4, and I will add the background color. It is going to be 242424, and margin 2, rounded corners, font semi-bold, flex column, items start, justify, start, gap 1, padding left 4. Inside this, I'll add the h1 tag with a class. So let's add the h1 tag, and I will add the text, create your first playlist. Perfect. And after this, I'll create a paragraph with a class font light, and inside this, I will add the text, it's easy, we will help you. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you will see this, create your first playlist, it's easy, we will help you. Okay, and after this paragraph, I can create a button with a class horizontal padding 4, vertical padding 1.5. So let's add 1.5, background white, text 15 pixel, text black, rounded full, margin top 4, right? This is the button, and inside this button, I will add create playlist. Let's save this. If I go, okay, let me add this button. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this nice button, create playlist. Of course, as I said, it is not going to work, but we have this button in place that just to replicate the Spotify clone. Perfect. After this, let's create a one more div, and after this button, we have this div, and I'm going to create a one more div with a class padding 4 and background I will add 24, 24, 24 and margin 2 rounded, font semi-bold, flex column, items start, justify start, and I will also add padding left 4 and margin top 4. And inside this div I will add the h1 tag, and I can add the text. Let's find some podcasts to follow. I will add a space between find and some, and paragraph with a class font light. I will add the text. We will keep you update on new episodes. Perfect. And I can add the button with a class horizontal padding 4 and vertical padding 1.5, background white, text 15 pixel, text black, rounded full, margin top 4, right? Add browse podcast. This is a text. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see a nice content we have, which is create your first playlist. It's easy to we will help you. It's easy. We will help you and create playlist and browse podcast. So let's add the cursor pointer just to see cursor pointer, and also for this button I will add the cursor pointer. Save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this cursor pointer. Perfect. And we have this cursor pointer for this arrow and as well as this plus icon, right? Perfect. Looks good. Now we have completed the sidebar as well as the navigation bar, and user can also log out from this application. So whenever the user is click on this logout, you can see user will be logging out. Now let's log in back. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign in. Boom, user is signing in. Pretty nice. Now we can start displaying the songs data and the albums data inside our display home component. Let's open the project explorer and open the display home.jsx, and I'm going to just increase the font, and we don't need this logout button. I'm going to get rid of this button, and also let's get all of this JSX content, and also we don't need this handle logout function. Let's get rid of this. We will also remove this context. Now inside this, basically what I will do is I'm going to make use of the fragment. Inside this fragment I'm going to create a div with a class margin bottom 4, and inside this I'm going to create the h1 tag with a class margin vertical 5 and font bold, text to extra large, and I will add the text which is featured charts. And next I'm going to create a div with a class flex overflow auto, and inside this I'll just add the comments. We're going to display the albums data. I'll just add the text displaying the albums data, okay, or displaying the albums. And after this we will create one more div. So let's create one more div with a class margin bottom 4, and I will add the h1 tag with a class margin vertical 5, font bold, text to extra large, and I will add the text today's biggest hits. And after this let's create a div with a class flex overflow auto, and inside this I will just add the comments, that is display the songs data. I will add the text displaying the songs. Later we're going to fetch from the API and we're going to display it, but for now, just for the testing, I'm just adding these content and save this. Now if I go to the browser and let's go to the home component, and you can see now we have this featured charts and the today's biggest hits, right? Now here we can start displaying the albums and songs. In order to display the albums and songs, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new context, which is going to be the player context. And once we create the player context, later we are going to wrap our entire app component with the player component, not the player component. We're going to wrap it with the player context. Okay, let's go to the project explorer and open the context folder, and inside this context folder we are going to create a new context that is going to be player context. By this time you have already aware of what is context, and when we are creating the context, what is a provider, what is the context value. You might be aware of this because we have already created the auth context, so you might be aware of that. Alright, so inside this player context, first of all, what we need to do is we need to create the context. Let me add the create context. I'm going to call this player context, const player context. I'm going to export this, right? And once we export this, I'm going to create the provider. We know that in React, for every context, there will be a provider. So let's create the provider as well. Export player context provider. This is going to accept a special prop, which is going to call this. Okay, this is going to be export const player context provider. This is going to accept a special prop called children. And who will be the children? Wherever we are going to wrap this player context, that will be the children's. Okay, in our case, we're going to wrap our app component. We will wrap it in just a bit, but before that, so in the down, we need to return the JSX. So return, I'm going to call this player context dot provider, and we are going to pass the value. The value, which is nothing but an object, and I'm going to create an object const context value, and this context value we are going to pass it to the value prop, and here we are going to render the children. Perfect. With this, now you will understand that we are going to wrap this app component. Let's go to our main.jsx, and inside we have already wrapped the auth provider, right? Similarly, we are going to wrap this app component with the player context provider. Player context provider. Perfect. And save this. Now this app component will be the children for this player context. So if I go to the player context, you can see this player context provider will accept the children. The children now become the app component. Not only the app component, the app component will render the other components, right? So all of those nested components will become the children. Perfect. Now inside this player context provider, first of all, I am going to create a few states just to hold the albums data and the songs data. Const, I can call this songs data, set songs data, and this is going to take the, we are going to import the use state hook, and this will be an empty array. Similarly, const albums data, set albums data, let's import the use state hook, and this is going to take an array as a empty array as a initial state or the initial value. Okay, now after this, I will also make use of the auth context. So let's use the use context, and we will make use of the auth context, and from this I'm going to grab the user and token. So let's get the user and token. Also, we don't need to use this use context. Instead, we can use the use auth hook, right? So let's use this use auth hook. Now we get the user and the token. I can just put it in the down. Okay, let's save this. Now we can create functions. We are going to create the arrow functions to get the songs data. I'm going to call this const get songs data. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Similarly, I'm going to create one more function, get albums data. This is also an asynchronous function. And now once we get the songs data and the albums data. This we can pass it to the context value. So inside the context value, I'm going to pass the get songs data and get albums data. Along with this, we will also pass the songs data and albums data. We're going to pass all of this states into the context value. Alright, inside this get songs data and get albums data, we're going to make an API call and we will read the data. Before we make the API call for this get albums data, I'm going to create an helper function inside our auth context. So before that, I would like to just log this user and token into the console and see whether we are getting the correct data or not. Let's log this user and token. Let's save this. Go to the browser and click on this developer tools. Okay, we are getting this object user and role, but however we are not getting the token. This is likely because if I go to the, let's open the auth context, looks like we are not passing the token into the context. Yes, correct. We are just only passing the user. So let's also pass the token. We'll just pass the token. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we can able to see the token. Perfect. So now I'll just go ahead and let me make it small and go back to our code base, and I will just remove this console.log. Inside our player context, we have added this logger. So let's get rid of this. Now let's save this. And inside our auth context, as I said before, we are going to create the helper function. This helper function is basically what it will do is it is going to get the headers, because for the songs, to get the songs data and the albums data, we need to make an API call. To make the API call, we have to pass the JWT token, right, in the headers. So every time in order to pass it, what we can do is we can create the function inside our context and we can call that function. So that will take care of passing the headers object, right? I will just create the function const get auth headers, and inside this I will just first check for the token. If the token is present, then we are going to pass the authorization, right? We need to pass this authorization, and for this we are going to pass the bearer token. And if the bearer token is not, if the token is not available, we are going to pass an empty object. But here we are passing this authorization token, right? I'm going to just return this. Let's save this, and now we can pass this get auth headers. Okay, this is going to be auth headers. This get auth headers into our context. So let's get auth headers and save this. Now inside our player context, we can accept the get auth headers, and now inside our albums data, we are basically making the API call, right? So inside the, first of all, I'm going to use the try catch block. Inside the try block, I'm going to make use of the Axios dot. We're going to make the HTTP get request, and we need to pass the base URL. So let's use the template literal base URL, sorry, API base URL, API underscore base URL. Let's import this API base URL. Looks like this is not available. We are actually exporting this. Okay, what I will do is I'm going to just move this at the top and I'm going to export this. So let's save this, and now let's save this, and basically, okay, we can access, we can accessible this, and also inside this, let me import this API base URL and /API/albums. This is the API endpoint, and we also need to pass, since this is an API get request, we also need to pass the headers. Okay, so we are passing the headers. We are going to basically call this get auth headers function, and this is going to return promise. I can make use of the await, and also we get the response back. Okay, so this is going to be const and response. Once we get the response, now we can make use of the if condition. If the response status is 200, and I don't think we don't need to add this status code anymore. We can directly we can directly update the state. What I will do is I'm going to make use of the response.data we will get an access to access the albums. So let's access the albums. If the albums is not present, we are going to add an empty array, and I'm going to create a variable which is albums. Now we can update this state, set album data, and to this we can add the albums. I will also log this to the console, that is albums, right? Okay, or I can just add the response so that we can see what exactly we are getting in the response. Let's save this, and inside this catch block we can log the error into the console. So actually this is, let's get rid of this unused import statement. Let's add console.error and we can display the error message. I will just update the state, set albums data. I will set this to an empty array. So this is going to be an albums, and set albums data. We are going to set the albums data to an empty array. Alright, so now we have this get albums data function is ready, and what I will do is I'm going to call this function. So in order to call this function, what I will do is basically I'm going to use the use effect hook. So use effect hook, and inside this use effect hook I'm going to just log the albums data. I'm going to call the get albums data function and save this. And of course we need to pass an empty, so we need to pass the dependency array. I'm going to pass the empty dependency array, but this get albums data we can able to fetch only if the user is authenticated. So I'm going to add the condition, if the user and the token is present, then only I want to call this function which is get albums data, and I'm going to pass the dependency array user and token. I hope you are getting what exactly we are trying to do here, right? We have created this get albums data function, and we are making the API call using this API endpoint, and we are passing the headers, and we are for headers we are calling this function which is get auth headers, and we are logging the response into the console. And once we logged it, we are going to, from the response we are going to get the albums. If the albums is not present, we are going to pass an empty array, and we are going to update the state which is albums data. Otherwise we are going to set the we are going to catch the exception, we are going to handle the exception, we are going to logging the error into the console, and we are updating the state that is the album data to an empty array. Perfect. And we are calling that function inside our use effect hook. We are just calling that function only if the user and token is present, and we are passing the user and token the dependency array. With this, now we can test this. Let's open the browser, and you can see now we are getting this loggers, the response. And if I expand this, we have this data, and inside the data we have this albums, and also we have this success true. We can make use of this if you wanted to check whether if the success is true, then only we can update the state. But I'm going to leave it as it is. Just I'll get the response.data.albums, that will give us the data. Okay, and we can also check for the status code 200. Okay, and if I expand this, we get the two albums, Hey Javani and Hey Divani and Tumile. Perfect. Now let's go back to our function which is get albums data. I'm going to remove this, we don't need this anymore, and perfect. And also I'm going to call the API for this get songs data, and inside this try catch block, inside the try block, I'm going to make use of the axios.get, and we can make use of the base URL, the API base URL. So let's use the template literal API base URL slash, sorry, this is going to be slash API slash songs, and we need to pass the headers. And for the headers, I'm going to call the function get auth headers. This is going to return promise. I can make use of the await, and I'm going to call this response. And also inside this, basically I'm going to get the response.data.songs. If the songs is not present, I will add the empty array, and I can call this const songs, and I can update the songs data, and I will pass the songs. And inside the, okay, this is going to be an error, and inside this I'll log the error, console.error. I will print the error object and set songs data, and I will pass the empty array in case of any exceptions occurred. We can also display the songs in the console. So let me just log the response and we can test this. And also inside our use effect hook, I will call the get songs data function and save this. Let's go to the browser and you can see now we get the response. So let's expand this and go to the data, and okay, looks like we are getting an empty array inside this songs. Okay, so let's verify what went wrong. It should have been given the songs. So let's verify whether do we have the songs or not. Let's go back to our API, the backend API, and we have this read songs. So I'm going to just let me go to the login API and I'm going to just click on this send and copy this and go to the entire collection, and I will add the token and save this. Now let's go to the read songs and click on this. Let's go to the body and click send. Boom, we got the songs, but however we're not getting these songs in our front-end application. Okay, let me reload the browser. Let's go back and I'm going to just reload this, and now let's expand this. Okay, now we got the songs. Okay, looks like it was some issue with the reload, so I have just reloaded it, and now we can able to see all the three songs. Okay, which is the Ilahi, Batamiz and Tumile. And in the backend also we can able to see the three songs, 1, 2 and 3 songs. Perfect. So now from the API we are fetching the songs data and the albums data. Okay, so first of all let me close this and go back to our code, and here I will just remove this loggers. Let's get rid of this logs and save this. Now what we can do is we are already passing this into our context. Let's go to the context. You can see get songs data and albums data. Now inside our the component which we have created earlier, the player context, let's go to our, not the player context, inside our display home component. So we can make use of the song data and album data, and we can display it inside this, right? We can create a reusable components for displaying the album and the songs, and we can render the albums and the songs. So first of all, at the top, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the use context, and I'm going to make use of the, let's pass the player context, and I'm going to grab the songs data and albums data and save this. So now we get the songs data and albums data. Now inside this we can render the albums data and the songs data. For that we can create the reusable components. So first of all I'm going to get rid of this unused import statements and save this. Okay, we can create the new components for the album and the songs. We're going to create the album item and the song item. Let's open the project explorer, and inside this components folder create a new component. This is going to be album item.jsx. Let me expand this and I'll also increase the font. Let's create the functional component album item. This is going to be a functional component, and inside this let's return the JSX album item component, and I will export this as a default component. Let's save this. Now we can render this album item component inside our display home. Okay, this is going to be album item, and we can remove this unused import statement. Let's save this. Inside our display home we are adding this text which is displaying the albums. Now what we can do is I'm going to just get rid of this, and I'm going to make use of this albums data. Let's use this albums data, and we can make use of the map method, and now we can access the item and the index. When we are using the map method, we will automatically get the index as a second parameter, so we can use this index to add the key prop. And inside this, so first of all we need to return the JSX. So inside this I'm going to make use of the album item And for this album item, we can pass a few props. That is, one is the key, which is nothing but we can pass the index. And next, I'm going to pass the name, item.name. Similarly, description, item.description. Next, ID, I'm going to pass item._id and image. And we can pass the item.image. These all props we're going to pass it to the album item. The name, description, ID and image. Perfect. Now let's open the album item, and first of all I'm going to save this and I'm going to accept all these props inside our album item. Here I will accept the image. Oops. So let's accept the image and name, description and ID. First of all, let's print all these inside our component. So let's console.log image, name, description, ID. Now let's save this and let's open the browser. You can see now we get the album item component, Okay, we are getting, since we have two albums and we are getting two album item component. Let's go to the developer tools, and inside this console, we can see now we are getting the, first of all, we are getting this undefined. Looks like there is something missing in this. But we are getting the hey Javani, hey Divani, which is nothing but the, what is this? We are getting the name, and also we are getting the description, and we are getting the ID. But the name, the image we are not getting. That is likely because if I go to the display home, and here I will, let me log this to the console. That is albums data, save this. If I go to the developer tools, and we are getting two array, and we can see what exactly it is. This is image URL, and I'm going to just make this as image URL and save this. This time we should see the image URL. Perfect. We are getting the image URL. All right. Now let me get rid of this. And also inside our album data, we have this console.log. I'm going to get rid of this. Now here we can update the JSX content. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this div, and I'm going to create a new div with a class minimum width 180 pixel. So let's create the div, and I will add minimum width 180 pixel and padding vertical 3. This is horizontal, and rounded cursor pointer, and on hover I want the background color to be, I will add the custom color and 26. This is the custom color that we are going to add. And inside this div, I'm going to add the image, and inside this source, we can make use of the image that we are receiving as a prop, and in the alt I can add the image. And also I will add the class names that is going to be rounded, right? I want the rounded corners, so that's why I will add this. And I will add the paragraph with a class font bold, margin top 2, margin bottom 1, and I will display the name, the album name, and also I will create one more paragraph with a class text slate 200 and text small, and I will display the description, the album description. And also at the top, I'm going to just make use of the use navigate hook, and I'm going to call this navigate. And in the down, for this div, I'm going to add the on-click event, and we can navigate to the specific album details. So that we can add it later because we haven't created the route for that. So let's save this, and what I will do is basically, let's add the on-click event, but we cannot click and we cannot navigate it. But just add the on-click event, and I will provide the inline function navigate. I will add the, this is going to be, let's make use of the template literal /album/ we will add the ID. Let's save this. Perfect. Now our album item is ready. Let's save this and let's view this inside our browser. Boom. You can see now we get a nice albums, the movie albums. Okay. And we have this title, the movie title, sorry, the album title and the album description. Also, we have this nice image with a rounded corners. And on hover, you can see it is highlighting and we can see the custom color which you have added. Perfect. So now we are displaying the albums. Similarly, in the down, we will also display the songs. Let's go back to our project explorer and create a new component. It is going to be song item. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to increase the font. I'll create a new functional component, song item. Inside this, I'm going to return the JSX song item component. And I'll export this as a default component, song item, and save this. Now we can render this inside our display home. So let's go to the, we are inside this display home. In the down, we will make use of the songs data. So let's make use of this songs data dot map, and this is going to provide the item and index. And inside this, I'm going to render the song item. To this, we will pass few props. The very first one is the key prop, and we're going to pass the index and the name. It is going to be item.name, and description. It's going to be item.description, and ID item._id, and image is equal to item.image URL. And all these props we are going to pass and save this. Now we can accept these props inside our song item. So at the top, I'm going to destructure this and I'm going to accept the name, image, description, ID, and we can render those inside the JSX. Basically, first of all, I'm going to create a div and I will add the class names, which is minimum width 180 pixel, and I will add the padding 2, horizontal padding 3, rounded corners, cursor pointer. On hover, I will add the background color, the one which we have added previously for the albums. Now we are going to add the same color, and we will add, and also inside this div, of course we need to also attach the on-click event for this, but we will add that later. And I will add the image. We can display the image. For the source, let's add the image. For the alt, I will add album image, and I can add the class names, which is rounded. Next, I will create the paragraph with the class font bold, margin top 2, margin bottom 1, and I will display the name. And also let's add the paragraph with the class text slate 200, text small, description, and let's save this. Next, what I will do is, first of all, let's save this, and we need to also, we are getting this ID, we need to pass this ID for this one of the on-click event, but we are going to attach that on-click event later. Let's save this, and if I go to the browser, okay, looks like there is images has been broken for these songs. So what I will do is, let's go to the, we are getting this image, we are rendering the image, and inside our display home, we are adding this item.image URL. So first let's verify whether we are actually getting the image URL for the songs data or not. So songs data, save this, go to the browser, inspect this, and in the console, let's expand this and see. Okay, here we are getting this as image. So there is a mismatch between the albums data and the songs data. That's no problem. Consistency is very important. We have missed that's fine. This is going to be image. So let's save this. If I go to the browser, let me reload this. Okay, still, hey, sorry, we have made mistake. This is image URL that is in the albums data, but for the song, let's get rid of this. Okay, so let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, now you can see the songs inside of this today's biggest hits. So in the today's biggest hits, usually we are going to display the songs, but whereas in the featured charts, we're going to display the albums. Perfect. Now I think it is working as expected. However, there is a problem with this UI. That's completely fine. We can fix it. So if I go to the 100%, you will not see that mismatch, right? Perfect. I'm going to just increase this 125%. Perfect. Later we can fix this with the height and all those information, like with all those things, we can fix it. Perfect. And now what I will do is, since we have displayed the albums and the songs, we will also add the album details page. So whenever the user click on any one of these albums, we have to display the albums details page, and we have to display the songs that contains the albums. Let's open the project explorer, and first of all, let's go to the components folder, and we have already created the component which is display album. So let's open this display album, and inside this we are just rendering the text displaying the albums. And let's go to the display component, and inside this we have configured the routes, right? So for /album we are navigating to we are rendering the display album. But I'm going to slightly make changes to this route. We are going to add the /album / we're going to pass the parameter for this route, which is ID. And now what we will do is, since we are passing the ID to this parameter, we are passing the parameter ID to this route, we can accept it inside this display album component. We will do that, but before that, what I would like to do is, at the top, I am going to first, let's accept the albums data, because for this display album, we need to pass the album data, because inside this component, we have to, after all, we have to display the songs. So that is why I'm going to first accept the albums data from the context. So let's make use of the use context, and we're going to grab the albums data, and let's pass the context, which is player context. Okay, and let's save this. Now we get the albums data. Now from this albums data, we can find the particular album based upon the ID. So for that we need the album ID. So what I will do is, I'm going to make use of the location. So let's use the use location hook. This will gives us the location, which is nothing but the URL, right? And now we can make use of the location dot path name dot includes. We're going to check for the album, so that we will get to know that whether we are in the album page or not. Okay, if we are in the album page, we are going to we are going to basically consider this as a we are in the is album page. I mean, like, we are in the album page. We will understood that we are in the currently in the album details page. So I'm going to store that in a variable called is album. Okay, basically this is going to return a boolean. You know that, right? We are checking for this includes album. This keywords we are going to check in this location. If that is present, then we know that we are in the album page, and we're going to store the boolean value true inside this is album variable. Next, we're going to check is album. If the is album is true, then location dot path name, we're going to split the we're going to call the split method, and we're going to split with slash. And when we split this, we will get a different parts, and we're going to get the last part. We're going to call the pop. Okay, this will give us the last part of it, which is nothing but the album ID. Okay, in case if the album ID is not present, we are going to store the empty string, and I'm going to store that in a variable called const album ID. All right, now we get the album ID. So this, using this album ID, from this album data, we can find out the particular album. Okay, so for this, what I will do is, inside this, we are rendering this display album, right? And here we are going to make use of the albums data. So first of all, I'm going to pass the album as a prop, and now we will make use of the albums data dot find. We're going to call the find method. When we call this find method, we will get a single album object. I can call this, or I can call this X, and we're going to make use of this x._id. So basically this x is nothing but the individual album from this albums data, and in this individual album object we have the id, name, image, all those. I'm going to get the id and I'm going to compare it with the album id. So we are going to compare with the album id, which is nothing but this album id, right? Okay, I'm going to compare this with the album id. If this is true, then we are going to pass the, like when this condition is true, then the particular album we are going to pass it to this albums data component. So now inside this albums display albums, we can accept this album as a prop. Basically this album contains the actual album details. Okay, so now let's save this and let's go to our display album and we can accept the prop. I'm going to open the display album. At the top I'm going to accept the album prop. So now we get the album prop. I can just log this to the console, album details. Okay, we can log the album. Let's save this. Now inside our display component, so anyhow we are comparing and we are passing it. I will also when we navigate to this display album component, we have to display the background color. Okay, we have to display the background color from the album object. For this album object we are passing the background color, and that we can display it, but we will not display it inside this display album component. We will make use of the display component. So what I will do is, right now we are in this display component, so what I will do is just at the top I'm going to make use of the isAlbum variable. If the isAlbum variable is true, then I'm going to get the background color. So for that, let's make use of the albums data dot find, and we are going to get the individual album object, and I can make use of the x._id, which is nothing but the album._id. If it is matching with the album id, then I'm going to get the background color, bg color. Okay, this is going to be background color. If it is not present, I'm going to fallback background color I'm going to add, which is #121212. This is the color that we're going to add, and I can store that in a variable called const background color. I'm going to just verify one more thing. So let's save this this background color, whether let's go back to our Mongodb and we can see whether this is okay. This is going to be bg color COLOUR. This is going to be bg COLOUR. Okay, and save this. This is nothing but the background color, bg COLOR. Okay, so there is a slight difference. We forgot to change this inside our Java. That's why it is storing it as background color. But I would like to prefer this pattern, which is bg COLOR. Okay, so make sure that you use it properly, otherwise you will run into some errors. All right, let's save this. So now we have this background color, and now we can make use of this use effect hook. So let's use the use effect hook, and I'm going to import this use effect hook, and inside this use effect hook I'm going to check for the condition. If, let me add this condition, if it is isAlbum is true, and I'm going to make use of the, okay, we also need to create the reference for the, okay, I'm going to at the top I will make use of the use ref hook, and also I'm going to call this display ref. We can import the use reference, and let's save this. Now let's make use of this display ref dot current dot style dot background is equal to, I will add the linear gradient, and I can pass the background color, and I will add the color, which is 121212. Okay, so with these two colors we are going to add the linear gradient, the mixed color we are going to add. Else, you know, I think you already know that what is linear gradient. We need to pass the two colors for the gradient, and also I will add in the else block we're going to add display ref dot current dot style dot background. We will add the the default color, which is #121212. Okay, this is basically a dark gray. We're going to add this and save this. Of course, we can also add the dependency array, which is album and background color. Let's save this. Of course, we have not done much changes, but what we can do is we can go to the browser, and of course we are getting some error. That's completely fine. We can fix it. Okay, we are getting this cannot read the properties undefined reading style display.jsx. Okay, looks like we are just referencing this display ref with a style. That is because we haven't added the display ref here. So let's add the ref, and I can call this display ref. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see we have fixed the issue. But let me open the developer tools, and let me clear the screen or the console. I'm going to reload this, and when I click on this album, you can see now we are navigating to the album / the particular album details, and you can see we are printing the album details. We get all of the details like background color, description, image URL, name, and ID. And you can see the linear gradient color for this particular Hey Javani, Hey Diwani. We have, if you remember, we have added this color, right? The background color, and it is displaying the linear gradient color. Perfect. Now our album details page is ready. Now we can update the songs. Here we can display the image and we can display the album songs. Let's go back to our display. Let me open the WebStorm, and here inside our display album, first of all, I'm going to get rid of this console.log, and at the top, first of all, I'm going to make use of the use params to get the album ID. Use params. I'm going to grab the ID. Okay, now we get the ID. So once we get the ID, I'm going to make use of the state. So let's create a state which is album data, set album data. Initially this is going to be an empty string. So this is going to be an empty string, and I'm going to make use of the context. From the player context, we will grab the albums data, and also the songs data. Okay, so now we can pass the player context. So now we get the albums data and the songs data from this player context. We can make use of it. And inside this JSX, what I will do is, so first of all, I'm going to get rid of this, and here we are returning this JSX, right? So instead, what I will do is I'm going to first return, and I'm going to add the condition albums data. If the albums data is present, then we are going to render the JSX content. If it is not present, then I'm going to just return null. I'm going to render just the null, right? And inside this true block, what I will do is basically I'm going to just create a div. I will just first create the fragment, and inside the fragment I'm going to create a div with a class margin top 10, flex gap 8, and flex column, medium devices, flex row, medium devices, items end. Okay, we have created this div. I will just first add the image, and I'm going to make use of the image. Oops. And for the image, I'm going to make use of the albums data dot image, and I will also add the class names with 48 and rounded corners, right? And save this. But this albums data is nothing but the state that we have created at the top. Okay, we have created this albums data, but we need to first, right now initially this will be an empty string, but we need to basically update this state. So for that, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. So let's import this use effect hook, and inside this, let's make use of this albums data dot map, and we get the item, and I'm going to check for the condition. If the item dot underscore id is equal to the id, then we are going to update the album, which is set album data, and we are going to pass the item. So now this album, the state which is album data, contains the album details, right? Now from this album data, okay, this is going to be an album data, we are going to grab the image and we're going to display it. So let's save this. Let's go to the browser. It's supposed to display the image. So let's go to our code and verify what went wrong. First of all, I'm going to add a dependency array to this. Okay, first of all, we don't need this use effect hook. So let's get rid of this. And also, we don't need this album data. So let's get rid of this, because anyhow, we are already getting this album at the top, right? So in that case, we don't need the another one more state. We can utilize this album itself. Okay, this contains the data. So let's save this. And here, I'll just change this to album.image URL and save this. Now, if I go to the browser, we are getting some error. So let me reload this. Okay, looks like we are getting an error from the, this is going to be an album and this is going to be image URL. Okay, so let's reload this and I'm going to click on this album. Okay, boom, now we got this album, the album image. Okay, so similarly, we can display the other details, like we can display the song details and other information we can display it. So first of all, since we have added this condition, which is albums data, if the albums data is present, we're going to display this, otherwise we're going to return the null, right? Let's continue with this. After this image, I'm going to create a div with a class flex column, and inside this div, I'm going to create a paragraph and I will add the text, which is playlist. And after this paragraph, I'm going to make use of the h2 tag. I will add the class text 5 extra large, font bold, and margin bottom 4. And in medium devices, text 7 extra large. Inside this, we can display the album name. So album.name and save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this Hey Jawani, Hey Diwani, the title, the album name, right? Perfect. And I'm going to first, let's close this and now go back to our code and let's continue. After this h2 tag, I'm going to make use of the h4 tag and I will just add the text, which is album description. Save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice description, which is Hindi romantic movie. Of course, you can add a few more anything else. Next, after this, I will create a paragraph with a class margin top 1. Inside this paragraph, I'm going to create the image tag, and for the source, let's use our logo, assets.logo. This is going to be a logo. I will add the class names, which is inline block, width 5, margin right 1. Save this. If I go to the browser, you will see this nice icon, the logo. And after this, I will just add the in a bold, I'm going to add the application name, which is Musify, and I'm going to just add a dot. We can add the random likes. Let's say suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can add this number of likes that the user liked this song or the album, And also I'm going to create one more bold tag, and I will add, it contains the songs, let's say suppose 6 songs. Of course we have to fetch dynamically for all of this, but for now let's keep it, we have this 6 songs. And also I will add the minutes, which is about 2 hours 30 minutes. Okay, this is just the static data. You can customize it, you can use your brain and you can change it. That's completely optional. Okay, with this, let's save this. And if I go to the browser, boom, you can see how we have this nice Musify and 1230 like 1,23,456 likes, 6 songs, about 2 hours 30 minutes. Okay, so I will just make this slightly changes to this, and instead I'm going to make use of this dot from my keyboard, right? Let's use this and save this. Now if I go to the browser, okay, this is much better than the previous one. Perfect. I will also add here, this is going to be all right. Save this. Perfect. Now after this, in the down, basically we need to display the song details, the number of songs. For that we're going to make use of the we can create a table kind of format, and we can display the songs. So in the down, what I will do is I'm going to create a one more div with a class grid column 3, and on small devices grid column 4, margin top 10, margin bottom 4, padding left 2, and also I'm going to add one more class which is text. I'm going to provide the custom color which is A7, and inside this div basically we are going to create a paragraph. So let's create the paragraph. This is going to be a paragraph, and inside this paragraph I'm going to make use of the tag bold tag, and we will add the content which is hash. I will also add the class name which is margin right 4. Okay, and after this I'm going to create a one more paragraph, and I will add the text which is album. Next I will create a one more paragraph with a class hidden, and in small devices this is going to be block. I can add the text date added. I will add the image. Instead of the image we can add the lucid react icon clock. Okay, I will add the margin auto width 4 and save this. So with this, now let's go to our browser. Boom, you can see perfect. Now we have this hash, album, date added, and this time icon which is nothing but the song duration. For that reason, perfect. And now in the down we can make use of the songs data to display the songs. Let's go back to our code, and in the top you can see we are making use of this, like we are grabbing the songs data from the context. We can make use of that. Scroll down and go all the way to the down, and just after this div, first of all I'm going to just add the horizontal line. So let's add this horizontal line. After this we will make use of the songs data. So we have the songs data. We will not make use of this map function. Instead we are going to make use of the filter, because we wanted to filter the songs based upon the album name. Let's call this filter, and we will get the item, or we can call this as song. Okay, and we will make use of the song dot album, because the songs, the each individual song object contain the property album, and we're going to check this album with the album dot name, and this album is nothing but the one we are receiving the prop, the album dot name with the song dot album. If both are same, then we are going to call the map function, right? So we can call the map function and we can map the data. So let's call the map function on this, and this is going to take two parameters. The first one is the item, or we can call this song. Okay, let's call this item and index, and we can return the JSX. Let's create a div. Let's create this div, and for this div we can pass the key prop, which is going to be an index, and we will also pass few class names. So let's pass the class name, which is grid column 3, small devices, grid column 4, gap 2, padding 2, items center. I will add the custom text color, which is hash A7. On hover, I will add the background color. So let's add the background color. Let's make use of the color, which is F26. So not 26, we're going to make use of the 2B, and cursor pointer. So let's save this, and inside this div we can make use of the paragraph. But before that, we will also add the on-click event. We will add that later. And inside this paragraph, I will add the class, which is text white, and inside this paragraph I'm going to make use of the let's bold tag, and we can add the margin right 4 text. Let me add the text. I will use the custom color, which is going to be hash A7. And the very first thing is, if you look at this, we have this hash, right? Now we have to, for this hash, we need to display the song number. I will make use of the index +1. Save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we get this index, which is 1 and 2. And now go back, and after this bold tag, after this paragraph, we are going to create one more paragraph, and let's add the class name, which is text. I'm going to provide the text size, which is 15 pixel. We will display the album name, so album.name, and also we will display the image after this bold tag. So let's make use of the image. For the source, we will make use of the item.image, and we can add the alt, but I'm going to add the class names. I will provide the class name inline width 10. I will also add margin right 5. Perfect. And I will just, after this, I'm going to make use of the item.name. Okay, this is basically nothing but the song name, right? And save this. Let's go to the browser. Boom, you can see now we have this. Okay, actually there is a slight difference between the alignment. We will fix it. Basically we have this paragraph, and I'm going to, after this paragraph we have this bold tag we are using, and after this bold tag we have this image, and after this image we have this item.name and paragraph. Okay, looks like we have to add the other paragraphs as well. So paragraph class name, which is text 15 pixel, and I will add hidden on small devices. I'll make this as block. I will just add a static data 5 days ago, and I will add one more paragraph with a class text 15 pixel, text center, item duration. Save this. Right now, if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this image, album name, and the date it is added 5 days ago, and the duration. Of course, there is a slight alignment issue with this, but we can fix that later. That is not a major issue. But however, inside this we are able to see all of the songs for the particular movie. Let's go to our home page and click on this Tummile. Now we can see for the Tummile we have this nice background, and also we have this song, a single song for Tummile, that is here. Now let me try to reload the web page. So I'm going to click on this reload. Boom, you can see it will become blank, but there is a slight error in this. So we can go to the developer tools, and if I go to the console, you can see the background color is throwing error. This is undefined. We are trying to access this background color, but at the time that is going to be an undefined, and it is going to throw that error. So to fix this, what we can do is we can use the option chaining. Before we access this background color, we can check whether that background color is present or not. So let me go back, and so let me reload this, and now let's go to our code, and inside our display.jsx, so we have this background color, right? So let me get rid of this, and I'm going to just add null in case if the is album is not true, and this is going to return just the album. So once we get the album, now we can make use of this album, and we can access this background color. If the background color is not present, we can make use of the if it is not present, we can make use of the default fallback color, that is, so let me add this default color, which is #121212. This is the color that we're going to use, and here I'm going to call this const background color. Right now, let's save this. So with this, now if I go to the browser, and when I click on this Tummile, we get this data. But let's go to the inspect and go to the developer tools. When I click on this reload, still we get this error. This time we get a different error, that is display album is trying to access this image URL, and we're getting this error. So the same problem with this also. To fix this, let's go back to our display album, and here we have this album, right? So before accessing of these properties, first let's use the option chaining. So here and also here, and similarly in the description, and scroll down. So here also I will use the option chaining, and here also I may make use of the option chaining. Now let's save this. With this, if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we don't have any errors. Let me reload this. Boom, you can see perfect. So let's go back to our home, and let's go to this Hey Javani and Hey Devani, and here also when I reload this, we don't see those errors. Perfect. We have fixed almost all of the issues. One last thing what I would like to do is, we have this in the top, we have this back button, right? Back and forward button. So what we can do is we can also add the functionality for these buttons as well. So these currently we have added inside our navigational bar. So let's open the nav bar. I'm going to open the navbar.jsx, and we have this chevron right and chevron left. So for the chevron left, what I will do is I'm going to make use of this navigate hook. So let's use navigate hook. I'm going to call this navigate. Now scroll down, and for this chevron left, for the about div, I'm going to add the on click event. This is going to be an on click event, and we can provide the inline function. I can call the navigate function, and I can pass the -1, right? So it will go one back step. Okay, similarly, so let's copy this for the chevron right. Let's add this on click event, and for the navigate I will add 1 instead of the -1. So let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, on clicking of this it will go back, and clicking on this forward, it will go to the forward. Alright, now we have added the functionality for these two buttons as well. Looks like everything we have fixed related to the displaying the songs and displaying the albums, and also displaying the album details and displaying the songs inside the album. Everything is working as expected. Next, we need to work on the search functionality. Okay, now what we can do is we can start creating a new context, which is for the search context. Let's open the Project Explorer, and inside our context, first of all, I'm going to close all of these tabs, and inside this context folder, create a new component, which is going to be search context. By this time now, you're already aware of what is a context and how to create the context, and all the basic details you will be aware of it. Okay, so the very first thing is we need to create the context. Create context. I'm going to call this search context. I will export this also. Export search context. Okay, this is going to be export const search context. Once we created the context, we have to create the provider. So I'm going to create a function and export it. Export search provider. This is going to take a special prop, which is going to be a children. I'm going to destructure it. I'm going to accept the prop children. And at the very end, we're going to return the JSX. So let's return search context.provider. And inside this, we are going to render the children, right? And for now, the children becomes wherever we are going to wrap the search provider, that will become the children. Basically, we are going to wrap the app component, and now the app component will become the children. But for the app component, we need to pass information. We have to pass the state, right? So for that, we can pass the value prop, the value object, and this, for this value object, I'm going to create an object which is context value, and this context value, we are going to pass it to the value prop, right? Okay, next we have to wrap the search provider with the app component. So let me open the main.jsx. Okay, inside this we have already wrapped the auth provider, player context provider. Similarly, we are going to wrap the search provider as well. So I'm going to just wrap this with the search provider, and okay, and save this. All right, now this app component will become the children. And if I go to the search context, and the children is nothing but this app component, and we are going to render the children, which is nothing but the app component. Not only the app component, the nested components of the app component. And this context value contains the information or the state. Okay, next, inside this search provider, what I will do is, first of all, I'm going to create a custom hook, which is going to be use search. Similarly, how we have created the use auth. Similarly, we're going to create a custom hook, which is use search, and I'm going to call this. Okay, this is going to be an arrow function. I'll export this, and inside this use search, basically we're going to get the context. So in order to get the context, we're going to use the use context, and for this use context, we're going to pass the search context. So instead of everywhere we are passing this use context and search context, and to grab the context value, we're going to just create this use search, and use this use search, we can grab the context values. I'm going to call this context, and I'm going to just check for the, if the context is not present, we are going to throw a new error. It's going to be use search must be used within the search provider. Otherwise, we are going to return the context. Perfect. Now let's save this. So now we have context is ready, and we can start creating the functions and states, and we can pass it to this context value. First, let's create some of the states. So we need states. I'm going to create a states const search query, set search query. This is going to be an use state hook. So let's import the use state hook, and initially this will be an empty string. Next, we can create the search results. Set search results. This is going to be an object. So let me do one thing. So first of all, let's get rid of this, and we are going to use this use state hook, and this will be an object. The initial value will be songs, which is going to be an empty array, and albums, which is also be an empty array. This is the initial state. Next, I'm going to create a one more state, which is search active. Set is search active. Initially, this is going to be false, and I'm going to make use of the use context to grab the songs data and albums data. So use context. Let's grab the songs data, albums data, and I'm going to just make use of the player context and save this. Now we have this songs data and albums data. Now we can filter this. Okay, filters the songs and albums based on the keyword. For this, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the first of all, inside this context value, we need to pass the states, so which is search query. I will also pass the set search query. Next, we are going to also pass the search results. We are going to pass the one more, which is search active. Set is search active, and later we can pass few more functions and states. For now, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. Let's import this use effect hook, and inside this use effect hook, basically we are going to filter the data. So first of all, I'm going to grab let's write the condition if search query. The search query contains the keyword search query dot trim, and if it is equal to empty string, if it is equal to empty string, then we are going to set the search. We're going to set the search results with an empty songs and empty albums. So songs with an empty array and albums with an empty array, and then we are going to return this. In case if it is a empty string, we don't have to filter anything. We are going to just return the empty strings and empty array. Okay, sorry, empty array for both songs and albums. After this if condition, in case if the search query has contained some data, search query dot to lowercase, we're going to convert it into a lowercase. I'm going to call this query. So now we get the query, which is nothing but the keyword. Now we can make use of the songs data dot filter. We will use the filter, and we get a single song each time when we loop through this. And we are going to inside this, we are going to make use of the song dot name dot to lowercase. We will use the song name property to check for to include the keyword. We are going to call this includes, and we are going to pass the query. Or if the song contains the keyword, or the description contains the keyword. Okay, let's make use of the song dot description dot to lowercase includes query. Then we are going to filter the records. We're going to store that in a variable called const filtered songs. So now we get the filtered songs. Similarly, filtered albums. Okay, so for this, albums data dot filter album, and inside this, let's use the album dot name dot to lowercase dot includes. Let's pass the query, or album dot description dot to lowercase dot includes query. If it is includes a query, then we are going to store that in a variable called const filtered albums. So now we get the filtered songs and filtered albums. Now we can update the state, which is set search results. Set search results. To this, we need to pass the object. So let's pass the object, which is songs filtered songs album. Sorry, this is going to be songs, not the song. And this is going to be albums filtered albums. Perfect. Now we are updating this state, and we also need to pass the dependency array. So let's pass the search query and songs data, albums data. So we're going to pass all of these data, and next, that's it. That's all we can do. Now let's save this. And with this, now what we need to do is let's open the sidebar. I'm going to open this sidebar.jsx and let me increase the font. So at the very top, first we are going to make use of the use search hook which we have created, so that we can grab the context values. Const, I'm going to grab the search query, set search query, and set is search active, and we are going to grab one more function, but we haven't created that. We'll create it in just a bit. But for now, we are going to grab these three states: search query, set search query, and set is search active. Okay, next, scroll down. We have this input text box, right? And for this input text box, we need to attach the value prop and the on change event. So the value prop will be search query, and the on change, we can make use of the e.target.value to update the state, which is set search query. We are updating this state. Okay, next we also have this function which is handle search click, and inside this handle search click, we are already updating the state, set show search input to true. I will also set the set is search active. I will set this to true, and we are navigating to the search component, the search route, and save this. So after this, you can see we have this one more button, that is this X button, to clear the search, handle search click, right? We need to create this function. So let's create this is going to be handle search click. Instead of this, we are going to call this handle clear search, and at the top, let's create the function const handle clear search. This is going to be an arrow function, but inside this, first of all, we are going to update the state, set show search input to false, and we're going to call a function which is clear search. But that clear search function will be present inside our the search context. Inside our search context, we are going to create the function. So let's open the search context, scroll down, and after this use effect hook, we're going to create the function const clear search. This is going to be an arrow function. Inside this, we're going to update the state, set search query to an empty string, set search results to empty songs array, and empty set is search active. I will set this to false. So now we can pass this clear search to the context value. So let's pass this clear search function, save this. Now we can grab this inside our sidebar component. So inside our search bar component, let's grab the clear search function, and inside this handle clear search, we can call the function which we have created just now, which is clear search, and save this. That's it. Now we can test this. Let's go to our browser, and right now we have this Hey Javani, Tumbile, some of the songs, right? I'm going to click on this search, and as soon as we click on this search, we will navigate to the search component. You can see this is the search component, and looks like we have not updated our search component. So let's go to our project explorer and search for search.jsx. Yes, of course, we haven't updated this search component. We need to update this search component as well. Let's update this. First of all, what I will do is at the top, I'm going to grab a few things from the use search hook. Let's use the use search hook. We are going to grab the search query and search results and is search active. We're going to grab all of these things, and also from this search results, we are going to grab the songs and album. So search results, I'm going to grab the songs and albums, right? Once we get the songs and albums, I'm going to just make use of the songs, number of songs and the album songs. We're going to do an addition, and we're going to get the total results. Songs.length, this is because songs will be an array, songs.length plus albums.length. From this, I'm going to frame the total results. So I can use the total results somewhere in our JSX. Okay, with this, now what I will do is I'm going to start updating this JSX. So at the very first, I'm going to create a div with a class space vertical 8. Inside the div, first of all, I'm going to add a comment. We're going to add the search results header, search results header. First, let's add this. Next, after this, let's create a div with a class margin bottom 6. Inside this, create a h1 tag with a class text 3 extra large, font bold, text white, margin bottom 2, and we will add the text search results. And after this, I'm going to create a paragraph with a class text gray 400. Inside this, we can just add found, the number of songs or the results, number of results, how much we found, that we can add it. Found total results, result, I can add total results is not equal to 1. We're going to use the ternary operator. I will just add the s. We need to add the result or results, right? So for this, we're going to add the found. Maybe for example, if the total results is 2, found 2 results, okay? Or if it is only 1, total result is 1, then we're going to say found result, okay? Found 6 result, or sorry, the found 1 result. So just to add that s, concatenate the s, for that we're going to add this ternary operator. Otherwise, we're going to add an empty string. For we will append the query string also. So within this, we're going to add the query string, which is search query. Okay, now let's save this. Perfect. Now if I go to the browser, inside our, you can see inside our search component, we have this search results and found 0 results for, let me add this double quote. Let's see how it looks. Save this. Okay, it looks like found a result, and this is going to be okay, no problem. Let's keep it like this. Let's save this, and yes, found 0 results for the search query, whatever the search query that we have entered here. For example, I have entered the hello. You can see found 0 results for hello, right? Perfect. Now after this paragraph and after this div, what I will do is I'm going to create the, let me first add the comment. This is for the songs section, and here we will make use of the expression that is the songs array, songs dot length, if the songs dot length is greater than 0, and we are going to return the JSX. So first let's create the div with a class margin bottom 8, and inside this div create one more div with a class width 6, height 6, and text green. Oops, sorry. Actually, what we need to do is div, I'm going to create a class which is flex items center dot gap 2 and margin bottom 4. And inside this div, I'm going to first of all make use of the lucid react icon for the music, and I will also add the class names, which is width 6, height 6, text green 400. And after this, I'm going to make use of the h2 tag with a class text 2 extra large, font bold, and text white. I will add the text which is songs. After this, let's create a span with a class text gray 400, and here I'm going to print the songs length. So songs dot length. Perfect. And after this div basically, so let's save this, and if I go to the browser and right now I'm going to search anything, you can see that search icon, right? You will automatically see this. Okay, that is what we are doing here. And after this, okay, so what I will do is after this I'm going to make use of the, now we wanted to display the songs, right? So for that we're going to make use of the song item which we have already created, the reusable component. We're going to make use of it. Let's create a div with a class grid columns 2, and on small devices grid column 3, medium devices grid column 4, And large devices, grid column 5, this is going to be grid column 5, and on extra large devices, grid column 6, and I will add gap of 4. So all these classes we are going to add, and inside this we will make use of the songs array, songs.map. we're going to use the map method, and this is going to give us the song and index. We get the songs and index, and we will make use of this JSX. So let's use the song item, and inside this song item, let's use the key prop, and we can pass the song._id, and name I can pass song.name. Also description, let's pass the song.description. Next id, song._id, and image, this is going to be song.image, and save this. Perfect. In fact, we don't need this index, so let's get rid of this index, and I can just add this song. Okay, just to simplify this. Okay, now let's save this. Now if I go to the browser and I'll just search for hello, you can see you will not see any of the results. Found 0 results for hello. But if I say Javani, you can see now we can see the songs, 2 songs we have found, which is Hey Javani, Hey Javani, and Hey Diwani. The JAW is contains in the description. Okay, but if I search for Mees, Batamiz Dil, okay, you can see now we got a single result. Right, perfect. Our search result is working for songs. Similarly, we also need to do it for the albums. Okay, so let's open the Project Explorer, and after this div, basically I'm going to make use of this same div which we have created here, the div. We're going to make use of this, and we will, this is the songs section, right? Similarly, we will also do it for albums. Okay, the albums array. So first of all, I'm going to add the comment here, that is albums section, and paste it. So here what I will do is I'll just make changes few things. This is going to be albums.length. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to display the album details. So everything looks similar, but this I'm going to change it to albums, and this is also I'm going to change it to albums.length. Perfect. After this, here I'll change this to albums.map, and this is going to be an album, and this will be album item. Okay, so let's import the album item, and for this album item we are going to pass the key prop, which is album._id, album name, and description, album.description, and again id, album id, and this is going to be album. This could be image URL, looks like. Okay, so let's save this. That's it. Now we can verify it. Let me save this and go to the, okay, first of all, this is going to be an album section. Save this. If I go to the browser, I'll search for Javani. Okay, perfect. We can see now we got this album, albums 1, Hey Javani, Hey Diwani, which contains the JAW. Similarly, now we have 2 songs because it contains 2 things. Perfect. Now on click of this X button, you can see now we are clearing this search results, which is good. But however, we wanted to add a few more things. So we need to add, whenever the results is 0, we need to add another div, another JSX we wanted to display, so that we can handle it. Let's go back to the search component, and at the top, what I will do is, so we have this return. Before this return, I'm going to just check for the condition. If the total results is equal to 0, the total results is equal to 0, then we are going to return a JSX, that is return. Inside this, create a div with a class flex column, items center, justify center, and I will also add a minimum height to be 400 pixel, and I will also add the text center. And inside this div, I'm going to add the search icon from the Lucid React icon, and I will also add the class names, which is going to be width 16, height 16 and text gray 400, margin bottom 4. And after this I will create the heading tag h2.text2 extra large, font bold, text white, margin bottom 2, and I will add the text no results found, and I will add the paragraph with the class text gray 400. Inside this I'm going to add the text try searching for something else. Save this. If I go to the browser, and you can see now we have this nice icon which is no results found, try searching for something else. Okay, so when I click on this I will just add hello, and you can see we get this message no results found, which is perfect. Now I will add Javani. You can see now found 3 results for JA and Javani Davani. Okay, let's also search for Tum, okay, which is Tummile. Okay, perfect. The search result is working as expected, and clicking on this clear, it is going to clear this and we will see this message no results found. Perfect. Apart from this we will also add one more condition, okay, which is if the search active is if it is not a search active, then let's add the is search active. If it is not a search active, then we're going to return the JSX. So let me return this, create a div with a class flex column, items center, justify center, minimum height 400 pixel, text center. Inside this div we will make use of the same thing, which is search icon, and I will add the class names, which is going to be width 16. So basically let me copy this, I don't want to spend unnecessary time, so let's save this. And after this we will make use of the same h2 tag, so let's copy this and I'll paste it, but I will just add I will change the text to search for music, and we can also add the paragraph. I can copy the paragraph and I'll paste it. So I'll change the text to something else, which is find your favorite songs and albums. Okay, now let's save this. If I go to the browser and when I click on this search, you can see no results found, try something for something else. Or if I close this, you can see search for music, find your favorite songs and albums. Okay, whenever I click on this search, then it will start showing this no results found because we haven't typed something else. Now if I type something, you will see this. And also on clicking off this clear, you can see search for the music, find your favorite songs and album. Perfect. And also we're going to add one more condition. Let's go to we need to take care of all the edge case scenario also, right? That's why I'm going to add all of these conditions. So let's create one more if condition. If the search query is empty string, let's use trim. Okay, if the search query is an empty string, or if it is empty, what we can do is we can return the JSX. Basically we are going to make use of the same JSX, so let's paste it, but I will change the text. So first of all I will change this to start typing to search, and the paragraph I'll change this to different message, that is search for songs, albums and more. Save this. Now if I go to the browser and when I click on this search, you can see try something, search something else. So but when I search something and if it is an empty string, okay, then it is going to show the message which is search for music and start typing for something. It will show, but I cannot simulate that one, but it is going to display whenever the search query is an empty string. At the time it is going to display it. Alright, so we have taken care of all of the edge case scenarios, like if it is not active search, if it is result is equal to 0, and if it is an empty string, we are going to display all of this message. Perfect. Hopefully we have completed all of the edge case scenarios and we have completed the search functionality. And now the last part what we have to do is, as a part of this application, we need to take care of the music playing, the albums playing. We need to take care of this music player functionalities. So that we will start doing it next. Okay, now let's begin with the music player options. So first of all, we need to create a few functions inside our context, which is nothing but the player context. Let's open the player context. Inside this, we already have created a few functions. So which is get songs data, get albums data, and we have this context value. And also we have this use effect hook. Along with this, we will also create a few more functions. Before that, first of all, we need to create a few reference hooks. We're going to use the use ref hook, and I'm going to reference this. I'm going to call this as audio reference. Similarly, let's create one more ref, which is seek background. This is for the use ref hook, and initially this is going to be we're going to call this seek background. And also I'm going to call one more use ref hook with a name seek bar use ref. Okay, now we have created this all reference hooks. Next, we are going to make use of we already have this use auth hook. From this use auth hook, we are already grabbing the user and the token. Perfect. And next, what I will do is I'm going to create a few more states. We already created the state, which is songs data, albums data. Along with this, we will also create the track and play status and time. So let me create those states as well. Const, I'm going to call this track set track. Initially, this is going to be, first of all, I'm going to get rid of this null. Initially, this is going to be the first index of the songs data. So songs data, this is going to be an array, and the first index, which is nothing but the 0th index, it will be pointing. And next, I'm going to create one more state. This is going to be play status, set play status. Initially, this is going to be false. And I will also create one more state, which is time set time. And this is going to contains the object. The initial value will be an object. So let's define the object. So this contains the current time, and this is also an object. And inside this current time, we have the second, which is 0, the initial value, minute, this is also a 0. And next, the total time, second, initially this will be 0, and minute, this will also be 0. So this is the initial object for the time. Okay, now we can start creating a few functions. In the down, I'm going to start creating the functions. First of all, let's define the functions. Later we will provide the implementation. So the very first function is play function. Okay, this is going to be an arrow function. Next, we have the play and pause. Create the pause function. Perfect. After the pause, I'm going to create play with ID. This is the function, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, and this will take the ID, the song ID, as a parameter. So async. Okay, and next we're going to create the one more function, which is previous. This is going to go to the previous song, and this is also an asynchronous function, async. Next, we will create the next, which is to play the next song. This is also an asynchronous function. Perfect. And after this, we're going to create one more function, which is seek the song, because we wanted to forward the, or we can move the song. So that is why we're going to create this seek song. This is also an asynchronous function. Let's make this async, and this will take the event as a parameter. Next, we will create one more function, which is the songs data, but we already created that function. And after this, so let's get rid of this. We need to pass these states and functions into the context value. So inside this context value, we can pass all of these states. Okay, so the very first thing is audio ref and seek bar and seek background and track, set track, play status, set play status, time, set time, play, pause, play with ID, previous, next, seek song, and also we are already passing the songs data, albums data, and get songs data and get albums data. We're passing all of these informations. So let's do one thing. We have this audio ref and seek bar, seek background track, set track. Okay, I'll bring this to the next line. Play status and set play status, time and set time, and these are the functions, right? Perfect. Now let's save this, and now we can start accepting these values inside our player component. So first let's verify whether do we have the player component or not. Okay, we have not created this player component. Let's quickly create the player component, player.jsx. Inside this, first of all, let's create the arrow function, player. Let's export this, and inside this I'm going to return the JSX player component, and I'll export this as a default component, which is player. Let's save this. Now we can mount this player component inside our app component. So let's open the app component. Inside this app component, you can see we have already commented that we need to mount the player component. So let's add the player component. Perfect. So we are importing the player component from the components folder. Perfect. We need to also add the audio, the HTML tag we need to add. Before that, at the top, I'm going to first grab the states from the player context. So let's use the use context, and to this we are going to pass the, so let's pass the player context. From the player context, we can grab the states, which is first of all audio ref, because I want to reference the audio with this audio ref track, and for now this is enough. So now let me add the, just after this player component, I'm going to make use of this audio, and for this audio we need to pass the ref, which is audio ref, and the source we need to add, which is track. If the track is, let's use the ternary operator. If the track is available, track.file, otherwise an empty string. Next, the preload, I'll set this to auto and save this. So now we have this audio tag as well as the player component. Now if I go to the browser, and in the down you might be seeing that we should have this player component. Let's go to the, okay, so now it is not displaying, but we will fix that in just a bit. Let's go back and go to the player component. Okay, inside this player component, first let's update this JSX. First of all, at the top, I'm going to grab a few things from the context, from the player context. Use context. We can pass player context. From this player context, I'm going to grab the track, seek bar, and seek background, play status, play, pause, time, previous, next, seek song. We are going to grab all of these things so that we can use it inside our JSX. Okay, so first of all, what I will do is I am going to make use of the return, and I'm going to check for the track, whether the track is available or not. If the track is available, I'm going to display the true block, and otherwise we're going to display the else block. So in the else block, we're not going to do anything. We are going to just display a null. We're going to return a null. But in case of if the track is available, we are going to render the JSX. So for that, let's create a div. I'm going to add the class names, which is height 10%, background black, flex, justify, between, items center, text white, padding 4, right? Next, create a div with a class hidden, large devices, it is flex, items center, gap 4. Okay, and inside this div, I'm going to create an image. Okay, so for the image, I'm going to make use of the track image, the track.image, and alt I can skip this, but I will provide the class names which is going to be width 12, right? And save this. Now if I go to the browser, it should have been displayed in the bottom, but for some reason it is not displaying. So let's verify that. Looking at our return statement here, if the track is available, then we are rendering this, otherwise we are rendering the null. Looks like we are not getting the track, so let's verify it. I'm going to just log this to the console, the track. So let's add the track, save this. Now let's go to the browser. I'm going to just click on this inspect and go to the developer tools. Okay, we are getting this track undefined. Looks like something is wrong with our player context. Let's go to our player context, and this is the track, and let's verify where we are actually setting the track. Okay, I'm going to scroll down all the way. So okay, first of all, initially the track songs data will be the value, and the songs data we are updating when we call the get songs data, right? Okay, we are updating this set songs data, we are updating this, but we are not updating the track. Okay, looks like we have missed this. At the time we have not created the track state, that's why we have skipped that one. So what I'll do is I'm going to here just add the if condition. If songs.length is greater than 0, then we are going to update the track. Okay, so we are going to check this songs. If the songs length is greater than 0, then we are going to set the track, and I'm going to get the first song. Okay, now let's save this. With this we should now able to see the track. Let's go to the browser, and okay, you can see now we can see this in the bottom. We can see this the 0th index, which is this one, Ilahi song image. I can able to see here. Okay, looks like now I can able to see the JSX content. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed further. Let's go to the player.jsx, and here after this image I am going to create a div. Inside the div I'm going to create a paragraph, and inside this paragraph I'm going to make use of the track.name. I'll get the name. Similarly I'll get the paragraph, and inside this I will add the description, track.description. I don't want to display the entire description. I'll just make it 0,12, only the 12 characters I want. I'll display that. Perfect. After this div I'm going to create one more div with a class. Okay, with this changes, now if I save this and if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this Ilahi and Hey Javani. Perfect. We get the title as well as the description. Now let's go back, and also we will create one more div with a class flex column, items center, gap 1, margin auto, right? I will also create one more div with a class hidden on large devices. This is going to be flex, items center, gap 2, opacity 75, right? Okay, now inside this div, first let's create one more div. I'm going to create the classes flex, gap 4, and inside this div let's make use of the icon, the Lucid React icon, which is shuffle, and to this I'm going to pass the class names, which is width 4, height 4, cursor pointer, text white, on hover, text green 500, right? Transition colors. Okay, this is also a class. I'll just add this, the transition colors. Perfect. Now we have this shuffle icon. I will also add one more icon, which is skip back, and I will add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, the same classes we are going to add, cursor pointer and text white, on hover, text green 500, transition colors, right? Okay, now let's save this. If I go to the browser, we should see those icons, but for some reason let me import these icons, save this, Okay, looks like it is not displaying. We will fix that. Okay, we will fix it one by one. But so far we have added these shuffle and skip back lucid react icons. Okay, now after this skip back, of course we need to attach the on click events and all those things we need to do. But before that, I'm going to make use of the play state, play status state, and I'm going to check for this value. If it is true, we're going to return something, otherwise we're going to return something else. Okay, if it is true, then I'm going to just add the pause icon from the lucid react, right? And I'm going to add the class names. So let's add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, and cursor pointer. I will also add the text white, right? And on hover, text green, and transition colors. All these we are going to add. Now, in case if it is false, we need to add the play icon. Okay, so the play icon from lucid react we are going to add, and I'm going to add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, cursor pointer, text white, and hover effect, text green 500, and transition colors, right? Perfect. Of course, we need to attach the on click events. So let's attach the on click events. We are going to attach the pause. Of course, we haven't added the functionality for this. We will add in just a bit. Pause and play. And also after this, I'm going to add the skip forward. Skip forward. This is the lucid react icon we will add. And for this skip forward, we need to attach the on click event. This is going to be a next. Okay, we're going to attach the next function, and I will add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, cursor pointer, text white, on hover, text green 500, and transition colors, right? After this skip forward, I'm going to add the repeat. Okay, so let's add the repeat. This is also a lucid react icon. All the icons that we are using from the lucid react icons, I'm going to add the class names. The same class names we're going to add. Perfect. And for this, we are not going to add any of the functionalities, repeating the songs. We're not going to add that, right? Okay, and after this div, we're going to create a one. Okay, we had already created this div, right? Like hidden and all those things, but I will add one more div with a class flex item center gap 5. And inside this div, let's create the paragraph. Oops. And inside this paragraph, I'm going to make use of the time, which is the state, current time, and I'll get the minute, right? And I will also make use of the, because I wanted to display the timings, what time the song is in playing, okay, how many seconds it is completed, how many minutes it is. So that time I wanted to display. So for this, time dot current time dot second. So next, after this paragraph, we need to make use of the div. So let's create the div, and inside this div, first of all, I'm going to add the ref hook, and for this ref hook, I'll use the seek background. Okay, and I will also add the on click event, which is seek song. Perfect. I will also add the class names, which is width 60 viewport, and also I will use maximum width 500 pixel. Okay, 500 pixel. Perfect. I will also add background gray 300, rounded full, cursor pointer, right? And inside this div, I'm going to create the horizontal. We can add the class names. First of all, I'm going to reference this also with the seek bar, and I will add the class name, which is not, this is the classes that we are going to add. Instead, we are going to add the height 1, border none, width 0, background green 800, rounded full. So all this we are going to add, and after this horizontal and this div, I'm going to make use of the paragraph to display the duration, the track duration, track dot. This will give us the total number of minutes that the song is. It is going to give us, right? And after this, now we have this div, but first let's save this And if I go to the browser, okay, looks like we are getting some good errors. Okay, skip forward is not defined. Okay, let's see, this is skip forward. I'm going to import this. Now let's save this. Perfect. And okay, looks like still it is not displaying the properly it is not displaying. Okay, we can fix it, but before that what I would like to do is I am going to make use of the let's do one thing. Looks like this is this entire div is behind this entire div. We will fix that CSS issue. So let's go back. Let's do one thing. Let's go ahead and add all of the features, then we can verify it. Okay, so I'm going to, inside this div, I'm going to add the list music, and we can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, cursor pointer, and text white, unhover text green 500, right? And also transition colors. So let's get rid of these classes. We don't need this. Perfect. Now we have this list music. Similarly, we will also add, let me duplicate this, and I will also add the one more icon, which is the mic icon. For all of this, we are not going to add the functionality. We will just add these icons just to replicate the music player. Okay, next I'm going to add the list music. Okay, list music, right? And we will add the okay, we have added this list music. We are adding it one more time. I think we don't need this. Okay, let's get rid of this. We will add the speaker. Okay, and copy this and paste it, right? We are going to add the volume 2 just to replicate the volume. Paste it, and also minimize to. Next, I'm going to add maximize to. Perfect. And that's it. Okay, so let's save this. If I go to the browser, let me see. Okay, still it is not displaying. Okay, no problem. We will come back to this place later. But for now, let's go to our player context, and inside this, we will add all of these data, right? Let's go back in our player component. If I scroll up, for this skip back, we need to add the functionality. For that, I'm going to attach the on-click events. This is going to be previous, right? And for the shuffle, we don't need to add anything. That's completely fine. Okay, looks like we have added all of these on-click events for all of the required buttons. Now we can start adding the functionalities inside our player context. Let's go to the very first function, which is the play function. Before that, I would like to add the use effect hook. So in the down, we need to add the one more use effect hook. Of course, we have already added one of the use effect hook, but this we are going to add it for the audio event listeners. So let me add the comment, setup audio event listeners, use effect hook, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to make use of the audio ref.current. Okay, I'm going to get the current reference to the audio. Let's give us the name audio. Once we get the audio, I'm going to check if the audio is not present. I'm going to just return this. Okay, and then I'm going to create a function which is update seek bar. This is an arrow function, and inside this, I'm going to add the condition if the seek bar dot current and audio dot duration, if it is not null or if it is undefined, then we are going to first get the progress. So for that, we are going to make use of the audio dot current time divided by audio dot duration, and I'm going to multiply this with 100. This will give us the audio progress. Okay, I'm going to call this progress, and now we can make use of the seek bar dot current dot style dot width is equal to math dot floor. We will use the audio progress, and for this I will attach the percentage, right? This is going to give us the seek bar functionality, and I am going to make use of the set time, and inside this we can use the current time. Okay, we are going to update the time, the status, the time status, current time, and this is an object. We need to pass the second and minute. The second we will use math.floor, audio.current time. We are going to divide it with 60, right? Similarly, we have the minute, math.floor, audio.current time divided by 60, right? And also the total time, we will add second, math.floor. Let's use the audio.duration. We're going to divide it with 60. Similarly, we need to calculate the minute. For that, math.floor, audio.duration divided by 60. Perfect. Okay, now after this, now we can, what I will do is inside this use effect hook, I'm going to create a one more function which is const. Let me make use of the handle loaded metadata. Handle loaded metadata. Basically, we're going to load the metadata information, which is nothing but, so let me add the condition if the seek bar dot current, if it is not undefined, if it has a value, seek bar dot current dot style dot width, I'll set this to 0%, right? Perfect. Okay, so of course we need to call this function. We will create it in just a bit, but before this, what I would like to do is I'm going to create the event listeners. Okay, so for this I'm going to add the comment which is add the event listeners. Now we can attach audio dot add event listener. We need to add the time update seek bar. This is the function that we're going to attach. We don't need to call this function, we just need to reference this. Okay, update seek bar. Similarly, audio dot add event listener, loaded metadata. I can call the handle loaded metadata. Okay, we're going to reference this. All right, now with this, okay, first of all I'm going to create a cleanup function. So this is going to be a cleanup function. So we're going to just return this, return, and inside this audio dot remove, we're going to call the remove event listener, which is time updates. This is going to be update seek bar. Similarly, audio dot remove event listener, loaded metadata, handle loaded metadata. Okay, perfect. And we need to pass the dependency array. Let's pass the track. Okay, this will rerun whenever the track changes. That's exactly what we want. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this. Now we can start filling these functions like play, pause, play with ID, previous, next, seek song. Okay. All right, let's start with the play function. For this play function, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the audio ref hook. So the reference to the audio ref hook is audio ref dot current dot play. Okay, because it is referencing to the music player, I can directly call the play method. And I'm going to update the state, set play status. I'm going to set this to true. Okay, next we have this pause. So for the pause, we will make use of the audio ref dot current dot pause, set play status. I'll set this to false. Next, we're going to play the music with an ID. So for this, we're going to make use of so let's take a help of the songs data dot map. We're going to call the map function, and we get the song. I'm going to call this item, and inside this, I will make use of the if condition to check if the ID is equal to item dot underscore ID. If it is true, then I'm going to update the state, which is set track. I will update the track which is with the item, which is nothing but this song. Next, I'm going to make use of the, okay, this is going to be an promise. If this is going to return promise, I'm going to call this await. And also inside this, let's make use of the await audio ref dot current dot play. We're going to play the music after setting this. Then we're going to do set play status. I'll set this to true, right? Let's save this. Okay, looks like there is an issue with this. Okay, this is going to redundant await for non-promise. Okay, this is saying that it is not going to return promise. Okay, no problem. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so let's save this. And next we have this previous function. So for this previous function, I'm going to make use of the again songs data dot map. We're going to use the map function. Let's make use of the async item, and it will also give us the index. So let's take the index. We're going to use the arrow function, and inside this, okay, this is actually going to return an async. So for this, I'm going to add the condition if track dot underscore id is equal to item dot underscore id and index is greater than 0, then basically we are going to set the track, update the state songs data index -1, and I will attach the await because this is going to return a promise. Similarly, await audio ref dot current dot play and set play status. I'll set this to true, right? Okay, now we have this play previous function. Let's also do the same thing with the next function. I'll just copy this, I'll paste it. So the songs data map item index track id is equal to item underscore id, and if the index not greater than, it is going to be less than the songs data dot length -1, then we are going to make use of the songs data index +1, not the decrement. We're going to increment it, and instead of the rest, everything remains same, right? Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have this next function. Also we will make use of the seek song, okay, this function. So for this we will use the audio ref dot current time is equal to, we will make use of the event dot native event dot offset x divided by seek background dot current dot offset width. Okay, so I'm going to make use of this. I'm going to multiply this with, okay, this is going to be, let's get rid of this bracket, we don't need this, and we're going to multiply this with the audio ref dot current dot duration, right? With this, now we have completed all of these functions like seek song, next, previous, play with id, pause, play. Perfect. Okay, now what I will do is I'm going to save this. Now with all of these changes, now we should able to test our implementation. Perfect. With all of these changes, let's navigate to the browser. Okay, still we don't see that. Looks like there is some issue with CSS or the content. What I will do is let's go back and let's go to our very first thing, which is the app component. Inside this app component, we are displaying the sidebar, display, player. Okay, in this I don't see any of the issues. Looks like, let's go to our display, and inside our display component, looks like we made some mistake. We have this routes and we have this scrollable content, and we, okay, this actually should have been referenced to the parent div. Okay, this is the very first issue. Okay, next, if you notice that this navbar, we should have been wrapped this navbar with a div, but we have not done that. Okay, so I'm going to cut this scrollable content and I'll just put it outside of this, right? Okay, with this we should able to see the player component. Now let's go back and boom, you can see now we should able to see the player component. Of course, there is a little bit of alignment issue. That's completely fine. We can fix that. If I go to the player component, and looks like here we have messed some of the classes. Okay, so we can verify it. That is why we see some of the issues, but looks like we can fix it by later. No problem, that's not an issue. So let me, okay, here we have this width 4, height 4. Okay, no problem, we will fix it. But now let's try to click on this play icon and it should start playing the music. I'm going to just click on this play. Perfect, the music is playing, I can see that. I just click on this next. Perfect, it is also playing the next song, which is perfect. I'm going to click on this previous. Perfect, it will play the previous song, and I'm going to just click on this pause and it will pause the song. Okay, and also I'm going to just click on this, it should see this. Perfect, awesome. You can see this, the changing, okay, with the different songs. Perfect. Alright, all of these functionalities are working as expected. When I search this song, let's say, okay, you can see the songs will display based upon the search result, and the music is still playing. Perfect. Of course, you can improvise this, you can bring in your creativity, and you can take a help of the ChatGPT, and you can even extend this and you can add more functionality to it. But I hope the basic functionality I have covered in this course and you have enjoyed it so far. Perfect. This completes the Spotify application, the user part, the user where the user can log in and he can see the song, he can see the albums, and he can listen to songs. Okay, he can search for the songs. All that part is completed. Now we need to work on the admin part where the admin log in and he can add more songs. So far we are adding the songs and albums from the API. Now we can create a portal for the admin where the admin can add the songs and create the albums. We can all those fancy stuffs we can do it in the admin project. We're going to create a separate React project and we will work on that. Okay, we have already created, okay, and we're going to start adding the content to it. All right, that's it. I know the last part was I have taken pretty fast because this is all for the front end part. I know you can even go in a slow and you can understand what we have done here. Okay, basically in this player component, not in the player component, in this player context, we have just added the functions, the reusable functions like play, next, previous, okay, and also play, pause, and play with the ID, pause. Okay, all these functions we have added using the audio ref. Okay, because we are referencing to this audio tag. If I go to the player component, not the player component, if I go to the app.jsx, we have this audio and we are referencing this audio ref. And with this audio reference, we are just calling the functions like we have called the functions play, pause. Okay, all those functions we have built-in functions we have called, right? And we are updating the states as per we have done the actions. All right, I hope you enjoyed this part, and now we can start working on the admin part. We will start with the development part for the admin panel. The very first thing is open the project inside the WebStorm. I have already opened it, Musify admin app. What we need to do is first we need to create the project structure. We're going to create the necessary folders and we will add the assets, and then we will next start with the development. The very first thing is inside the src folder, I'm going to create the folder components. Similarly, I will create one more folder which is going to be context, and we will create one more folder which is pages, and I will also create one more folder which is layout, and also we need to create the one more folder for the services. Okay, this is going to be services. I'm going to just correct the spelling. Perfect. Next, we need to add the assets into this public folder as well as into this assets folder. I'm going to open up the file explorer. Okay, we have this logo. I'm going to just copy this and I'll paste it into this assets folder. And also inside this public folder, I will add this. And let's open the index.html. Let's go to the index.html. Here, I'm going to reference to the image href / logo.small, and this is going to be Musify admin panel. Let's save this. Let's run the application. I'm going to start the application npm run dev. This will start on the port 5174. Go to the browser, localhost 5174. Boom, you can see the app component. Also you can see now we have this favicon, which is the Musify logo. Okay, perfect. Let's minimize this. And next what we need to do is inside this assets folder, I'm going to create a new file. It is going to be assets.js. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to import the logo. Let's call this logo from music.png. And I'm going to create an export object and export it. Export const assets, and we can add the logo. Perfect, and save this. I'm going to close this index.html. We are done with this file. And next, let's open the project explorer. We need to create inside this pages. We are going to create the components, which is add album.jsx. I'm going to expand this, and I'll also create the functional component const add album. This will be an arrow function, and I'm going to return the JSX div add album component. I'll export this as a default component. So let's save this. I'll just go ahead and quickly copy this and open the project explorer, create a new component inside the pages, which is add song. Add song.jsx. Let me expand this and I'll paste the code. This is going to be add song. I'll just change this to add song, and I'll change this to add song component. Save this. Let's create one more component. It is going to be list album. You wanted to display all the albums, so for that, list album.jsx, and let me paste it. This is going to be list album. Let's change this to list album component. Let's create one more component, which is for list songs. List song.jsx. Paste it. This is going to be list song component. This is going to be list song, and save this. Perfect. After this, let's create one more component, which is for the login.jsx. The admin panel does not contain the register. We will just add the login page. So login.jsx, and I'll change this to login. This is going to be a login component. This is going to be login, and save this. All right, we have created the components for all the necessary pages. Next, inside our layout, we are going to create the components, which is for the dashboard layout. I'm going to just add the arrow function. This is going to be dashboard layout, and I'll add the text dashboard layout component. This is going to be dashboard layout, and save this. Next, let's create a sidebar as well as the navigational bar. Sidebar.jsx. I will just paste it. It is going to be sidebar, and I'll just change this to sidebar component. This is going to be sidebar, and save this. Next, I will create one more component, which is navbar.jsx. This is for the navigational menu. Okay, this is going to be, let me rename this. This is going to be navbar, right? And I will just paste it. Navbar component. It is going to be navbar. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, also we are going to create inside this context, we need to create the, okay, before that, I would like to also create a service. Inside the services folder, I will create just the JS file, which is going to be API service.js. We are going to make an API call inside this. This is perfect. And also inside the context, we are going to create the auth context, which will hold the states globally auth context.jsx, right? And next go to the components folder. Inside the components we will create the one of the component which is protected route.jsx. Inside this I'll just paste it, and this is going to be protected route. I'll just add protected route component. I'll export this as protected route, okay, and save this. Alright, so now we have created all the necessary components and files. Now we can start updating these files one by one. Very first thing what I will do is inside our index.css file, we need to add the Google font. Let's open the index.css. So we're going to add the Urbanist Google font. Open the browser. Okay, we have already opened this previously when we are designing the other application, the other React application. So we have selected the Urbanist. I'm going to just copy the same import statement and I will paste it at the top, and we need to apply that font. So I'll just add this font family, Urbanist. If it is not present, we are going to use the sans serif. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, we should see this styling has been applied. The font has applied for the app component text. Perfect. So next, what we need to do is inside our app.jsx, let's open the app.jsx. At the top, I'm going to just add the base URL, export const API base URL. This is going to be localhost http://localhost:8080. Save this. Okay, this is our API base URL, so that we can use this variable throughout our application. Perfect. Next, what I will do is let's open the API service.js. Inside this we can create the service methods for the login and also other API endpoints. So the very first thing is what I will do is I'm going to first import the Axios from the Axios library. Next, I'm going to make use of the I'm going to create an instance of the Axios. So let's add the comment, create Axios instance, const API client is equal to axios.create. We're going to use the create method from the Axios, and to this we need to pass the options. The very first option is the base URL. We're going to pass it from the API base URL, which we have defined inside our app.jsx. Headers we are going to pass, that is content type application/JSON. Alright, now we have defined this API client. We have configured the base URL. Next, I'm going to add the interceptors for both request and response. Instead of passing the bearer token for every API request, we can define the interceptor, the request interceptor, and for every whenever we are making an API request, automatically that interceptor will execute the code, and in that interceptor we can add the bearer token. So we don't have to add it manually every time for the API request. That's the whole purpose of using the interceptors. So I'm going to add the comment, okay, request interceptor to add auth token to headers, right? Let's make use of the API client dot interceptors dot request. Since we are adding the interceptors to the request, we're going to make use of the use function, and to this we're going to pass the config. Okay, and let's make use of this config. So first of all, I'm going to make use of the local storage to get the item. From the local storage, we're going to get the admin token. Of course, this admin token is not available as of now, but as soon as the user is logged in, the admin is logged in, this will be available inside the local storage, this admin token. We're going to get that. I'm going to call this token. Once we get the token, I'm going to check if the token is present. I will add the authorization header, config.headers.authorization, and to this we need to pass the bearer token. So let's add the bearer and add the token which we have grabbed from the local storage. And I'm going to return the config, right? But in case we also need to add the error block, okay, in case of the if this not fulfilled, because this is going to return a promise. So we need to also configure the error block. So let's grab the error object and we can throw the exception. So on reject, I'm going to just return the promise.reject and we're going to pass the error object. Perfect. This is for the request interceptor. Basically, in the request interceptor, we are going to pass the bearer token and we're going to add that authorization header authorization to the headers. Okay. Similarly, I'm going to configure the response interceptor to handle the auth errors. Okay, auth errors globally. Let's make use of the same API client dot interceptors dot. Since we are using the interceptor for the response, so let's use the use method, and I'm going to call this response. Okay, and we will make use of the response, and also we will not do anything. We will just get the response and we will have the error block. So let's make use of the error block. I'll just use the error block, and for this error block I'm going to add the condition. Okay, let me bring this to the next line. Perfect. So let's add the error object. Now we have this error object. I will just get this response as well, right? With this response we are not going to do anything, but we need the error object. Okay, for this error object I'm going to add the condition if error dot response. If the response object is present, I'm going to get the status. If the status is equal to 401, then I need to make that as removing the admin token from the local storage. So basically I'm going to consider this as token expired or invalid. So for this, local storage dot remove item, we will remove the admin token from the local storage, and local storage remove item the admin user. Both we are removing from the local storage, and we will navigate to the login page, window.location.href/login, right? We will navigate to this login page, and I'm going to just return the promise. So promise.reject error. Perfect. And save this. Now we have configured the interceptors. This is very useful when we are creating the production grade applications. Every time we cannot pass the bearer tokens, or we cannot handle the exceptions individually for every try catch block, or when we are making the API calls. So we're going to define these request and response interceptors. Then we're going to handle it globally. That's the whole purpose of it. Now we can start configuring the routing. Let's open the app.jsx. Okay, we have this app.jsx. Inside this, first of all, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the browser router from the React Router DOM. Inside this browser router, I'm going to first of all make use of the React Toaster notifications. We have already installed the package. If I go to the package.json, and you can see we have added this dependency, which is React Hot Toast. Now, in order to use this notifications, we need to add the component, okay, at the very top of the application, so that it will be available throughout our application. So the best place is that inside this app component, just inside this browser router, we are going to add the toaster. To this component, we're going to pass the position. Okay, I want to tell that where the notifications position. We're going to add it top center. Let's save this. Inside this, we can start defining the routes. So routes, let's import this routes from the React Router DOM, and inside this routes, we can define the individual routes. Okay, I'm going to add one of the route for the base path. we are going to add the, not the base path, I wanted to add /login. For this, we are going to render the login component. Okay, let's use the element and we are going to render the login component. Similarly, we will also add one more route, which is for the add song, add-song. For this, we are going to render the add song component. And next, we are going to add the list songs. So for this, we are going to render list song component. So let's import this from the pages component, from the pages folder. Similarly, we have the one more route, which is add album. To this, we will render the add album. Okay, and also I will add the route, which is list albums. For this, we are going to render list album component. Perfect. And I will add the wildcard route. Okay, so that it will navigate to the, it is going to use the, let me use the wildcard route star, and for this we are going to render the add song component. Let's save this. Alright, so next what we need to do is, since we have configured the routes, I will also go to the login component and we can start designing the login component. Before that, we will create the context. We have already created the auth context. So let's update this auth context and we can wrap this entire browser router with the auth provider. Okay, so for this, what I will do is I'm going to, first of all, inside this route, if I go to the browser, you can see it's going to render the add song component. I will do one thing. I'm going to just copy this login component, the login route, and I will paste it. And if it is /route, then we are going to render the login component. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now can see the login component is rendering. Perfect. Next, let's open the auth context, and inside this auth context, we will create the context. We already discussed a lot of times about what is context and how to use the context, how to create the context. So first, let's make use of the create context from the React. Let's use this. Let's import this. I'm going to call this auth context. I will also export this auth context. Next, once we created the auth context, I will also create the provider. So export const auth provider. This is going to take a special prop, which is going to be a children. Okay, and in the down, I'm going to just return the JSX. It is going to be auth context dot provider. Inside this, we are going to render the children. To this, we are going to pass the value prop, and this value is nothing but the, I'm going to create an object which is context value. This will be an object, and this, for this value prop, we can pass the context value. Okay, and save this. Perfect. Along with this, what I will do is I'm also going to, at the top, I'm going to create the use auth hook. Okay, so let's create a custom hook so that we can use the context whenever we want. Use auth hook. I will also export this, and this is going to be an arrow function. Inside this, basically we are going to make use of the context. So let's use the use context hook, and to this we are going to pass the auth context. I'm going to call this context, and we're going to check for the context. If the context is not present, we're going to throw the exception, which is throw new error. Use auth must be used within the auth provider. Perfect. Okay, next what I will do is I'm going to, for this context value, we need to pass few things. So for that, I'm going to, at the top, I'm going to create the states. So the very first state is the user and token and loading state. So let's create those states, which is going to be const user set user. We are going to use the use state hook. We are going to pass the initial value as null. Next, we are going to pass the token set token. Use state hook we are going to pass, and for this we are going to use the local storage.get item. We are going to get the admin token. Okay, next I will also create one more state, that is loading. Set loading, initially this is going to be true, and save this. Now we can pass a few states into this context value. We are going to pass the user and token and loading. All these states we are going to pass. Later we are going to pass a few more states as well, but for now this is sufficient. Now what I will do is I'm going to wrap the auth provider with the app component. So let's go to the app component. Okay, we are going to wrap this entire browser router with the auth provider. So let me cut this and I will use the auth provider and I'll paste it. Perfect. Let's save this. So now our basic context is ready and also basic routing is in place. Now we can start creating the login component. We already created the login component. All we need to do is we need to start rendering the JSX. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this div and I'm going to create a new div with a class minimum height screen and background gradient to bottom right from slate 900 via purple 900 to slate 900 flex items center justify center padding 4. And inside this div, I'm going to create one more div with a class maximum width on medium devices and width full space vertical 8. And inside this div, I'm going to just add the comments. We're going to add the header. And inside this, so I'm going to create a div with a class text center. And inside this, let's create one more div with a class flex items center justify center margin bottom 6. And inside this we need to add the logo. Let's use the image tag and we will make use of the assets object which we have added inside the assets.js. Assets.logo alt, I will add the logo and I will just add the class names which is height 12 width 12 and I will also add the h1 tag with a class margin left 3 text 3 extra large font bold text white and I will add the text which is Musify, the application name. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, let me reload this. Okay, looks like the application is stopped for some reason. I'm going to restart this. It is started on the port 5173. The another admin panel, not the admin panel, the user panel have been stopped and I've been running it only this application. That is why it is running on the localhost 5173. Now let's go to the browser. I'll just change this to 5173 and boom, you can see now we have this gradient background and the logo and the text. Next, after this div tag, I'm going to make use of the h2 tag with the class text 2 extra large font bold text white and margin bottom 2. Okay, I will add the text admin panel I will also add the paragraph with the class names text gray 300, and I will add the text sign in to manage your music library. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, this is how it looks. Perfect. Next, we need to add the login form. After this div, I'm going to just add the comment. This is going to be login form, and inside this I will add the div with a class background white. I will add background white divided by 10, backdrop blur on the large devices, and rounded corners to extra large, padding 8, shadow to extra large, border white by 20, and inside this create a form. And for this form we don't need the action attribute. Let's get rid of this, but I will add the class names, which is space vertical 6, and inside this form, first of all, I will add the text. Very first thing is the email field. For this email field, I'm going to create a div. Inside the div, I will create a label with a class block, text small, font medium, text gray 200, margin bottom 2, right? And for the HTML form, I will add the email. Inside this, I will add the text email address. And next, I will create a div with a class relative, and I will just add the inside this div, I will add one more div with a class absolute inset vertical 0 and left 0, padding left 3, flex items center, pointer events none. Inside this div, let's make use of the mail icon, the lucid react icon. Class name I will add height 5, width 5, text gray 400, right? And after this, let me save this. At this point, if I go back to the browser, and you can see now we have this email address option. Okay, the email address and the lucid react icon. Perfect. Of course, there is a little bit of styling issue that we can fix it, but so far we can able to see these icons and the div. And after this div, I'm going to create a one more. We need to add the input tag, so let's add input, which is going to be type email, and we need to add the ID, name, type. So let's add the name, ID, and for the name I will add email, and ID it is going to be email, and autocomplete I will add email. I will also add the required just for the validation. Next, I will add the class names. Okay, so let's add class names. We will add block width full, padding left 10, padding right 3, border gray 600, rounded on large devices, and background gray 800 by 50, and text white, placeholder gray 400, on focus outline none. Also on focus, I would like to add the ring 2. I want the outline, so and focus ring green 500, Also focus, border, transparent, and transition all. Duration, I would like to add 200. Perfect. These are the classes that we're going to add for the input text box. And with this, let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see we have this nice text box, but there is a small issue with the text box. That is because looks like we have missed some of the classes. So let's verify what we have missed. So far we have added the block, and also we are adding the width full, padding left 10, padding right 3. Okay, I think we should have been added padding vertical 3. This we have missed. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this nice icon, but looks like we have also missed one more thing. Okay, we will add the border gray 600, rounded large, and background gray 800 by 50, text white and placeholder gray 400, on focus outline none. Okay, this is going to be outline none. Okay, just a spelling mistake. Save this, and boom, now we have this nice email address, and on focus we are adding this ring color. Perfect. Next, we can create the email text box also. Let's go back, and first let's create first of all, I'm going to just, after this div, I'm going to, let me close this, and now I'm going to add the comments. It is going to be password field. Okay, password field, and I'm going to create a div. Inside the div, let's add the label with the class names block, text small, font medium, text gray 200, margin bottom 2, right? I will add password, and within the label let's add password, and after this label I'm going to create a div, and inside this div I will add the class name which is relative. Inside the div create, okay, first of all I'll better to copy this, I don't want to type it. Copy this and paste it. This icon I'm going to change it to lock. Perfect. And after this I will just add the same input field. We can change the bits that are required. Okay, we need to change this type to password. Name this also going to be password, ID password, autocomplete password required, we need this, and class name also we need to require. Perfect. Next, let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this password. On click of this, it is also having the same style. Next, we will add the login button. So after this div, I'm going to just add this submit button, or I can say login button. Create a button with a class width full, and also I'm going to add few more classes. So let me add flex and justify center, vertical padding 3, horizontal padding 4, border transparent rounded on large devices, shadow on small devices, text small, font medium, text white, background gradient to right, from green 500 to blue 600, on hover from green 600 to on hover to blue 700, focus outline none, focus ring 2, and I will also add focus ring offset 2, focus ring green 500, disabled opacity 50. I will also add disabled cursor pointer, which is good. Sorry, not the cursor pointer, that is which is going to be not allowed. Sorry, it is going to be not allowed. And I will also add transition all and duration 200, transform on hover scale 105. Perfect. These are the classes that we'll be adding, and along with this I'm also going to add the disable property, but that we will add it later. But I will add the type, which is going to be a submit button. Next, inside this, for now I'm going to just add the text, which is sign in. Later we will add the loader and we will handle it, but for now let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice sign in button. Okay, there is a little bit of issue, that's fine, no problem, we can fix it later. Looks like we have missed something, but this is what the sign in button that it looks like, since we have added that colors like from and to, green and blue. That is how it looks like. Perfect. So now our login form is ready. Next we need to create a few states and create the onSubmit function, and we can call the API. So let's go to the file, and first of all at the very top I'm going to create a few states. Const email, set email. Initially let's use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be an empty string. Similarly const password, set password. Initially this is also going to be an empty string, and I will also add loader. So loading, set loading. Initially this is going to be false. And next what I will do is I'm going to use the use navigate hook. Const navigate. Okay, I'm going to call this navigate. Next we need to create the function. So whenever the user click on the form submit button, we need to call a function. So for that, const handle submit. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and this will take the event as a parameter. So e.prevent default. First we are going to stop the browser to reload whenever we submit the form, and I'm going to add the basic validation. If the email or password is not present, I'm going to display an error notification, toast.error. Please enter or please fill in all the details, and I'm going to return this. Perfect. Let's save this. Next, after this, first of all let's go to the form, and I'm going to attach the onSubmit, and I will reference the handle submit function, right? And also for this email field, let me add the value prop, which is going to be a email, and on change e.set email e.target.value, right? Similarly for the password field also value password, and on change set password e.target.value. We're going to update the state. So let's save this. With this, now whenever user click on the submit button, we should take the email and password, and we have to log this to the console. So let's do that. I'll just log this to the console, the email and password. Console.log email and password. Okay, save this. And now let's go to the browser. I'll go to the developer tools. I'm going to first of all click on this sign in. We should get the basic validation. Perfect. Let's enter the email address, which is bhushan@gmail.com 1234556. And when I click on this sign in, you can see now we can logging in the email address and the password. Perfect. Let's go back to the file, and now let's get rid of this console.log, and we can continue with the coding. Now once we complete this validation, next we need to make an API call, but we are not going to make an API call here. Instead, what we will do is we're going to create a function inside our auth context, and we're going to pass that function to the context value, and then we're going to accept that function inside our login.component, and we're going to call that function. That's the idea. So first, let's create the function inside our auth context. Okay, inside our auth context, I'm going to create an arrow function, const login. This is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to make this as async, and to this we're going to pass the email and password. Okay, so whoever going to call this function, they need to pass the email and password, and inside this I will add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we're going to make use of the Axios dot. We need to pass the this is going to be a post request, and we need to pass the base URL. So let's use the template literal API base URL /API/auth/login. This is the API endpoint. To this we need to pass the email and password. Let's pass this, and we don't need to pass the bearer token for this login API endpoint. Okay, so we will just add this email and password, and this is going to return promise, so I can add await, and this will give us the response. Okay, and we can check for the response. If the response.status is 200, then we know that user is logged in. The user is successfully logged in. He's entered the correct credentials. In that case, we are going to update the token. So set token, and I'm going to just add the response.data.token. We get this token. Also, I'll update the user, set user response. Okay, so instead of this, I am going to pass the object email. It's going to be response.data.email. So this is the response.data.email, and also role. It is going to be response.data.role. Okay, we are going to update the user. Also, I'm going to store it in the local storage .set item admin token. We can add the token response .data. Basically response.data.token. Similarly, local storage .set item, we're going to set the admin token. The admin token. We are going to add the admin user. We are going to stringify it, json.stringify, and I will add email, response.data.email, role, response.data.role. Okay, basically whatever we are adding it into the set user and set token, the same thing we will also add it to the local storage. After this, I'm going to just return an object, success is true. Okay, and in case of else block, if the status code is not 200, I will return false. Okay, the success, I'll set this to false. The message, I will add response.data.message. I will add the message login failed, and inside this error block, I will also return the success to false and message error.response.data. Okay, we will not be having this message, so let's get rid of this. I will just add login failed. In case of if the data is not present, we're going to add the login failed. Perfect. So next we have this login function is ready, I can pass this function into the context value. Okay, and save this. Now let's go to the login.jsx and we can make use of the use auth hook, and I'm going to grab the function which is login function and save this. Now we will make use of the first of all, I'm going to set the loader to true, and next we can call the login function. So let me make use of the login, and to this we can pass email and password. This is going to return promise. I can attach await const result. Okay, we get the result from this function. Now I can add the condition. If the result dot success is true, I can display a toast message, that is toast.success, user or admin logged in successfully, admin logged in successfully, and I can navigate to the route which is add song. Okay, this is the route that we are going to navigate. Else if it is not success, I'm going to print a error notification, that is instead of printing this message I can use the result.message, right? And basically instead of this I'm going to just wrap this in an entire try catch block. Okay, and in the catch block I will also display a toast error message, error.message, and in the finally block I will set the loader to false. Perfect. Now let me save this and we can test this. We have already making the API call here. What we have to do is once the user is logged in, we should be able to see the admin token and the admin user details inside the local storage. Let's verify this. Let's go to the browser, and first of all we are getting some error. That is because use auth, it is undefined. So let me import this use auth. Okay, looks like we are getting some error with this use auth. Let's go to our context, which is auth context. At the top we are exporting and we are creating this use auth hook. Okay, we are returning the context. This is one thing, so let's save this. But however, this use auth hook should be accessible inside our login.jsx. Okay, now it is available. So let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom. Okay, now I'm going to just open the application and go to this local storage. Let's try to log into the application. We already have this admin credentials. So admin @musify.com, musify.com admin. I'm going to enter a wrong credential and see what will happen. Click on this sign in, boom, email and password is incorrect. Perfect. Let's enter the correct credentials. Admin 123, click sign in, boom, admin logged in successfully. And you can see in the local storage we are storing the admin token and the admin user as well. Also we are navigating to the add song component. However, what will happen now whenever I reload this, it is automatically, even though when we have this admin token and admin user, we will navigate to the login component. So let's reload this. Okay, looks like it is not navigating to the login component, but whenever I enter this, you can see we are navigating to the login component. We should not happen this. So what I will do is let's go back to the file, and here we will add the use effect hook. So inside the use effect hook, what we can do is we can check for whether the user is logged in or not, then we can handle that, right? So let's create the use effect hook. So after this, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. Let me import this use effect hook, and inside this, let's make use of the local storage to get the admin token, get item, admin token. I'm going to call this const stored token. I can call this stored token. I will also use the local storage dot get item, I will get the admin user. I can call this stored user. Now we get the stored token and stored user. So I can add the condition if the stored token is present and stored user is present. I will just update the set token to the stored token and set user. I'll make use of the stored user. I'll just use the JSON and parse and I'll call this stored user. Okay, this is going to be okay. We haven't created those functions, or we haven't grabbed the set token and set user. Okay, we have made a mistake. Actually, this use effect took we shouldn't created inside this login component. So we should have been created inside our auth context. So let's go to the auth context and we will add the use effect hook. We're going to add this use effect hook just below this login function, right? I'll just import this use effect hook. Okay, and we are updating the token and the user. Perfect. And also I will just set the loader to false, because initially you can see the loader we are setting this into true, and I will make this into false. I will also import this use effect hook. Okay, we need to add the dependency array. So let's add the dependency array, an empty array we are going to pass, and save this. Perfect. Now our use effect hook is ready. Next, what we need to do is I will also create a few other functions, the reusable functions inside this auth context. So first of all, I'm going to create a function const is authenticated. This is going to be an arrow function. Inside this, I'm going to return the if the token is present and if the user is present, I'm going to return true. Okay, this is one is authenticated function that we're going to use. Also, const is admin. This is also an arrow function. Inside this, we're going to make use of the return if the user is present and user.role is equal to admin. Then we're going to consider this as is admin, right? Perfect. These are the functions that we're going to create. Also, along with this, we will also create one more function, which is the logout function. Inside this, basically, we're going to set the token to null, set user to null. Local storage, I'm going to remove item admin token. Local storage, remove item, which is admin user. All these we are going to clear it out. This is about the logout function. Now we have all these functions in hand. We can pass these functions into our context value. So let's scroll down. Here we're already passing the login. Let's pass the logout, is authenticated, is admin. Okay, let's pass all of these functions into our context value. Now we can access these functions inside our application throughout our application. Perfect. Now we have updated this auth context. Next, inside our login.jsx, we have also handled all of the things, which is header. And one more thing, at the very top, we have created this loader right. So we can make use of this loader to disable the login button. So for this button, disable, I will use the loading. And here, instead of displaying this directly the sign in, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the loading state. If the loading is true, I will display something. Otherwise, I'm going to render something else. Okay. Let's create a div with a class flex items center. And inside this div, I'm going to create one more div. The loader I'm going to create animate spin rounded full height 4 width 4 border bottom 2 border white margin right 2, and after this div I will add the text signing in. Okay, and in the else block I will add the text just the sign in. okay, or even login. Okay, this makes sense. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, okay, we can test this. I'm going to just go to the network and I will make this as 3G, enter admin at musify.com, admin 123, click login. You can see signing in, you can see admin logged in successfully. Boom, perfect. Okay, I'm going to just change this to no throttling. All right, and also let's go to our application. Now we have this admin token and the admin user, and on reload this we will be staying in this add song component itself. Now let's update our protected route component. Open the file which is protected route component. Inside this, so first of all I'm going to grab few states from the auth context. So let's use the use auth hook, and I'm going to grab the is authenticated is admin loading, and I'm going to just check for the loader. If the loading is true, then inside this I'm going to return the JSX. So let's create a div with a class minimum height screen and background gradient to bottom right from slate 900 via purple 900 to slate 900, flex items center and justify center. And inside this div I will create one more div with a class text center and create a div with a class animate spin rounded full height 12 width 12 border bottom 2 border green 500 margin horizontal auto margin bottom 4, right? And next after this div I'm going to create a paragraph with a class text white text large. I'm going to add the text loading. Perfect. This is whenever if the loader is true, we're going to display this part. And next I will also add one more check, that is if the user is not authenticated, and I'm going to return the let's use the navigate, and for this navigate I'm going to pass the toProp / login. Okay, I will just add this replace attribute and save this. Next I will also add one more check, which is if they require admin. Okay, I think we haven't created this require admin. So at the top what I will do is I'm going to this protected route, for this protected route I'm going to pass a children. Okay, so this is nothing but a special prop children, and I will add the require admin. The initial value or the default value will be false. Now we will make use of this prop, which is require admin, and also is admin function require admin. If the require admin is true and is admin is not false, then I'm going to return the JSX. Okay, so this is going to be an is admin. I will just return the JSX. Inside this, basically we are going to do the same thing, like we will make use of the same content and we will display it. So let's modify the text. So this is going to be you need admin privilege to access this page. Okay, we are going to add this friendly message to the user, and I will add the text which is access denied. Access denied. We are going to add this message, the friendly message. Perfect. Next, at the very end, here we are just returning the div, right? Instead, we are going to render the children. So we are going to return the children. But now, where we are going to use this protected route, and who will be our for children for this? So let's go to our app.jsx. So we have this app.jsx. Inside this, basically we have these routes we have configured, right? And all of these, like add song, list song, add album, list album, these are all the protected routes, and we are going to wrap all of this inside the protected route. Let's do it one by one. The very first thing is we have this add song component, right? I'm going to just cut this, and inside this I'm going to make use of the protected route, right? And for this protected route, let me add this protected route. Whatever in between we are going to pass, that will be the children. In this case, add song will be the children. And also we need to add required admin. I'm going to pass it to true. Okay, because this add song is only accessible by admin user. So that's why we're going to require admin. We're going to set this to true. So let's copy the same. And here I'll just add the same, which is instead of the add song, which is going to be list song. Okay. And similarly, this is going to be add album, right? So I'll change this to, so let's copy this and paste it. This is going to be add album. And this is going to be list album. This is going to be list album. And for this, we don't need to add the login route. We don't need to add anything. We can ignore this. But for this, we need, let me add this also. Here we need the, this is going to be add song, right? And save this. Now we have wrapped all of these components with the protected route. Now if I go to the browser, okay, and now we cannot access any of the other components if any of the none other than admin, if he is logged in, then they can't access it. That's the whole idea of adding the protected route for all of this. Let me close the developer tools. Next, what I will do is, okay, we have to do one more thing. Whenever if the user is navigating to the login page, we should not display this because the user is already logged in. We should never display this login page. That is the first thing. So the next thing is, in order to see those messages like whatever we have created in the protected route, what I will do is, let me delete this admin token and admin user. Now I'm going to just reload this, and boom, you can see you need an admin privileges to access this page, but looks like there is some issue with this loader. We will fix it. Let's go back to our protected route, and inside this protected route we have this access denied message, right? Okay, here I am going to just get rid of this, and I will add a different classes, which is text to extra large, font bold, text white. I will add the text white and margin bottom 4, and save this. This is going to be privileges to access this page, and save this. Let's go to the browser. You can see now we have this access denied. You need admin privilege to access this page. Perfect. Next, we need to handle that whenever if the user is already logged in. So now let me reload this. Looks like there is an issue. Okay, let me reload this, and let's go to the login. Okay, and I will log in with the normal user, not the admin role. Let's add Bhushan at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. Boom, you can see the admin is logged in, but we are displaying this access denied. You need an admin privilege to access this page. Perfect. Now what I will do is I'm going to if the user is try to already logged in, if the user is try to log in, go to the login page, we should never display the login page. So to handle that, let's go back to our file. Okay, so inside our app.jsx, not the app.jsx, let's go to the login.jsx. So inside this login.jsx, we are going to add few checks. So after this use effect hook at the very top, okay, sorry, we have this handle submit, and just before this handle submit, we are going to add a condition if the user is authenticated. So first of all, do we have this from this use auth? I'm going to grab the is authenticated, and I'm going to make use of the if the user is already authenticated, then we don't need to return the login page. I'm going to just return null. Okay, this is the first check that we're going to add. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, and since the user is already logged in, I'll try to go to the login page, and you can see we are not displaying anything, but this is not correct. Instead of we are returning the null, but along with this we will also add one more thing. Let's go to the file, which is login.jsx, and we have to add the use effect hook. I'm going to add redirect if already authenticated. If the user is already authenticated, so we are going to redirect the user. So for this, let's use the use effect hook. Let's import the use effect hook. Inside this, I'm going to check for the condition if the user is authenticated, and also we're going to add we will add one more loader, which is basically auth loader. Okay, so I'm going to make use of the from this login and is authenticated. I will also grab the loading, but this loading is already we have already created a state with loading. So for that, I'm going to provide a different name, which is auth loading, right? Perfect. Now I'll add the condition if auth loading is not true, auth loading is not true, and is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, then we are going to call this navigate function, and we are going to navigate to the add song route. Okay, and I will also add this replace to true, and we need to pass the dependency array. Let's pass the auth loading, also is authenticated, and navigate function. I'm going to pass all of this as the dependency array. Looks like we are getting some error, that is React hook must be called in the exact same order in every component render React hooks. Okay, no problem. Okay, this is just a not an error. Okay, this is just a warning. Okay, we can ignore this. Okay, we are importing this use effect hook. With all of this, we can test our implementation. But before that, I would like to also add a condition, which is if the auth loading is true. Let me add auth loading is true. We are going to return the JSX. Let's create a div with a class minimum height, screen size, background gradient to bottom right, from slate 900 via purple 900 to slate 900 flex items center, justify center. And inside this div, I will create a one more div with a class animate spin, rounded full, height 12, width 12, border bottom 2, border white, and save this. So this is the loaders that we're going to add, and save this. With this, if I go to the browser, okay, looks like we are getting some error. That is because related to this use effect hook. React router. Okay, let me do one thing. Let's go to our application and I'm going to just delete this admin user and admin token. Reload this. Okay, now let's log in again. Bhushan at example.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. Okay, the admin is logged in, but that is not admin. But if I try to go to the login page, however, we are navigating to the login, but we should have been navigating to the add song page, but it is not navigating. We can fix that issue. Go to the page, the login.jsx, and looks like this use effect must be called in the exact. Okay, looks like, let me add this to the, okay, before we are rendering null, right? So I'll just add it the top. Yes, now let's save this. Hopefully this time it works. Let's go back to our browser. Yes, perfect. Now we are navigating to the add song component. And if I try to go back to the login, we are not navigating. Okay. But of course, for the user, okay, if I go to the application and you can see admin user, since the user is logged in. However, if we should not allow user to log in to this website at all, because this is only for the admin. We should never allow user to log into this application. We will fix that later from the backend. We will fix it later, but for now it is working as expected and we are not even navigating to the login page. Perfect. I'm going to just delete this admin user and admin token and let me go to the login page. Now we are navigating to the login page since the user is not logged in. Perfect. Okay, now we have completed the login functionality. Hopefully everything is working as expected. Now with this, now we can go ahead and start designing our dashboard. After the user login, we will design the dashboard, the admin dashboard. Now that we have completed the login page for the admin panel, next we will start designing the admin dashboard. We will design the dashboard with the sidebar and the navigation bar. First of all, let's open the Project Explorer and we will first add the necessary items that are required for the sidebar. Okay, open the Project Explorer and inside this layout, we have already created the sidebar, navigation bar and dashboard layout. Okay, and inside this sidebar, we are going to add the items in the left hand side. Whenever the user is logged in the left hand side, we are going to add the items, which is adding the album, adding the songs, list down the songs and list down the albums. So for that, first let's add the necessary items that we're going to add it inside our assets.js. Let's open this and I'm going to expand this and I'm going to create a new object and I will not the object, we're going to create an array and we're going to export it. Export const side menu data. This is going to be an array and inside this array we are going to create the objects. Each object contains the ID and it will also contain the label, add song. Next it will, okay, this is going to be label. Next we will add the icon for that particular section. We need to add the icon and we're going to make use of the Lucid React icon. I will just add music, right? We are going to import it from the Lucid React icon. So let's import it. Perfect. Next, we will also add the path, which is nothing but the route, which is /add song. So now every object contains these properties. So I'm going to copy this and I'll duplicate this. Let's change the ID. This is going to be 2 and the label, I'll change this to list songs. This is going to be list. Let's import this list also from the Lucid React and this is going to be list songs. Perfect. I will again copy this and I will duplicate this. Let's change the ID to 3. This is going to be add album. I will change this to folder plus. Let's import this and the route, which is add album. Next, let's paste it again, and I will change the ID to 4. This is going to be list album. Next, for this I will add the folder. Let's import this and the route, which is list albums. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have this object, the array is ready, side menu data. We can use this inside our sidebar component. First, let's design the navigational bar. Let's open the navbar.jsx. Let me increase the font. Okay. The very first thing what I will do is I'm going to create a state at the top. Open side menu. Set open side menu. We are going to make use of the use state hook. Let's import the use state. Initially, this is going to be false. Next, I will also grab the user object and the logout function from the use auth hook. Let's grab the user object and logout. Perfect. Next, I'm going to, inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center, justify between, gap 5, background white, border bottom, border gray 200, backdrop blur, padding vertical 4, padding horizontal 4, and small devices padding 7, horizontal padding 7, sticky top 0, Z30. Let's add this, and also I'll just make few changes. We have this backdrop blur, right? So I'm going to add 2 pixels. So let's add 2 pixels. Also, I will add this border gray 200 by 50. Perfect. And inside this div, I'm going to just add the comments just for the reference. This is going to be left side menu and title. Menu button and the title. Let's create a div with a class flex items center, gap 5, and inside this div I'm going to create a button with a class block on large devices hidden, text black, on hover, background gray 100, padding 1, rounded corners, transition colors. We will also attach the on-click event for this. On-click, we're going to update the state, set open side menu. We're going to add the open side menu with a not operator. We're going to just negate this. We're going to just toggle it. Whenever it is true, we're going to make it false. Whenever it is false, we're going to make it true. Right? And inside this, now we can make use of the open side menu, and we can add the ternary operator. We will add the JSX. So let me add this. In case of the true, we are going to display the X mark. Okay, basically the close icon. I will add the class name. It is going to be text to extra large. Else we are going to display the menu icon. Okay, so text to extra large. Let's save this. And of course we haven't, okay, we already mounted this navigational bar. Let's verify whether do we have mounted this or not inside our dashboard layout. Let's open the dashboard layout. Let me increase this. Okay, here what I will do is I'm going to just get rid of this, and at the top I'm going to first create a div, and inside this div I'm going to render the navigational bar, right? And after this I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex, and inside this div I will create a one more div with a class maximum width. So let's add maximum width of 1080p pixel. This is going to be hidden by default. Inside this we will add the sidebar. So we have this sidebar component, and after this div I'm going to create a one more div with a class grow and horizontal margin 5, right? And in between this we are going to render the children, but this dashboard layout is going to accept a special prop called children and also active menu. Okay, so we'll pass this active menu later, but make sure that we should be passing the children. Okay, and this children we are going to render it within this div. I will tell you what the childrens are, but let's render the children and save this. With this, now we can go to the pages, the different pages that we have created. Let's go to the add song pages. Okay, the very first one is add song. Okay, so first let's update this component and we can verify it in the browser. Later we can apply it for all of the other components. So let's get rid of this. Inside this we're going to make use of the dashboard layout. Inside this, whatever we are going to render it, that will become the children. For example, I'm going to add a div with which is add new songs. Okay, now this div become the children to our dashboard layout component. Okay, that we are going to render it here along with the sidebar and the navigational bar. Along with this, we will also pass the one more attribute, which is active menu. Let's go to the add song. Here we can pass active menu is equal to, we can pass the text. If I go to the assets.js, we are passing this label, right? The same thing we are going to pass it here. Pass this. Okay, now we are passing this add song and this active menu. Let's go to our dashboard layout. We will accept this active menu also. Once we accept this active menu, we can pass this active menu to the navigational bar as well as the sidebar. Active menu is equal to, we are going to pass the active menu that we are accepting as a prop. Similarly, in the sidebar also, we will pass the active menu along with the value as active menu. Okay, let's save this. Now, inside our navigational bar, okay, at the top, we can receive the active menu. I'm going to just destructure this. Let's accept the active menu. Somewhere in the down, we can use the active menu. Okay, let's save this. Now inside our sidebar also, let's go to our sidebar.jsx. Here I will also destructure and I'm going to accept the prop, which is active menu. Let's save this. With this changes, now let's go to the browser and we can see what it is implemented. Okay, let's log in with the admin credentials. admin@musify.com, admin123. When I click on this login, you can see the navigational bar. Also, if I view this in the mobile view, you will see this sidebar as well. We have this icons like menu icon. Clicking on this, you will see this, the close icon. Also clicking on this, again you will see this menu bar. Perfect. Now let's go back and we do the same thing, just like how we have done for this add song. We will also add this dashboard layout for all of the other pages. So let's copy this and just open the project explorer and go to the add album, and I will just paste it and I will change the active menu name. So let's get rid of this. If I go to the assets.js, we are going to add this add album label. So let's copy this and go to this add album and paste it. This is going to be add album. Perfect. Let's save this. I will just copy the same and go to the list album and I will paste it. This is going to be, let's remove this. It's going to be list album. Copy this, paste it, and this is going to be list album. Now I will copy the same and go to the list song, and here I will paste it. It's going to be list songs. Copy this and paste it. It's going to be list songs. Let's save this. Okay, now we have wrapped all of our pages with the dashboard layout, and also we are passing this active menu. Now let's go back to our navigational bar where we have stopped the coding. From here we will continue it. Okay, after this button, what I will do is I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center gap 2, and inside this div I'm going to create an image tag. For the src we are going to add the logo, so let's make use of the assets.logo. We can add the logo for the alt, and I will add the classes, which is width 12, height 12, right? Just below this I will create a span with a class text to extra large, font bold, text black, truncate, and I will add the name, which is Musify, right? Let's save this. Now let's go to the browser. You can see now we have this Musify and we have this logo and the title, right? And now I will do one thing. After this div, I'm going to just add the comments. We will add the text that is right side. It contains the user information and logout button. Perfect. Just below this I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center gap 3. Let's create one more div with the class hidden on small devices. This is going to be flex items center gap 2 and background gray 100, padding 3, padding 4, and rounded on large devices. This is actually padding 2, and inside this div I will just add the user icon. We can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, text gray 600, right? Next, let's save this. If I go to the browser, you will see this user icon. Perfect. Looks like this is going to be rounded on large devices, padding vertical 2, padding horizontal 3, and gap 2, item center hidden. Okay, perfect. And for this user, text gray 600, height 4, width 4. But let's add the span tag with the class name text small, font medium, text gray 700, truncate, maximum width full. And also let's do one thing. Instead of the full, I will just add 32. Okay, and inside this we can make use of the user object. If the user object is present, let's get the email. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this admin@musify.com. Perfect. Now let's go back, and after this we will also display the role. So after this span, create one more span with the class text extra small and background green 100, text green 700, padding 2, vertical padding 1, rounded full, right? Inside this, let's make use of the user object and get the role. Save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice admin role just after the email address. Good. After this div, I'm going to create the button for the logout button with a class flex item center gap 2, background red 50, on hover, background red 100, text red 600, horizontal padding 3, vertical padding 2, rounded large, transition colors, duration 200, right? I will also add the title for this button. It's going to be logout We can also add the on-click event. So I will just reference the handle logout function. So let's quickly create this function. At the top, I'm going to add this function. This is going to be an arrow function. Later we will add the functionality for this. Let's scroll down, and now we have added the title, class name, and on-click event. And inside this, let's make use of the logout title. We will add the width for, height for, the classes we are going to add, and I will create a span with a class hidden on small devices, inline, text small, font medium, right? Let's add the text, which is logout. Let's save this. Let's go to the browser. Boom, you can see now we have this logout button. Clicking on this, nothing is happening because we have not added the functionality. Let's go to the top and let's add the functionality. At the top, we're going to just call the logout function, which we are grabbing it from the use auth hook, and I will add the toast message, toast.success logout successful, and I will navigate to the login page. Okay, so we can make use of the use navigate hook, const navigate. Okay, I'm going to call that navigate. Let's save this. Now if I go back to the browser and clicking on this, okay, looks like it's not working. Handle logout, we are calling this logout functionality and we are navigating to the logout. Scroll down. Okay, this is actually not this handle logout. We are just referencing this. Okay, let's save this. Now clicking on this, boom, logout successful. We are logging out. Now let's log in back. Admin musify.com. Admin 123456. Sorry, admin 123. That's the password. Okay, boom, we have logged in. Perfect. So now let's go back, and after this button, and we have this div, and after this div we are going to just add the comments. So we need to add the mobile side menu also for the mobile view. I'm going to make use of the state, which is open side menu. If it is true, we are going to create a div with a class fixed. I will add top, which is 73 pixel, left 0, right 0, background white, border bottom, border gray 200. On large devices, we're going to hide this Z20. Inside this div, let's add the sidebar from the, okay, we're going to import this sidebar from the, let's see where it is imported. Okay, the sidebar is imported from the sidebar.jsx in the same folder, which is good. And I will just add the active menu, and we can pass the active menu as a prop. Let's save this. Perfect. Now if I go back to the browser and when I look at the mobile view, you can see now we are in the sidebar component. Close this, it will close. Perfect. Let's go back, and now we can start completed the side navigational bar. Now we can look into the sidebar. Let's go to the sidebar.jsx. Let's update this component. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this div. Let's create a new div with a class width 64, and I will also add the background white, border right, border gray 200, padding 5. So let's make this border 200 by 50. Also, this is going to be padding 5, and I will make this sticky top. I will make this 61 pixel, Z20, and I will also add the height. We are going to add the calculate function. So calculate, and for this calculate, we are going to pass 100 vertical height minus 61 pixel. Perfect. And inside this div, I'm going to make use of the sidebar array side menu data dot, we're going to use the map function, and this will take the callback function, and it has two parameters. One is item and index. Inside this we will make use of the button, and let's create this button. And for this button, first of all we need to pass the key prop, and for this we will make use of the template literal to add menu underscore index. We're going to add like this. Next we need to add the class names, right? The CSS tailwind CSS class names. I will add, first of all I'm going to use the template literal, so because I want to add some of the classes conditionally. Width full, flex, items center, gap 4, text minus 15 pixel, padding vertical 3 and padding horizontal 6, and rounded large, margin bottom 3, transition all, duration 200. With this I will also check if the active menu is equal to item dot label. If that is true, in that case I'm going to add the classes, which is background. I will add the custom color, which is hash 3be477. This is the class that we're going to add, and text, it should be white, font medium, shadow margin on medium devices, shadow in medium devices, and hover background. I will add the custom color, which is the same 3be477. Else we are going to add the on hover effect, background gray 100. This is what we're going to add. And after this, so now we have this button, and we are adding the class name, the classes, and the key prop. Along with this we will also attach the on click event. Let's create the handle click. We're going to attach this on click event, and for this we're going to provide the inline function that is going to be handle click. Okay, and for this we're going to pass the item dot path. We can create this function handle click at the top. So let's go ahead and create this function. Const handle click, and inside this we will add the navigate. Okay, what I will do is, let's get rid of this. Instead of this, here I can directly make use of the navigate. First of all, let's use the use navigate hook. This is going to be navigate, and navigate, for this navigate we are going to pass basically the item dot path. Okay, this will gives us the route, and we're going to navigate to that particular route. And inside this button, let's make use of the item dot icon. I will add the class name. It's going to be text extra large, and we will display the label item dot label. Perfect, and save this. With this, if I go to the browser, it's supposed to display, but for some reason it is not displaying. Let's verify it. Let's go to the dashboard layout. We have this navigational bar and side. Okay, this sidebar is actually the Lucid React. Okay, this is taken as a Lucid React icon. So let's remove this, and we're going to import it from the let's import it from the sidebar.jsx. Okay, so let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this add song, list songs, add album, list album, right? And on clicking of this list songs, we are navigating to the list songs, album, add album, list album. Perfect, looks good. And let's also navigate to the mobile view, and in the mobile view you can see we have this logout icon, which is good. And also clicking on this, you can see add song, list songs, add album, list album. Perfect, and close this, and let's see. Okay, everything is working as expected. Now we have designed the dashboard for the admin. The basic layout is ready to use, Now we can start adding the functionalities for this add song, list songs, add album and list album. We can make an API call and we are going to get the data and we can display it here. Okay, now we can start creating the add songs, list songs, add albums and list album functionalities. The very first thing what I would like to do is I'm going to make the API call for the backend system. Let's do that inside our API service JS file. Let's open the file which is service API service.js. Inside this we have already added the interceptors, the request and response interceptors. We will also make the API calls for the backend APIs, for the album API and the songs API. So for this I'm going to create the function and I'm going to export it. Export const songs API. This is going to be an object. Inside this I'm going to add the functions which is add function, and this will take the form data as a parameter, right? And inside this, first of all, I'm going to add the configurations because we wanted to tell that the headers that we are going to pass is the multi-part form data. Because if the backend API, if you look at it, we are going to pass the image also, the file and images also, so which is going to be a multi-part, and we're going to make use of the form data for that. So for this, I'm going to add the const config. This is going to be an object, and inside this I will add the headers. This is also an object, and inside this we can add the content type. It's going to be multi-part / form data, right? And also after this we will make use of the API client, and we are going to make use of the post method. Okay, since we are making the call to the add songs, so for that we will use the post method, the HTTP post method we are going to use, and we will add the let me add the endpoint which is /API/songs. This is the API endpoint, and the second parameter which is nothing but the request body which is going to be form data, and also the third parameter is the configurations. Okay, and I'm going to return this. Perfect. This is the very first function which is the add function. Similarly, we will also add the one more function which is going to be a list. It is going to give us the list of songs. Okay, so let's make use of the API client dot, this is a HTTP GET request /API/song. This is going to be songs. That's it. We don't need to pass the headers because we are already added the interceptors, the request interceptors, so we don't need to add that. And we are going to, this is going to be HTTP GET request, and we will just add this, and we don't need to add the semicolon. Next we are going to add one more function. It is going to be remove, and this will take the song ID as a parameter. And let's make use of the API client dot, this is going to be a post. Okay, let's verify it in the Postman what exactly the delete method is. Okay, let's go to the delete song. We are going to pass the request, the path variable we are going to pass. If I go to the backend and let's go to the controller which is the album controller and song controller, scroll down, you can see we are making use of the path variable. So what I will do is here I will just add the remove, sorry, not the remove, this is going to be a HTTP delete request, and for this delete request we are going to pass API/songs, and we will add the ID. Okay, so it's better to use the template literal songs/ID. we are going to pass the song ID, right? And this is going to be a HTTP delete request. That's it. Now we have this all the functions like remove, list and add. Now we can make use of these functions inside our add song and also list song. Okay, this is for the songs API. Similarly, let's create one more object for the albums API. Export const albums API, and let's add the same add function. This is going to take the form data, and we will pass the configuration object. Let's create it. I'm going to add the headers. This is also an object, let's add the content type multipart slash form data, right? And we will make use of the API client dot, it's going to be a post request slash API slash albums, and we will pass the form data as a request object, the request body, and we will pass the config, right? Perfect. Next we will also create, this is going to be add function next list. This will not take any parameter, but let's make use of the API client dot get, the HTTP get request slash API slash albums. Perfect. Next, remove, this will take the album ID. API client dot, this is going to be remove, this is going to be a delete request, delete slash API slash albums. Let's use the template literal slash, we will add the ID. Perfect. So now we have the two objects is ready, which is songs API and the albums API. We can make use of this inside our list album and add album. Let's save this. Before we start adding the content into our add song or add album, I'm going to first export this API client. Save this. Now let's go to the add album.jsx. Inside this, first of all, at the very top, I'm going to create few states. Const, I'm going to create a state for image set image. We're going to use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be false. I'm going to just duplicate this and I will change the state to color, set color. Initially this is going to be an empty string. Next I will create a one more state, name. This is going to be set name. This is also an initially empty string. Next we have the description, set description. This is also initially an empty string. Next we have this loading and set loading. This will be initially false. Okay, so we have these states, these 5 states we have. Next, let's make use of this loader to display the loading icon. Inside this, let's make use of the loading state. If it is loading is true, we are going to return the loader icon. Otherwise, we are going to return the form. Let's create a div with a class grid place items center. I will also add minimum height 80. And inside this div, I will create a one more div with a class width 16, height 16, place self center, border 4, border gray 400, border top green 800, rounded full, and animate spin. Next, this is the loader that we are adding in case if the loader is true. Else, if it is not, then what I will do is I'm going to render the form. So let's create the form. We don't need this action attribute. So let's save this. With this, let's go to the browser and go to the, okay, we have this add new songs, but this is an album. Let's go to the add album, and nothing is displaying here, but what I will do is I'm going to set the loader to true so that you will see something. Let's save this. Now you can see we have this nice loader, right? Perfect. I will just make this as false and save this. Now we can start adding the forms. First of all, I'm going to add this on submit, and for this on submit, we're going to reference the function which is on submit handler. We need to create this function. So at the top, I'm going to create this function const on submit handler. This is going to take the event as a parameter. Perfect. Now we have this function, and inside this form we will also add some of the classes. We will add flex column, items start, gap 8, text gray 600, margin top 5. These are the classes that we're going to add. And inside this, let's create a div with a class flex column, gap 4. Inside this div, I'm going to add the paragraph upload image, and I will add the input text box. So let me add the input, which is of type file type. Perfect. I will bring this to the next line. Now we can add the type and name attribute. We don't need to add a name attribute, but we will add the ID attribute. It is going to be image. And also I will add the accept. It is going to accept the image / the only images it should accept, but I will make this as hidden. Of course, we need to attach the onChange event. OnChange, we're going to update the state, which is set image. Let's make use of the event.target. Let's get the first files. So first files, we're going to use the 0th index. Perfect. And after this, we need to attach the label. Let's create a label with, okay. We need to add label along with, we also need to add few more classes for the label. So let me add label. Let's add the class names, which is flex column, items center, justify center, width 16, height 16, border 2, border dashed, border gray 400, rounded large, cursor pointer, on hover, border green 500, transition colors, overflow hidden, right? And I will add the HTML for, which is image. Perfect. Now let me save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see now we have this upload image. Also we have this border, which is dashed border, and inside this we are going to add the image, right? Let's go back, and we are going to check for the image. If the image is present, we will display it. Let's use the ternary operator. If the image is present, let's make use of the image tag and the source attribute. We're going to add url.create object URL, and for this we're going to pass the image. For the alt, I'm going to add preview. Let's add the class names, which is widthful, heightful, object cover, rounded on large devices. Okay, this is for the if the image is present. If the image is not present, let's make use of the image lucid react, and let's add the class name, which is width 8, height 8, text gray 500, right? And save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this image icon. If we have added the image, then we should see the image here if you have uploaded. So let's click on this, and I'm going to select this image, click open, boom, you can see now we have this nice image which is added. Perfect. Next, let's continue. We will also create one more for the album. Okay, we just added the album name for the image, and we can create the text box to add the album name. Let's scroll down. After this label, we have this div. So let's add the, first of all, I'm going to add the comments. This is for the album name. Perfect. I'm going to create a div with a class flex column, gap 2.5. Inside this div, create a paragraph. Let's add the text, album name. Let's add the input tag this is going to be a text. I'm going to bring this to the next line. Input type is text, name and ID. I can add the we don't need to add the ID, and also name we don't need it, but I will add the we need to add the some of the class names, the input type text classes. I'm going to add background transparent, outline green 600, border 2, border gray 400, padding 2.5, width the maximum width which is 40, viewport, 250 pixel. So these are the classes that we are going to add, and after this we have added the type and class. Also we are going to add the placeholder. It is going to be, let me add the album name. I will just add the name of the album, which is let's say add any one of the movie name, let's say Sarfrosh, or let's make it simple. We don't need to add this name. Instead we are going to just add type here, right? Perfect. And I will also add the value. It is going to be name. On change we will use the event, and then we're going to update the state set name e.target.value. Perfect. And after this div, this is for the album name. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this album name. Looks like we have this class names like background transparent, outline green 600, border 2, border gray 400, and padding 2.5. Width we are adding maximum of 40, viewport and 250 pixel, which is good. Let's go back, and on click of this you can see now we have this border with a green. Okay, perfect. Now we have added the album name. Similarly, let's also add the description. I'm going to just copy this and paste it. This is going to be album description. Let's change this to album description. Perfect. The type we are going to make use of the text, and class names I'll keep it as it is. The on change I'll the value prop I'm going to change this to description. This is going to be set description e.target.value. The placeholder I will just add the type here, right? This is for the album description. So let me make it small letter. Save this. If I go back, you can see now we have the album name and album description. Similarly, we will also add the background color. I will just copy this. Okay, so let's copy this, paste it. I'll first add the comments, which is album background color. Okay, let's keep it same, but this gap I'm going to set this to 3. Okay, then this is going to be background color, and input type we are going to set this to color, and class name we don't need to add any of the class names, so let's get rid of this. But we also don't need placeholder, let's get rid of this. But value prop we need, which is going to be color, and on change let's update the state, which is set color. This is going to be e.target.value, right? And we don't need the name and ID, we can skip that. These are 3 essential things that we are adding. Let's save this. If I go back to the browser, you can see now by default the background color is selected to black. On click of this, you can see we get this color palette. We can select the color, the background color. And next I'm going to add the button. Let's, after this, create a button, submit button, which is going to be a submit button. I will add the class text base. Okay, I will add background. I'm going to add the custom color, which is going to be hash 3BE477, text white, padding vertical 2.5, padding horizontal 14, cursor pointer, and save this. I will also add the text, which is add. Save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this add button. Perfect. Now I'm going to create a same kind of form inside our add song component as well. Let's go back to our add album, and basically what I will do is, first of all, I'm going to copy all of these states and go to the add song, and inside this at the very top I'm going to paste it. Of course we need the image, and we don't need this color. Instead of this I'm going to make use of this song, set song, and initially this is going to be a false, and we need the name. Of course we need the description, and also we need the album, right? Const, and I'm going to make use of the album, set album, use state hook, and we are going to set this to none. Initially this will be none of the album is selected, but we need the loader. I'm going to create one more state, so let's duplicate this, and this is going to be album data, because we wanted to display the albums inside the drop down, right? So for that we're going to create this state, set album data. Initially this is also going to be an empty array. Perfect. Now we have created the necessary states. Let's go to our add album, and I'm going to copy the same function and I will paste it in the down. Perfect. Next, let's get rid of this and go to our add album, and here first of all I'm going to just what I will do is I'm going to add this loading. So let's go to the add song. Let's make use of the loader. If the loading is true, I'm going to return the JSX, and in the else block, in the true block, what I will do is I'm going to just copy this and I will paste it. Okay, this is for the loader. And in the else block, if the loader is false, then what I will do is I'm going to copy this entire form and I will paste it. Then we can change the bits that are required. First of all, let's expand this. Of course we need the image. I'm going to keep it the image as it is, but however we need the one more which is file, which is nothing but the upload song. So for this, what I will do is I'm going to just copy this, and at the top I'm going to paste it. This is for the song. Let's add the comment upload song. The second one is for the upload image. This is for the upload image. So let's expand this, and for the upload song I'll just change this to song, and this I will be set this to set song, and we're going to grab the 0th index from the target.files, which is correct, type which is going to be file type, and let's change the ID to song, and accept, we're going to accept the audio files, and this will be hidden. But for this HTML4 I'll change this to song. The class names I'll keep it as it is, but instead of the image I'm going to make use of the song. If the song is present, I'm going to make use of the check mark, which is icon. We're going to add check icon. Let's add the class names, which is width 8, height 8, text green 500, right? Next, in case if the song is not present, we are going to add this music icon, right? Let's add the class names. Let's add the same class names, which is width 8, height 8, text gray 500, right? And save this. Now let's go to the browser, and if I go to the add song, okay, looks like there is some issue. Let's go to the inspect. Okay, color is not defined. Let's go back, and since we have added these album name, all those things, that's why we are not getting. What I will do is I'm going to do one thing. Let's fill up all these things so that we can test it one final time. Next, what do we have after this? Okay, let me first of all collapse this, not the collapse, I'm going to just minimize this. And next we have this album name. Instead of the album name, I'm going to change this to song name. Let's change this to song name. This is going to be input type is text, class name background transparent. Let's add this placeholder type. This is also a name, and set name, we're going to set this to we're going to update the state. Perfect. Next we have the album description. Instead of the album description, I'll make this as song description. change this to song description. Okay, looks like everything remains same for the song description, which is perfect. After the song description, we need to display the album's data. We're going to display it, but for now I don't want this background color. I can just remove this. Perfect. And after this we will display the album's name in the drop down. But before that, let's also add the submit button. We are adding this text add. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this upload song and upload image, but let's make this to be available in the same row, right? So for this, what I will do is, let's go back. At the top we have this form, and after this form we are creating this flex. Okay, so what I will do is, basically I'm going to cut this entire thing. I'm going to put it in one more div with a class flex gap 8, paste it. Now let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, now the upload song and upload image are both in the same line, in the same row, and we have the song name and the song description. However, we need to add the album inside the dropdown. We'll add that. To get the album's data, we're going to make an API call, and we're going to use the use effect hook. Let's go back to our file, which is add song. Here at the just after this function, we're going to create one more function, const load album data. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, let's make use of the albums API. Albums API dot, we're going to call the list method, right? This is going to return promise. I will just add the await. This will give us the response, and once we get the response, I can update the state, set album data, response dot data dot albums. Let's save this, and inside the catch block, I'll just add the toast notification in case of any exception, toast dot error. I will add the message that is failed to load albums. Perfect. Let's save this. Next, we need to call this function inside our use effect hook. Let's import this use effect hook. Inside this, let's call the load albums data. I'm going to pass an empty dependency array and save this. Perfect. What I would like to do is, I'm going to first let's verify whether we do have this albums object when we make the API call. Let's go to our Postman, and first of all I'm going to log into the application. Click login. We get this token, copy this token and just go to the auth and update this token and save this. Now let's go to the read albums, and I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get the success true and albums. Okay, we are getting this albums object. Looks like it will be worked. Perfect. Now let's save this, and we're also loading this albums data. Now we can display this album data in a drop down, right? So for that we can create the, let's scroll down. After this song description, I'm going to add the comment albums. Okay, so for this I'm going to create a div with a class flex column gap 2.5. Inside the div, create a paragraph. I'll add the text album. Let's add the select, and let's add the class names, which is background, transparent, outline, green 600, border 2, border gray 400, padding 2.5. So let's add padding 2.5. I will also add the width. It is going to be 150 pixel, right? Inside this, okay, we have this name and ID. We don't need this, but however, we need to add the on change event and the default value, right? So first of all, let's add the on change event, and we are going to update the state, which is set album e.target.value, which is good. And I will also add the default value that is going to be album, right? And we are going to inside this, we are going to first of all add the option value as none. Option, the value, I'll set this to none. The text I will add none. Now we can make use of the album's data. Album data.map, we get a single album and also the index. Now let's make use of the option, and I will add the value. It's going to be album dot name, and key, I'll set this to index, and I will add album dot name as the text. Perfect. Now let's save this. Okay, let's verify this album. This album is nothing but the one which we have created in the top. Alright, perfect, the state. With this, now let's go back to our browser. We should see the albums. Right now you can see Hey Jawani, Hey Diwani and Tumile. Perfect, everything is looks good. We have the song name, description, album, and add button, upload song and upload image. Clicking on this upload song, let's quickly upload one of the song. Boom, you can see the check mark and upload image. I'll just upload this, boom. Perfect. Now the add album and add song both are ready. We can also design this list songs and list album. Then we can start making adding the functionalities to it. Let's open the add song component. Let me open this add song. Okay, we have this function at the very top, which is on submit handler. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to make use of the event to stop the reloading the entire web page, which is prevent default. Next, I will set the loader to true. Next, I will add this try catch block. And inside this try block, first of all, I'm going to create the object for the form data, new form data. And for this form data, we need to add, we need to append the request as well as the file. If I go to our Postman and inside our albums, for this add albums, if I look at this, we are adding the request, and the form data, we are adding the request and the file. So let's add that form data dot append. We need to add request and form data dot append, which is file. We need to add the file, which is nothing but the image. So for this, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the object. Let's create an object which is going to be request object, const request. For this request, we need to add the name, description, and also color. If I go to the Postman, let's go to our Postman and let's verify it. What I will do is I'll just go ahead and see this. Okay, this is going to be background color. Okay, what I will do is I'm going to just make use of the PG color, and we're going to add this color. Next, we have this description. Okay, and also we have this name. Perfect. And next, we are passing this entire request object to this form data. For that, we need to add the stringify, json.stringify, and we're going to pass the request object, the file, which is nothing but the image. Next, once we add this form data, we need to make the API call. For that, we will make use of the albums API, albums API dot add, and to this we will pass the form data. This is going to return, okay, first of all, this is going to be an asynchronous function. This is going to return promise. I can make use of the await, and we will get the response, right? Once we get the response, we can check if the status is 200. Well, let's verify whether we have added the status 200 or 201. If I go to the albums controller, if I go to the add album, we are returning the created, which is 201. So if the status code is 201, then I will display a toast message, that is toast.success. I can add album added. Next, I will set the name to an empty string, set the description, I'll set this to an empty string, set image, I'll set this to false. In case of the status is not 201, we're going to display a toast error message. I will print an error message that is something went wrong while adding album. Please try again. In the catch block, I will just add the toast.error adding album, please try again. And finally block, I'll set the loader to false. Let's save this. Now we can test this. Let's go to our browser. Let's go to the add album. I'm going to select an image, go to the albums, and we have this Kabir Singh. Click open, and I will add the album name, which is Kabir Singh, and album description Kabir Singh. I'll select the background color. Okay, and I'm going to click on this add. Okay, boom. Looks like the album is added. We can verify it. Let's go to our Mongodb database and go to the albums. I'll just reload this. Alright, and looks like it is not added. Let's go back to our browser and click on this inspect. Okay, so let's go back to our backend application console, and okay, looks like it is not even hit the API endpoint. Maybe something is wrong. We can verify it. I'm going to just select the image again. Okay, instead of this, let's select the job we met. Click open. Album name, job we met, album description, Hindi romantic movie. Select the background. Okay, and I'm going to click on this add. Looks like something is not working. Let's go to our, I think the entire page is reloading after clicking on this submit. Let's go back to our code, and here on submit we are doing the on submit handler function we are calling. Okay, we have this added this button, submit button. This is also fine. Okay, form on submit handler, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. We are prevent default. Let me do one thing. I'll just comment this entire thing, and I'll just log this to the console. We are going to log the song, sorry, not this song name. All right, okay, I got the point. See, what we have done is we should have been coded it to the add album, but we have coded it to the add song. This is the problem. So let me do one thing. I'm going to just uncomment this. Okay, and I'll just cut this entire part, and I'll move this into the add album. So let's go to this, and I'll paste it. Perfect. Now let's save this, and we are getting some error. That is because we are adding this await, and this is going to be an async function. Okay, let's save this. Perfect. And also we have one more. Okay, this is an error object. That's completely fine. Let's save this. With this, now we should able to save the details. Let's go back to the browser and click on this add album and select the image. Click open. I'll add the album name, which is Jab We Met, Hindi romantic movie. Select the background color, and I'm going to click on this add. You should see this loader which is loading, and you can see album added. Perfect. Looks like we have added the album. Let's verify it in the MongoDB. I'm going to just reload this. Boom, you can see Job We Met, Hindi romantic movie, the background color, the image URL. Perfect. Now we are saving the album into the database. Similarly, we can also save the we will also add the functionality for adding the song into the MongoDB database. Now let's go back to our file, which is add song. Now we have this on submit handler. First of all, I will make use of the prevent default to stop the entire page reloading. I'll set the loader to true, and let's make use of the try catch block. Let's add the finally block, and inside the finally block I'll set the loader to false. Inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to create the form data, new form data. Let's use the form data dot append. We are going to, first of all, let's go to our API endpoint, go to the add song. We are going to add basically 3 form data: request, audio, and image. So let's add request, audio, and image. So for the image, I'm going to set the image. Audio, I will set this to song. So if I scroll up, you can see we have this song and image. I'll just add this song and image. And next we need to add the request. So for that, I'm going to construct the request object. If I go back, we need to add the name, description, and album. Name, okay, this is going to be description, and also we have this album, right? So let's add the album. And next, that's it. These 3 we're going to add for the request object. And now we will make use of the json.stringify, and we're going to convert that entire request object into stringify. We're going to convert it into a string, and the audio, which is nothing but this song, and for the image, we are going to add the image. This state we are going to add. And after all of this, we are going to make use of the songs API. Songs API dot add. Let's pass the form data. This is going to return a promise, await. We have added this async, and this is going to return an await. Let's get the response. Let's check for the condition. If the status, the response.status is 201, then I'm going to display a toast message that is song added, right? And I'm going to set the name. I'll set this to an empty string, set the description to an empty string, and set album. I'll set this to none, set image false, set song false. Save this. Else, if the status is not 201, we will display a toast message that is something went wrong while adding song. Please try again. And in the catch block, I will add the toast.error. The error message we will display, that is something went wrong while adding song, right? And we are setting the loader to false. Let's save this. With this, we can now test our functionality for adding the song. Let's go back to the browser, and first of all, let's add an album, which is going to be Ashiki 2. Click open. Album name Ashiki 2, Hindi romantic movie. I'll select the background. Let's add this and just wait for a few seconds. Album added. Now if I go to the add song, we should see the album Tum Mile, Jab We Met, Ashiki 2, Hai Jawani Hai Diwani. Now let's upload the song. I'm going to select the song, Tum Hi Ho. This is Ashiki 2 song. Click open, upload in image, Ashiki 2, the song name, Tum Hi Ho, song description, Arijit Singh song, and album. I'm going to select this Ashiki 2, and when I click on this add, we should see this loader. It will take few seconds to upload the song and image. Wait for a few seconds. Boom, song added, and you can see the entire form is cleared. Now if I go to the MongoDB and reload this, the album is present. If I go to the songs, you can see Tum Hi Ho, Arijit Singh song. Ashiki 2, we should see the image and the file as well, and the duration as well. Perfect. Now we can able to upload the songs as well as the album. Next, we will look at this list songs and the list album. Let's open the list album component. We have this list album component, and inside this, first of all, at the top, I'm going to create a few state. Const, this is going to be data, set data. Initially this is going to be an empty array, and I'm also going to create a function to fetch the albums. Fetch albums. This is going to be an arrow function. Inside this I will add the try catch block. Inside the try block I will make use of the albums API dot list. This is the method that we're going to call, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. I will add the keyword await. This will give us the response, and I will update the state. Set data response.data.albums. Perfect. And inside the catch block I am going to just add the toast notification. Error, fail it to load albums. Perfect. I will also add the loader const loading set loading. Initially this is going to be false, and set the loader to true, and inside the finally block I will set the loader to false and save this. Okay, and let's make use of the use effect hook to call the function. Let's import the use effect hook. Let's call the fetch albums. This is going to be an empty array as a dependency array. Perfect. Now what I will do is inside this div I'm going to create a div with a class padding 6, and I will add the comment just for the reference header section. So let's add the header section. Div with a class margin bottom 8, and inside this div I will add the h1 tag with a class text 3 extra large, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 2. Albums library, and I will add the paragraph with a class text gray 600. Manage your album collection. I will also add the comment, which is table container. Let's add the div with a class background white, rounded extra large, shadow large, overflow hidden, border gray 200, and inside this div we have the table header. So let's add the table header, and inside this let's create a div with a class background gradient to right. I will also add from, we are going to add the custom color, which is 3BE477. We will also add the 2. We'll use the same custom color, which is hash 2DD865. Horizontal padding 6, vertical padding 4. Perfect. Inside this I'm going to create one more div with a class grid column 12, gap 4, item center, text white, font semi bold. Right, inside this I will create a div with a class column span 2, flex, item center, gap 2. Now let's add the icon image. Let's add the class name, which is width 4, height 4. Let's add the span. I'm going to add the text, which is cover. Let's save this. If I go to the browser and go to the list album, okay, you can see now we have this album library and manage your album collection, and we have this cover. Let's also add other columns. After this I'm going to create a one more div with a class column span3. This is going to be album name. Next, I will create one more div with a class column span3 flex item center gap2. Inside this div, I will add the image, the icon. Let's add the class names, which is width 4, height 4. Actually, this is not image. We should have been added a file text. So perfect. And after this, I'll add the span tag with the text description. I will create a span tag and I will add the text, which is description. And after this div, I'm going to create a new div with a class column span3 and flex item center gap2. And inside this, I will make use of the palette icon, width 4, height 4, the text, which is theme. After this div, I'm going to create one more div with a class column span 2 text center. I will add the actions. Perfect. Actually, this is also going to be column span 2. Okay, perfect. Okay, if it is 12, then this is going to be 2 plus 3 5, 5 plus 3 8, and 8 plus 2 10, 10 plus 2 12. Perfect. It should add up the 12 grid. Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have the cover, album name, description, theme, and actions. Perfect. Now we have this div. We will also add the table body. We just created the table header. Next, let's add the table body. I'm going to create a div with a class divide vertical and divide gray 100. With this, I will make use of the data dot length. If it is equal to 0, let's use the ternary operator. If it is true, I will do something, otherwise I'm going to display something else. So if it is equal to 0, I'm going to create a div with a class horizontal padding 6, vertical padding 12, text center. Let's use the image icon, class name, width 12, height 12. This is going to be width 12, height 12, and text gray 400, margin auto, margin bottom 4. Let's add the paragraph with a class text gray 500, text large. I will add the text, no albums found. I will also add one more paragraph with a class text gray 400, text small, add some albums to get started. Okay, so I'll just make use of the div just for the time being, just to make the data to be length is 0. What I will do is I'll just add the div and save this. Now let's go to the browser and I will just do one thing. I will just comment this, save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this nice image with no albums found message and add some albums to get started, right? Perfect. Okay, I'm going to just uncomment this and save this. Now scroll down. Okay, we have this. Let's get rid of this div. We actually don't need this div. I will make use of the data.map, and this will take two parameters. One is the album and the index, right? And inside this, let's create a div and let's add we need to add the class names for this div. Also we need to add the key prop. I'll just do one thing. I will add the first class names, which is grid column 12, gap 4, items center, padding 6, padding 4, on hover, background gray 50, transition colors, duration 200. I will also add the key prop and I will add the index. Inside this div, basically we need to add the album image. Let's create a div with a class column span 2. Let's create a div with a class width 12, height 12, rounded on large devices, shadow on medium devices, and on hover, shadow on large devices, and transition shadow, duration 200, overflow hidden, right? And inside this div, I'm going to create an image tag. For the source, I will add album.image, and for this alt also, I will add album.name, and I will add the class names, which is widthful, heightful, object cover, and save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have all these images. But let's do one thing, which is, okay, we are fetching the albums and we're getting this album.image. Looks like this is going to be an URL. Save this. Perfect. This is going to be album.image URL, album.name. Perfect. After this album image, we are going to display the album name, right? This is going to be album name. Let's create a div with a class column span 3, paragraph with a class font medium, text gray 900, truncate. Inside this, let's add album.name. Perfect. Now we have the album name is in place. Let's go back to the browser. You can see the album name. Now we have the description. Let's copy this comment and I'll change this to album description, div with a class column span 3, and let's add the div. Inside the div, paragraph with a class text gray 600, truncate, and within this paragraph, album.description. If the description is not present, I will just add no description. Perfect. Now we have added this description. Next, we will add the album color. I'm going to copy this, paste it, album color. I will create the div with a class column span 2, and inside this div, create one more div with a class flex items center, gap 2. Let's create a div with a class width 6, height 6, rounded corners fully, border 2, border gray 300, shadow on small devices. Perfect. And inside this div, okay, before that I would like to also add the inline style. This is going to be a background color, album dot background color. Perfect. And also I will add the title. Oops, let's add the title. It is going to be the theme color. I will use the template literal. Theme color colon, let's add album dot background color, right? And inside this div we will not add anything, but after this div I will add the span tag with the class text extra small, text gray 500, font mono. Inside the span I will add album dot background color, right? All right, now we have added the album color. Next we will add the action buttons, right? We have the delete action button. I will change this to action button. Okay, for this action button I will go to the, let's create a div with a class column span 2 flex justify center. Let's create a button with the class inline flex items center justify center, width 8, height 8, rounded full, background red 50. I will add text red 600, text red 600, on hover, background red 100, on hover, text red 700, transition colors, duration 200 milliseconds, and group, right? Okay, now we have added this button. Perfect. And inside this button I will add the trash icon, but before that I will also add the title, which is delete album, and I will add the on click event. We will add that later. Let's make use of the trash icon, trash 2, width 4, height 4, group hover, scale 110, transition transform, duration 200 milliseconds. Perfect. Now we have this action button in place. So we have this action button. Let's save this. Now if I go to the browser, boom, you can see, okay, looks like the background color having some issue. This is going to be album dot background color. Let's save this. Okay, perfect. Now we get this. This is going to be background color. Also this is going to be background color. Save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have the description, album name, the theme color, right? And also the action buttons. On hover of this, you can see the nice animation, right? Perfect. Now the last thing is I would like to add the footer. So after this action button, after this action button, we have this div, right? Okay, if I go to the top, okay, we have this table body, right? After this table body, not this, okay, this, which is, okay, we have this table container, right? After this table container, I'm going to add the footer section, okay, the footer stats. So for that I will add the comment, which is footer stats, and I'll create the, okay, let's use the data dot length if it is greater than 0, and I will add the JSX content, div margin top 6, background gray 50, rounded large, padding 6, vertical padding 4, and inside this div I will create one more div with the class flex items center, justify between, text small, text gray 600. Let's create a span inside this, and inside the span I will add total albums. I just wanted to display the basically the number of albums present, span, and I will add the class name, which is font semi-bold, text gray 900, and inside this let's make use of the data.length. Okay, this will give us the length of the albums. Okay, basically the total number of albums. Let's add the span. Inside this I will add last updated. Okay, when we have updated the last time that we're going to display it. So let's create the span with a class font semi-bold, text gray 900 just now, right? And save this. Let's go to the browser. Boom, you can see the total number of albums is 4 and last updated is just now. Perfect. Now we have completed the albums, displaying the albums. Next we can see, we can look at the listing the songs. Let's go to the list song component. We have this list song component. At the very top, first I'm going to create the state data set data. We will make use of the use state hook. This is going to be an empty array. I'm going to create a function fetch songs. Let's use the try catch block. Inside the try block, const. Okay, so first of all I will add the catch block also, and I will also add the loader. Let's go to our list album. Let's copy this state and I will paste it. And just before this try block, I'm going to set the loader to true, and in the finally block I'll set the loader to false. And inside this, first of all, this is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside the try block, I'll make use of the song API to call the list method. This is going to return promise. I will make use of the await const response, and we will get the response. I'll just update the state response.data.songs. Perfect. And in the catch block, I will make use of the toast.error, failed to load songs, right? And I will make use of the use effect hook. Inside the use effect hook, I will just call the function which is fetch songs, and I will pass an empty array and save this. Perfect. Now, since we have this fetch songs, we are calling inside the use effect hook. It will automatically fetches the songs as soon as the component is mounts. Okay, next scroll down, we have this JSX, and inside this, first of all, let's go to the list album, and here I will just copy this div. Okay, we have this div. I'm going to copy this div, and inside this list song I'll paste it. Okay, now we have this div, and inside this div I'm going to add the header section, just like how we have added the header section for this album. I will add the header section. I will add the text, which is songs library, manage your music collection, right? And save this. Now if I go to the list album, next we have this table container. I'm going to just copy this entire table container and I will paste it. So now we have this table container. Next we can change the bits that are required. So inside this table header, this looks good. Okay, I'm going to expand this, and inside this table container, the very first thing is I'm going to add this music. So instead of the image, I will add this music icon, and I will add the cover, and after this I'm going to add the song title instead of the album name, song title. Perfect. This is going to be span 3, and for this div, I'm going to add the span 2. Perfect. And after the song title, we have the instead of the file text, we're going to make use of the disk 3. This is for the Lucid React icon, and I will add the, instead of the description, I will add album. So this will tell which is the album, right? This is also going to be a span of 3. Perfect. And next, I'm going to add the, instead of the palette, I will add clock. This will give us the duration. And for this duration, we're going to add the column span 2. Perfect. And after this div, we have this actions. Now let's save this. If I go to the browser and go to the list songs, you can see now we have the cover, song title, album, duration, and actions, right? Perfect. Now we have this table body. For this list songs, we have the table body, and for this table body, first we're going to check for this length is 0, and I will add the text no songs found instead of the album, and add some songs to get started. Okay, this is the text that we're going to add. Next, we have this data.map. So here, first of all, I'm going to add the, instead of the album image, this is going to be a song image. This is going to be song. I'll change this to song.image, and this is going to be song.name, right? And save this. Perfect. And next, scroll down, we have the album name. Instead of this album name, we are going to add the song.name, right? Okay, we have this song.name. Scroll down and we have this album description. Okay, this is going to be song name, and this is going to be album name. So what I will do is I'll just expand this. This is going to be song. Okay, I'll just add the album, not the song. And we have this span tag, and inside this paragraph I will add song.album. We don't need this, actually, the or operator. Let's get rid of this. Perfect. Song.album we are adding. After the album, we have this duration, song duration, and for this song duration, I'll just expand this. I will add the, okay, we have all of this, so let's get rid of this, and I'm going to create a span with a class inline flex, items center, padding 2, vertical padding 1, rounded full, and I will add text extra small, font medium, background gray 100, text gray 800, right? And this is going to be padding 2.5, and inside this span I will just add song dot duration, right? Perfect. And we also have this action button, so that action button is perfect. Later we can add the on-click events, and in the down, after this we need to add the footer. Let's go to the list album. I'm going to copy this footer stats, copy this, and I'll paste it, right? And here I will check for the data.length and total songs data.length, and the last updated is just now. Everything seems to be correct. Okay, with this we will just go ahead and see the changes. Save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have this songs, Ilahi, Batamiz Dil, Tum Mile, and Hey Jawani, Hey Diwani, Ashiki 2, and the duration and the actions. Perfect. And also you can see the total songs 4, and the last updated is just now. Perfect. Awesome. And also we need to add the action button. I mean, like for this action button, we need to add the functionality for removing the song as well as the removing the album. Now for the list of songs and the list of albums, I'm going to just add the loader before it loads the before while fetching from the backend API, I'm going to display the loader. So for that we can make use of the loaders which we have added for the add song and add album. Let's go to our add album, or we can go to the, okay, let's go to the add album, and we have this loader, right? I'm going to copy this loader. Let's go to the list album, and what I will do is I'm going to just, we have this loader, right? You can see we have this loader. I will make use of this loader. If the loading is true, I'm going to display something, otherwise else I will display something else. Okay, if it is loading is true, I will display this loader, else we are going to render this, right? Okay, now let's save this. Perfect. We will do the same thing with the list song also. Let's go to the list song. I will make use of the loading. If the loading is true, right, I will just go to the list album and copy this loader, paste it, and also I'll grab this div and I'll move it here. Okay, let's save this. With this, now we can test it. How we can test it? What I will do is for this loader, I'm going to set this to true and save this. And now if I go to the browser, let's go to the list songs. Okay, you can see that automatically it will be, the loader was loading. Okay, this is for the list song, right? I will just click on this and you see that blink, the loader which is loading, right? Perfect. I will just go to the, I will make this as false and save this. Perfect. Perfect. Next, what I will do is since we have done almost all of the changes, only thing is we need to add this delete functionality. So for this, first let's go to the list album, and inside the list album we can first add the functionality for removing the album. I will go to the top of this list album. I'll create a function. It is going to be an arrow function, remove album, and this will be an asynchronous function, async. Let's pass the album ID, and inside this let's make use of the try catch block, and inside the try block I will make use of the album API dot remove, and for this I will pass the ID. This is going to return promise. I'll make use of the await const response. Okay, we get the response, and once we get the response, so if I go to the postman, or not the postman, let's go to our backend and go to the album controller, and we have this delete mapping. Here we are adding this no content, right? So in that case, I will just check for the status. If this response dot status is 409, okay, for the no content, sorry, 204. Okay, this is 204. Okay, let's go to 204. Let's enter 204. The response status code is 204. If it is 201, toast.success, album deleted. Okay, album deleted, and I will just call the fetch albums function, and this is going to return promise. I will attach the await. I'll just refresh the table, and I will in case of the exception, toast.error, fail it to delete the album. Perfect. And save this. Now we have this remove album function. This remove album function, what we can do is we can reference to the action button, scroll down and all the way to the down, and we have this table container, and we have this action button. Here I will attach the on click event, and I'm going to reference the method which is remove album, and I will make use of the album._id. Okay, let's save this. With this, if I go to the browser and go to the list albums, so we can delete the movie or the album which is Jab We Met. I'm going to click on this delete. Boom, you can see album deleted, and the table automatically refreshes. Perfect. Next, let's do the same thing with the list songs also. Let's go to our list song, and at the top, first we need to create the function to remove the song. Const remove song. This will take ID, the song ID. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, songs API dot remove. Let's pass the ID. This is going to return promise. I will make use of the await, and this is going to return the response. And once we get the response, I'll just add the condition. If the response.status code is 204, which is no content, toast.success, I will add song deleted, and I am going to refresh the table. So for that, let's call the fetch songs await, and in the not the else block, we don't need to add the else block, but in the catch block, I will add toast.error, failure to delete song, and save this. Now we can call this function inside our table container, and in the table body we have this action button. So let's add the on click and remove song. For this we need to pass the song ID, so song._ID, and save this. Perfect. Let's go to the browser and I can delete this Tummile song. I will just click on this delete. Boom, you can see the song is deleted and the table is refreshed. Perfect. So far so good. We have completed all the functionality for the admin panel. We have this add song, list songs, add album, list album. Everything is working as expected. And we will also have this authentication in place. When click on this logout, the user or the admin will be logged out. I'm going to add a new the email address, which is admin@musify.com, admin123. Hit enter. You can see the admin will log into the application. Awesome. Both the application are in place, the front-end application for the end user and the another application for the admin panel, and both the applications are securely authenticated with the JWT token. However, there is one issue with this. Okay, now there is the admin panel. However, this admin panel is only the URL will be only available for the admins, the one who is going to manage the they manage the Spotify library. But however, if the user can also log into the application, even though he does not have an permission to access the different pages, but user can log in. Let me try that. Bhushan@example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this login. Boom. User will be logged in, but it is going to show that as admin logged in successfully, access denied. This is not correct, right? First of all, we should never allow a normal user to access the admin dashboard or the admin application. What we need to do is, if the while we can in the backend we can handle this scenario. If the user is trying to log in, and if the user the role is just a user, then we can throw an exception. We should never allow user to log into the application, right? We can handle in that way. What I will do is I'm going to just inspect this, and I will just go to the application and I'll delete these tokens, and I'll just reload this. Boom. Now the user is the logged out. Now let's handle that scenario. Let's go to the backend application. Let's go to this auth controller, and for this auth request, I'm going to add one more field, private string portal. Okay, and save this. Now let's go to the controller, which is auth controller, and here what I will do is I'm going to first of all move this line to the top, right? Once we get the existing user, I'm going to check for the condition. If the portal, right, request.get portal, okay, if the portal equals ignore case if it is an admin portal, and existing user dot get role dot name equals ignore case if the role is if it is an admin portal and if the role is user, then what we need to do is we need to throw an exception, because from the admin portal we should never allow user to log in. So in that case we can throw an exception. So you can see here we are just adding this body, right, like email and password is incorrect. Similarly, I'm going to throw an exception which is return response entity dot we can pass the forbidden, or we can add the status which is http status dot forbidden, or even the best thing is we can add the bad request, right? Bad request dot body you are not, or you can just say email or password is incorrect, right? Let's save this. Perfect. Otherwise, if the portal is not an admin portal, if it is a different portal, maybe the user portal, and if the role is user, then only we are going, if the portal is user portal, and if the user or you can say, like, we will, first of all we are going to add this admin only to the admin portal. In that case, if the user is logging in from the user portal, this will be always be an empty. Okay, this the portal will always be an empty. In that case, this becomes false, right? And it will directly go to the else condition. I mean, like, it will skip this if condition. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say. Okay, first of all, I'm going to stop this and I will restart it. In the front end application, we need to make a slight changes. That is, let's go to our login, which is auth context, and here we are passing the email and password. Along with this, I will also pass admin. Okay, which means the admin portal, we are hard coding it and we are passing it, right? Looks like we are getting some error. Okay, this is going to be portal. Let's say this is going to be a portal, and we can pass the value which is admin. Perfect. And save this. Okay, so now let's go to the browser, and here I will try to log in. Okay, first of all, let's start the backend application. Is it started? Let me restart it. Okay, the backend application is started. Let's go to the browser. I will try to log in with the first admin account, admin@musify.com, admin123, hit enter, boom, the admin is logging in. Log out. Now let's try to log in with the normal user account, bhushan@example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, click login, boom, email and password is incorrect. Perfect. This is what we wanted. But let's also try for the this application. Okay, not this one. Let's go to the browser, localhost 5174. Okay, now both the applications is running, the admin panel and the user panel, the user application. So let's log in, bhushan@example.com, password 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in. Oh, cannot invoke string equals string because the return value of the authentication.get portal is null. Okay, so what I will do is, let's go to the auth context. So let's go to the auth context, and here for this login we are passing the email and password. Here I will pass the portal, which is going to be an user portal. Okay, now let's save this, and I'm going to just reload this, and now I will try to log in, bhushan@example.com and password 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in, boom. Okay, now the user is logging in. Awesome. Looks good. I'm going to just play the song. Okay, the song is playing. Perfect. I'm going to just click on this logout. All right, now both the applications are working. Let's try one more time, bhushan@example.com, and I'm entering the password, click login. You can see email and password is incorrect. Let's add the admin@musify.com, admin 1 2 3, click login. Perfect, admin is logging in. I'm going to log out. Perfect. Okay, everything looks good. One last thing I'm going to do is, since right now there are no ways to convert a normal user into an admin user, what I will do is I'm going to create an API endpoint where it is going to convert the normal user account into an admin role, right? So that's exactly what we're going to do. For that, we're going to create an API endpoint and we are going to promote the user account into an admin account. Right now what we are doing is we are adding the inside this, what do we have? We have this, let's go to our backend application. Inside this service we have this data initialization service. Here we are adding the email address and password, but no longer we need to add this. We can directly create an API endpoint and we can promote the normal user into an admin user. Let's create the API endpoint. Before that, I would like to go to the user service and create the service method. I'm going to create a method public. This is going to return the user object. I'm going to call this promote to admin. Inside this, first let's call the find by email method with this method, and to this I'm going to pass the this first of all, the promote to admin takes the email address as a parameter, and to this we are going to pass the email address. This will give us the user object. I'm going to call this existing user, and once we get the existing user, I'm going to just make use of the existing user dot set role. I will set the role to admin, user dot role dot admin, and I'll save this. Return user repository dot save, and I'll pass the existing user. Save this. Now let's go to the auth controller. We have this auth controller. Where do we have this? Let's scroll down. Album controller, auth controller, and inside this auth controller I'm going to create a new method. So let me create a new handler method. This is going to be basically a post request public response entity. This is going to return auth response. Let's call this promote to admin. This will take the request body string email. Okay, this is going to take an email as a request body. I will just add the post mapping slash promote admin. Okay, this is the API endpoint. Inside the try catch block, inside the try block, I will just add the user service dot promote to admin. I can pass the email address. This will give us the user object. Once we get the user object, I can return this return response entity dot okay, and we don't need to pass the auth. Okay, let's go to the auth response. We have this token, email, and role, right? I can pass email and role. Let's go to the okay, and we can make use of the let's better to pass new auth response, and for this I'm going to pass the first parameter is null, the second parameter is email, which is email, and role admin. This is what I'm going to pass, and inside this catch block I'm going to log the exception, return response entity dot okay, or I can say bad request, and I will pass the body that is going to be failed to promote user to admin. That's it. That's a simple message we are going to add. Response entity and bad request. Okay, actually we should have been return the auth response. So for this I'll just change this to a generic type and save this. Perfect. Now we can test this. I'm going to stop the server. I will restart this. Perfect. Now let's go to the MongoDB database, and right now inside our users we have Bharat. Okay, let's turn Bharat into an admin user, right? Currently he's a user role. Let's make him as admin. So to do that, I will just first go to the postman and I'll just duplicate this, duplicate the let's make this add album. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be promote to admin. Okay, this is going to be a post request /API /promote admin. Hopefully this is the endpoint. Okay, promote admin. This is going to be /API /auth. Okay, /API /auth promote admin. The body, I'll change this to raw. This is going to be a JSON. We can pass the email address. This is going to be bharat@example.com, and this guy I'm going to make him as admin. First, let's save this. We need to add the token. Let's go to the authorization. We are inheriting from the parent, and let's go to the login. Let's first log in as an admin. Okay, here we are getting this string. Okay, so when we are logging it is, I'll just add the portal. I'll pass admin portal, right? And save this. Click on the send. We get the token. I'll just copy this token, go to the collection, and I'll update the token and save this. Now let's go to the promote to admin. We're going to promote Bharat into an admin. Click send. Okay, 400 bad request, failure to promote to an admin. This is likely because looks like we made some mistake. /auth /promote admin, and we are returning we get the user, and what mistake we have made. This is going to be a request body string email. All right, let's do one thing. I'm going to log the exception here, exception.getMessage, and stop this, and I will restart this so we can verify what error we are getting. I'm going to clear the screen. I'll just click send. Okay, user not found for this email, bharat@example.com. Let's go to the Mongodb and let me reload this. We have this user which is bharat@example.com, but somehow we're not able to fetch this user. So let's go back and here find by email. User repository, we are finding with the email address. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm going to just add a debugger here, and I'll just hit the API endpoint, and we are coming here, and let's verify. Okay, this is going to throw an exception, that is user not found for the email, which is email bharat@example.com. Okay, let me continue this. Okay, let's go to the promote to admin, and here we are finding the email address. Let's add the debugger here. Click send. Okay, looks like we are getting this email. Okay, we are getting the email address in the different format. Okay, this is the reason why. So let me continue this. Since we are passing the request body, let's do one thing. I would like to, instead of this inside our auth controller, let's go to the auth controller. Here we are passing the request body as email address, right? I would like to do one thing. I will make use of the map. Let's use the map string. I'm going to call this request. Okay, now here I'm going to make use of the request.get email, right? This is we're going to get this email, or we already have this email, and this is going to be user.getEmail. Okay, just a small mistake here. So let me stop this, and I will restart this. Perfect. Now with this, I'm going to just click on this send. Okay, now this time hopefully we are getting the email address. Yes, perfect. Now continue this. If I go to the postman, you can see token null, email address Bharat, and now Bharat become the admin. If I go to the MongoDB, let's reload this. Now you can see Bharat become the admin. let's go to our front-end application and log in with Bharat account. Okay, this is our admin panel. Bharat at example.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. Boom, Bharat is logging in. And you can see Bharat at example.com. Now he has become the admin. Perfect. So now we have created an API endpoint where the normal user account, we can turn it into an admin account. Okay. I hope you enjoyed this entire admin panel API endpoints as well as the front end application. This ends our Spotify application. I believe you have learned a lot of things and you will enjoy this complete project as much as I enjoyed while creating this. And hopefully you are going to complete this project, and we're going to, of course, we are going to deploy this application to production server, but I hope you guys will deploy this application to the production server as well, and make sure to share the live URL with me. I would love to see your creativity. And also you can add more features to the application. You can add the artists, you can add the playlist, and you can use different features. You can add the SaaS based features like adding a payment gateway into this application to listen more songs. You can go beyond and you can show your creativity. Alright, in the next section, we will go ahead and deploy this application to the production server. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next section. Now let's start deploying our backend and front-end application to the production server. We're going to use the Mongodb Atlas for the production database, and we're going to use Render to deploy the backend application, and we're going to use Netlify to deploy the front-end application. We have a lot of things to do. Let's go step by step. The very first thing is you need to create an account inside this Mongodb Atlas. Go to the Mongodb Atlas and create a new account. Once you create the new account, you will see this option called clusters. Just go ahead and create a cluster. Okay, when you are creating the cluster for the very first time, it will ask you to create the user. Just create the user and provide the password. Okay, once you created this cluster, it will take almost 5 minutes to create the cluster. Just wait for some time. Once the cluster is created, you will see inside this clusters, you will see this option. And next, I have already created the cluster with the name CloudShare. When I was developing the previous project, I have created the cluster name with a CloudShare. But if you are specifically creating the cluster for Musify application, just provide the name as Musify. Okay. Next, once we created the cluster, click on this connect. There are different options where we can connect it to the cluster. Okay, where we can connect it to this MongoDB cluster. So the very first thing is we have this drivers and compass. If you are connecting through the compass, then you can select this option and you will see this option. Just copy this and open the MongoDB compass. I'm going to just open up the MongoDB compass. I have already created the connection. So if I click on this plus icon, it will ask you to enter the URI. So let's enter the URI and you can provide the database password. Okay. And I have created the database user with the name Musify user, and I have also provided the password. Okay. So we can add the password here. Just replace the this with the actual password and you are good to connect to the cluster. So I have already connected to the cluster. You can see we have this CloudShare database and Musify database. Previously I have created this. I'm going to create a new database. So let's click on this create database. I will provide the database name Musify. I will add underscore Musify underscore. Let's call this transaction. Okay. Musify transactions. The collection name for now, I'm going to create a dummy collection name which is test and create this database. And you can see now we have created this Musify underscore transaction database. Inside this, we're going to create the collections. Remember that this is just a cluster. Okay, inside the cluster, we will have a different databases. Okay, just like CloudShare, Musify app, Musify transactions, we have a different databases, and we have created one of the database which is Musify underscore transactions for our project. Okay, now we can add this URL into our application or properties file also. Let's go to the Atlas. Let's go to the MongoDB Atlas and just copy the same, or you can close this and click on this connect and click on this drivers and just copy this, click done and open the application.properties in our backend code. Here I'm going to change this URL to the production URL. We need to replace with the database. So I'm going to remove this and I will add the actual password which I have created for the user. So I'm going to paste the password and rest everything remains same. And here we need to provide, after this slash, we need to provide the database name which is Musify underscore transactions. Okay, make sure to provide the correct name. Okay, this is the one that we have, Musify underscore transactions. Okay, so let me copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, let's save this. Okay, so now we have added the database, the production database URL. Perfect. In case if you are unable to create the user when we are creating the cluster, what you can do is in the left hand side you will see this option called database access. Click on this. You can create a new database user here. Okay, click on this and it will ask you to provide the password, okay, and the database username, okay, the description you can provide, and you can create a new user. Okay, I have already created this user, Musify user, and that's why I'm going to not create any new users. Perfect. So now we have created the database, also that cluster we have already created. That's why I did not create any new clusters. If you are using the free version inside this MongoDB Atlas, right, you cannot create the you cannot create the multiple clusters. Okay, if you want to create a multiple clusters, you need to upgrade to their paid version. But I recommend you to, if you are a student or if you are starting it for a trial, just go with one cluster and create as many number of databases you want inside this cluster. So that's why I've created this one cloud share cluster. Inside this I have created a multiple databases. Alright, perfect. Now the database is ready. Also inside this application or properties file, we have added this URL. Next, we need to add the Cloudinary name, API key and secret key. You can go to the Cloudinary. I have already logged into my Cloudinary, and go to the settings and click on this API keys. Make sure to copy the cloud name and this API key and this secret key. All of the details you can copy it and add it here. Okay, the cloud name and the API key and the secret key. Okay, I will just close these files because later I'm going to add it. I don't want to reveal my secret key, all those informations, sensitive informations. Okay, next, inside this Musify API, we need to create a Docker file. I have already created this Docker file. There are two stages. Okay, in the very first stage, we are going to install the Maven dependencies. Then we are going to, in the second stage, we are going to run the application. Let's let's walk you through that one by one, what we are doing here. First, very first line, we are actually importing the Maven. Okay, we are using the Eclipse Turmeric 21, and we are going to provide the alias name as builder. Okay, because we wanted to build this application, right? So we are going to use this Maven 21 builder. We're going to call it as a builder, and then we're going to create a working directory. So inside this, it is going to build the application. Next, we're going to copy this pom.xml file into the we are going to just copy all of the dependencies into the working directory, and then we are going to run the Maven. Okay, it is going to download all the dependencies which is inside this pom.xml file. Next, we're going to copy this entire source code into this ./src folder. And finally, we're going to build the jar. Okay, while building the jar, we're going to skip the test. If you want to run the test cases also, you can remove this. This is the first stage one. In the stage two, what we are doing is we're going to run the application. So for that, we're going to use the JDK 21. And then we're going to set the working directory. So inside that runtime container, we're going to call this /app. And then we're going to copy the whatever we have built inside this, right? We're going to use that builder from the previous stage, and we're going to add it to the app.jar. We're going to call it as app.jar. And then we're going to expose the port 8080, and we're going to run the application. This is just a pretty simple, straightforward Docker file. Basically, we're going to download the Maven dependencies and we're going to run the application. Perfect. Let's close this. Now, what I will do is we need to first run the application locally, and we will test it whether we can able to connect it to the production database or not. I will start the application. I'm going to start it in debug mode. Okay, the application is started, and you can also see that the default user is created. Let's verify it. Go to the MongoDB compass and make sure that you should be in the production cluster. And in this Musify transactions, I'm going to just reload the collections, and you can see now the new collection is present, which is users. Click on this. You can see the admin user is created. Now I'm going to remove this test collection. So just drop this collection and enter the collection name and drop this. Perfect. Now we have created this collection, which is the users collection. Next, it is automatically created. Next, let's go to the Postman and we can test few endpoints. Go to the Postman and let's go to the login, and we have this login admin@musify.com, password admin123, portal. We are passing the portal as admin portal. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get the token. Perfect. Now we can able to connect it to the production databases, which is working as expected. Next, what we need to do is we need to deploy our Musify API into the render Okay, let's go to the browser. First, you need to create a new account inside this render. And once you created a new account inside this render, we are going to use a free tier. And inside this render, we can deploy the web services and static sites. We can also create the production databases. There are a bunch of services it will provide. Out of this, we're going to use this just to deploy this web service. Okay, the next thing what we need to do is first we have to, the process how we are going to deploy it to render is first we're going to push our changes into the GitHub repository. From the GitHub repository, we're going to deploy it to render. First, let's go to the GitHub. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create a new account in GitHub. And after creating the account, create a new repository. Click on this plus icon and new repository. This is going to be Musify production app. Musify production app. You can provide the description if you want, and the visibility, I'll just make this to private. And I'm going to click on this create repository. Perfect. Next, we need to push our backend code into this repository, which is Musify production app. We have this production, we have this remote URL. Just copy this and go to the IDE. And I'm going to just open up the integrated terminal. Okay, here, first of all, let me clear this, and I'm going to initialize the git init, git add dot. This is going to add all the files into the staging area. I will add the git commit message, git commit -m, which can provide the commit message, initial commit. Right now, I will add the remote URL. Okay, so hit enter. Now we have added the remote URI, git push origin master. This will push all of our changes into the master branch. Hit enter, and you can see it is pushed the changes into the remote repository. Now let's verify it. Let's go to the browser, and I'm going to reload this. Boom, you can see now we have this Docker file. All of our changes is present inside this master branch. Right now, from here we are going to deploy it to the render. Let's go to the render dashboard. I have already previously deployed the same application. Now I'm going to deploy it again. Click on this add new and click on this web service, and it will ask you to connect with different sources. We can use GitHub, Bitbucket, or GitLab. I'm going to choose the GitHub, and I'm going to search for this repository, which is Musify production app. Click on this and wait for a few seconds, and you can see the name is Musify production app. Scroll down, the language Docker. Okay, by default it is selected as Docker because we have the Docker file inside it. And also you can, if you see right now there are no Java option is available. That's why we have created the Docker file, and through the Docker we are deploying it. And region, okay, let's select this region, and also scroll down. I'm going to select this as free version. That's fine. If you want, you can upgrade to the higher versions, like the paid instances you can use. That's starter, standard, pro plus is there. I'm going to stick to the free version. You will get a 512 MB of RAM. And scroll down. If you want to add the environment variables, we can add the environment variables. But I'm good with all of these configurations. Make sure to select the repository, and you can provide the unique name if you want, and select the Docker as the language, the branch, master branch we're going to deploy it. Region, you can provide select a different region if you want. And that's it. And let's go ahead and click on this deploy web service. Just wait for a few seconds. This will take a few minutes to deploy the application to the production server. And you can see this is the production application URL. So we can copy this. Okay, perfect. Application is deployed, and just click on this and go to the URL, this Musify URL. And first let's verify, do we have any public endpoint present or not. Let's go to the controller and this root controller API/health. Do we have this health check API endpoint? Let's go to this. Okay, let's verify this. Let's go to the browser /API/health, hit enter. Boom, you can see the API is working. Okay, our application is deployed into the production server. Perfect. Now we can just test this in our Postman also. Copy this URL and go to the Postman, and I'm going to just replace this with the production URL, and I'm going to click on this send. Wait for a few seconds. We should be able to get the token. Perfect. Awesome. Our production, whatever we have deployed into the production server, now we can able to access this through this URL. Our application is deployed into the production server and it is working as expected. Of course, you have encountered few errors in the logs, but you can ignore it. Our application is working as expected on this URL. Looks like there is an issue with this JWT token. Okay, but that's completely fine. You can ignore these errors. However, our application is deployed. Perfect. With this, now what we can do is we can deploy our front-end application into the Netlify, and we can connect our front-end application to this URL to make the API requests. Alright, first let's open the browser, and I have already created a new account inside the Netlify. I mean, like I have already created an account long time, and I have also deployed so much of many of the projects. Go ahead and create a new account in Netlify, and after this you need to open the front-end project, which is the admin panel. Let's open it inside the WebStorm or in the Visual Studio Code. Go to the API service. We need to change this URL. So let's get rid of this. We need to provide the production URL. Go to your render, or you can just copy this URL and paste it. That's it. Let's save this. Now we need to push these changes into the repository, the GitHub repository. From the GitHub, we are going to deploy to Netlify. The same process we are going to follow. Whatever the process we have followed for the backend applications, the same thing we are going to follow it. But instead of the render, we are going to use the Netlify. First, let's go to the GitHub and create a new repository. Musify production app admin. Okay, this is going to a private repository. Click create repository. Next, I'm going to copy this. Okay, I'm going to copy this remote URL and open the terminal. Let's add the initialize the git init, git add dot. This will add all the files into the remote staging area. Git commit. I will add the commit message. This is going to be an initial commit. Git. Okay, let's add the remote URL. Okay, git push. Okay, it is asking you the password. I will enter the password. Perfect. And now I'm going to push this git push origin master. This will push the repository into the master branch. Now if I go to the browser, reload this. Perfect. Now we have pushed our changes into the remote repository. Now from here we can deploy it to the render, not the render, Netlify. Let's go to our Netlify and click on this add new project, import an existing project. I'm going to select the GitHub or the source. I'll just authorize this, and I'm going to search for the repository, which is Musify production app admin. Select this. You can provide the project name if you want, and in the build settings it will ask you to provide the branch name, to which branch you want to deploy. I'm going to okay, so let's wait for no results found. It should be shown the master branch. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll just go to the home and I'll import it again. Select the GitHub. Okay, we have already authorized it. I will just select the repository Musify production app admin. Select this, and you can see branch to be deployed. It will automatically select it as master branch. Perfect. And the build command is npm run build, and publish directory, which is dist. Looks good. You can add the environment variables if you have. I'll just deploy this. Perfect. Just wait for a few minutes. Yes, the application is deployed. I'm going to click on this, and it is opening in a new tab, Musify admin panel. Awesome. Perfect. So next what I will do is I'm going to just enter the email address, the admin email address. We can verify it. admin@musify.com, password admin123. Click login and just wait for a few seconds. We should have seen this loader. Perfect. Awesome. You can see now we can able to log into the admin dashboard, add song, list songs, and add album, list album. Everything looks good. Now what I will do is first let's add the album. Since this is a production database, right now there are no entries. Let's go to the add album. I'm going to upload the image. I'm going to select the albums, and I will just select the Hey Javani, Hey Divani, and I will select the song also. So let's add this album, which is Hey Jawani, Hey Diwani. Okay, and the album description, Hindi romantic movie. All right, the background color, I'm going to select this color and click add. We should see this loader and it will automatically add the album cover into the database. Album added, we can verify it. Let's go to the list album and boom, you can see now we have this album name, description, the theme color and the actions, which is delete. Total albums is 1. Let's verify it in the MongoDB database, the production database, and I'm going to just refresh this. Perfect, we have this albums and we can see 1 album. Let's also add some songs. Let's go to the browser, go to the add song, upload the song, which is Ilahi, click open, upload the image and the song name, which is Ilahi, and song description, romantic song or inspirational song, and album Hey Jawani Hey Diwani. Click add and just wait for a few minutes, not minutes, just wait for a few seconds. It will upload the song as well as the cover. And let's go to the list songs. Perfect, we can see the song has been added, duration, everything perfect, and the total songs is 1. If I go to the MongoDB database and let's refresh this, and we should see this songs collection and we should able to see the document. Perfect. The next thing is I'm going to open up the the user application, which is where the user can listen the songs. I'm going to just open this WebStorm and I'm going to minimize this. Okay, here we have this Musify app. Okay, and first of all, what I will do is I'm going to add the URL. So auth context, go to the auth context and get rid of this. We can add the production URL. Let's go to our render.com and copy this production URL and paste it and save this. Now we need to create a one more repository. Go to the database, not the database, go to the GitHub, and I'm going to create a new repository. Let's add the repository name, Musify production app user. Okay, this is for the user panel, and I'm going to change this to private and click on this create repository. Perfect, we have created this repository. I'm going to just copy this remote URL and go to the WebStorm. I'll just open the terminal, initialize the git init, git add dot. It is going to add all the files into the staging area. Git commit, we're going to add the commit message. This is going to be an initial commit git. Let's add the remote URL. Perfect. I'm going to just enter the password. Perfect. Now I'm going to push this into the remote repository. It will create the master branch. Git push origin master. Perfect. Let's go to the repository and refresh this. Perfect. Now we have pushed into this Musify production app server app user repository. Now we can go to our Netlify and I will create a one more project. We are going to deploy this. Add new project, import an existing project, select the GitHub. We have already authorized it. So let's select the repository, which is Musify production app user. Yeah, this is the one that we're going to deploy it. Just select this, and the branch to deploy is master branch. You can add the environment variables if you have, and the build command is npm run build. Dist is the published directory. Everything remains as it is. Just go ahead and click on this deploy Musify production user, and with this, just wait for a few seconds. It will deploy this, and we will get the live URL. Alright, the application is deployed and we get this live URL. Just click on this and boom, you can see now our application is deployed to the production server. It is available. First, let's create the new user. Let's enter the email address bhushan@example.com, password 123456, confirm password 123456. Click on this. It will create the account. Boom, you can see the registration successful. Let's enter the email address, password 123456. Sign in. Boom, you can see we have logged in, and also we get this album name and the song, log out, the name and everything that remains same, right? I'm going to just play this song. We can pause this, we can play this. Alright, that's it. Let's click on this logout. Boom, we have logged out. Awesome. Now our application is working, both the admin panel as well as the user panel, both are working. Thank you so much for watching. This is the deployment. I hope you can also deploy your application into Render as well as to the Netlify. Once you deployed it, please share the live URL in the comment section of the video, or you can email me. I will provide my email address in the description section of the video. I would love to see your work as well. Thank you. I will see you in the next video.